Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and a spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback PR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds. Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and the spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback PR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds. Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and a spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikander also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback PR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikander will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds. Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and a spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback PR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
And welcome to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. Here I'm joined by Kyle Laris and Toby. Kyle Laris, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Excited to be back. Excited to be able to finally cast some Taego myself. Toby's been having all the fun on the rotation, so I'm back, baby, ready to go.
Yeah, Toby, tell us, the Taego, how do you feel and the rotation, everything? It was obviously exciting to watch. There's a lot of PGC points coming out their way too.
Yeah, I loved it. I love the fact that we have a whole hell of a lot of variety coming through, and the fact that the community has actually been, for the most part, pretty good at receiving it. I think Taego so far has played out pretty well.
Yeah, I loved watching it. Of course, we had some fun looking at it, and there are some really interesting endings here. You're like, okay, these guys are not prepared for this. Obviously, it's been in rank for a long time, so a lot of the teams have been grinding that. I know there's sessions going on where the teams are like, all right, let's just grind some ranked. We're not playing scrims. We just want to make sure we can get as much into it. And of course, also some of the smaller third-party tournaments where we're also playing Vikindi and Taego is going on there. Let's take a look at the schedule here, guys. We are going to be playing 2 days of upper bracket here, where we are going to be joining with the best of the teams that is coming in for the top seed here, James. And it's 12 games, and if you can get into that top 8, you're going straight to the finals.
As always, we're loving in that double elimination format that we have here, right? In order to just give these teams as much chance as possible, and then include extra teams on the top of that. And for, you know, those kind of names that we're used to seeing being able to move on through in the upper bracket, I wouldn't be surprised if some of those are able to bat it out of the park once again, because, well, for the most part, we've had quite the shake-up this year when it comes to EMEA, and it's been exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's been not so much consistency from these teams that we're expecting. Of course, the GPT teams, FaceClan, Navi, and Twisted Minds are going to PGS2 no matter what. But the top 2 from this event here, Toby, will be going to PGS2 in Riyadh for a grand 2 million prize pool here.
I mean, and that's absurd. Trying to make top 2 in this tournament is going to be practically impossible to predict. Probably coming into the final game as well. It's going to be insanely close.
Yeah, and here it's the road to PGC, James. We are looking at the current standings here. We have 2 more tournaments. It is going to be this qualifier here that we're going to be covering, and also PEC Fall later is going to be granting a direct invitation for PGC. But there is quite of a gap here from Ascend at 850 all the way down to Face on 550. So we have to have some consistency. And also Navi didn't get any points from the rotation.
Yeah, my eyes really are, I like most people, I imagine, on those partner teams that haven't quite been able to scratch enough points together to secure themselves a place at PGC just yet, right? We're expecting these teams that have been able to garner themselves a partner position here in the region to do well and try and get to PGC. It's just not gone that way yet. There has been upsets abound here in this region, and that's why it's been so exciting so far.
Yeah, and of course, Howl still at the very top stop there, Toby. And also means, of course, the EMEA guaranteed slot is still theirs for the taking. We need to see some amazing plays coming out from Digital Athletics and some of these other teams that can take that. But this is the upper bracket as it looks right now. Lower bracket will be not tomorrow, but the day after, where we're going to be joining these teams here. And they're going to have the second time chance. Of course, the bottom 8 from the upper bracket after the BO12 today and tomorrow will be joining those 8 teams here. Thoughts on these teams here, Toby?
I think it's exciting to see a ton of teams that we're well familiar with, and quite a few new ones too that have managed to scrape their way through the open qualifiers through here to the upper bracket. So curious to see which of those new up-and-comers are going to go out and maybe take the competition to some of these more known teams.
Yeah, and of course we're going to be playing 2 Erangel to start today with, then we're going to Taego, and then we end the day on Miramar, and then we're going to flip the table tomorrow. We start on Miramar, go to Taego, and then we end on 3 games of Erangel to wrap things up here, Calaris.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, with that, Taego obviously kind of being in there, kind of being that joker card, as it were, really looking to kind of trip up some of these teams. It's not really tripping them up. They've got enough experience on it now to understand exactly how it's going to go down, but you never know how the upper and lower bracket dynamic works out on Taego, where you're kind of throwing a lot of those teams into one another that may not have had huge amounts of practice with one another and might catch each other on rotation, etc.
All right, let's talk a little bit about expectations here, Toby. You've obviously covered the rotation, and you have a good feeling of what you think and what teams that you think might be going good into this tournament here. What teams are in your top 8 here for this upper bracket?
I think one team that I'll highlight just coming into it is actually Howl. Not only are they, of course, sitting currently in first place in PGC points, but the fact that they make PGS 1, they don't play with Lhasa, then they come back, and in that tournament, Ruin kind of steps up to be the replacement player. Then they come back and play the rotation, and Ruin is the one who ain't playing, so the rest of the team have to step up for him, and twice now Apocalypse has had to kind of come in and fill. I hope and expect that we're seeing the actual Howl roster playing today to finally see what is this roster when all in good shape able to bring in.
That really talks about the depth of obviously having a coach that's played at the very, very top of the levels through these past couple of years here while we were playing the online tournament here. Kalaris, thoughts on some of these teams that are going in, maybe some expectations for the top 8?
Well, I'm glad Toby didn't take my pick, which actually is Exalt of all teams. Normally, I'm thinking, a lot of people are thinking your Na'Vis, how are they going to do since they've had a bit of a rough time since winning the World Championship and things like that. But I look at Exalt and think to myself, at the last 2 big EMEA tournaments, it's been a 3rd place and a 3rd place if you think about it, right? That, alongside a consistent, 4th places, 5th places, 6th places in almost every other tournament that they're stepping into, it might be time for them to start breaching that 3rd place. And I'm excited to see how they're going to do here because they've clearly been grinding. And I want to see that come to fruition.
Yeah, I've obviously loved what we've seen from them also, them currently being in 3rd place for the PGC total points. They have to have 2 really bad tournaments to actually not hold on to that spot. So it's very likely if they do pretty well here that we could see them actually hold on to that spot going into PGC fall here. I'm super excited obviously to get this tournament started here because obviously there is PGC points on the board here, but there's also for the Gamers 8 tournament, Kalaris here, and obviously we were there last year, we had the pleasure of it. It's a huge tournament. It's an 8-week long festival where we're going to see tons of titles and a $2 million prize pool coming out for PGS2.
Yeah, and for a team like Twisted Minds, a rise back to success couldn't have come at a better time, right? Of course, they've just come off the back of a win at the rotation. I think a lot of people are looking at a team like Twisted Minds to be, once again, trying to challenge for the kings of EMEA, and if they then, are playing in Saudi Arabia as well, which is where Twisted Minds is based, then, they're going to have a good time about it. So I'm excited to see how they're going to fare in this tournament. I think for a lot of people, they probably come in as one of the favorites.
Yeah, and Toby, of course, coming into this here right now, we talked about FaZe being 300 PGC points behind Ascent, and Na'Vi currently not going to PGC as it looks right now. And they have to have 2 pretty good tournaments here or win PGC fall for them to go to PGC, and that's the reigning world champions.
It's kind of weird with the likes of FaZe, you just mentioned them there, how we've seen games from them where you cannot put a finger on anything they do wrong. Rotations looking on point, their team fighting is absolutely through the roof. Then you have other games where it looked like they just don't communicate together at all. Hopefully, a lot of those things that we've seen from them, the mistakes that they've made has been worked on, I would imagine has been worked on. But I'm hoping to see a FaZe that plays more together. Not all this flank. I don't mind early game splitting and looting and playing it a little wider then, but because we have a lot of teams in this mix that we don't know exactly what to expect from, FaZe usually are one of those teams that get caught on early rotations, that lose a player in a situation where it just shouldn't have been because there are too many sharks in the water that you don't know what they're going to do. So play it smart, play it together. We know they're capable of doing it. We just want to see it from the start of the tournament rather than only in the last day of the tournament.
And as we alluded to a little bit in the beginning here, James, we talked about, it's really been thinning out in the top. It's a long time ago. We had, the big 5 of PEL 2019, where it's the same 5 teams that just constantly got into those top placements. And now we see so many of these teams that have been grinding these past years here. We've talked about Exalt, we've talked about Ascend, these new teams that have obviously either had a lot of experience or have some new players, such as Fairris from Exalt, that is coming in and really popping off, showing themselves. And I've really been excited to watch some of these tournaments going on because you're coming into this and you're like, how is this happening? You have so much experience, so much LAN experience in some of these teams, and there's just these new guys, young guys that's just coming in, absolutely laying the land with some of the other super experienced teams.
Yeah, I think everybody got a rude wake-up call at the beginning of the year when we covered PEC, and it was absolutely not who we thought was going to be at the top of the charts, right? Multiple teams. If you think about Howl, if you think about Exalt, if you think about Ascend to a degree, who they're old names, right? But they look like they've been revitalized, rejuvenated, not to mention the fact that they come off just an amazing position over at PGS as well. So, I mean, you can't talk about this tournament without talking about the likes of Ascend and how they're going to fare here back on kind of home turf compared to international soil as well.
And of course, there's also, once we talk about PGC, there is these 4 guaranteed spots going to PGC from the PGS points. So for the sake of Europe, we kind of want to have Ascent there because they got second. And if they can get another top 3, top 4, then they might have enough PGS points to guarantee Europe another spot. That means there's another spot up for grabs for Europe. But Toby, in this case, obviously, there's some little bit talk. You know, it could be 17 Gaming. It will be one team from PGS points, and then top 2, top 3 probably from PGS 2 that will be going to PGC through these PGS points.
Yeah, it's a lot of math that's going to come in through the next couple of months of tournaments for us to try and sit and hope to see a ton of EMEA teams to come through to the grand finals. But of course, that's a little while away. I'm just excited to get the action going.
Yeah, same.
Martin.
Yeah.
I have to ask.
Yes.
This is weird. You're hosting. What's going on?
Who are
your
you can't
picks?
ask questions.
No, yeah.
James.
Who are your
You're the
picks?
host.
You guys, stop. I'm the host. You can't ask me questions. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about it. I gotta say, I've had my eyes on for BBL. They have not really been there just yet. And Foot, of course, these two teams that constantly have memes at each other online too, and all these Turkish talks are just so fun because once the games get going and one of them makes a mistake, they're straight there, they're pointing it out. So I'll be looking at Foot, I'll be looking at BBL. These two rosters here, they have some huge potential, and I would be super surprised not to see them go through quite easily into the top 8 through the upper bracket here. But then the question is, how are they going to do in the finals? We're going to obviously have to wait for next weekend to see that. But if Foot and BBL doesn't come into this lobby here and really get an insane amount of points just from kills, because we know what they're capable of in that.
I mean, you're right. If I think about Foot, and Toby, you were covering them at the rotation, right? Like, up until the last day, they were absolutely blasting, and then Twisted Minds does Twisted Minds things, and that's how it goes. But Foot was amazing.
And they were 1 or 2 points away from qualifying to PGS 1 as well. I think Foot, off of those two teams, is probably the most, not necessarily field tested. It's just me lacking a better word, but they are definitely the ones that have proven themselves the most. And as you were saying, James, arguably one of the biggest early stage of a tournament threats, regardless of whether it be upper brackets, lower brackets, grand finals, you name it. They are the ones that has through 23 so far come out swinging right out of the gate, and I would not expect anything other than that. I mean, we've seen them win 3 out of 5 takeovers so far. They've played absolutely phenomenally.
One of these teams that are obviously grinding a lot of ranked, and I feel like that's what have come in, especially into this year. It's these teams that have been grinding the past year that have been putting in the hours and the extra hours on top of the scrims. They're putting in a block for scrims, but they're also putting in a block during the kind of afternoon part where they're grinding 3 or 4 hours into rank, where they're putting in themselves into all these situations where, of course, kind of hardening themselves for these open qualifiers that are extremely unpredictable. But also now we're having so many other things. We're coming Tego here. We're having some other additions in terms of utility and changes to the meta that is going to really have an impact of clutch moments. And I'm really excited, obviously, to see the emergency pickup. It's been reduced in terms of how often we will see it, but still, it can be used all the way until just before Circle 4 pops, and that can really be like, it will drag you out of a situation where you might not think that you're able to get into late game, where you could potentially win the game. And that's what I'm really excited to watch. Of course, also the smoke grenade launch in Topi. We saw a lot of these plays coming into the rotation too. And we both of us had a little bit of a talk on both the new maps and the utilities. What are you most excited about here in terms of these meta changes and what's coming in and being added? Is it the maps or utilities?
I think the emergency pickup is the biggest one. It's because not only does it in a team that uses it, but it also completely changes up the flow of the game on all maps. Because where you before had a lot of teams that came in late and kind of had to brawl their way through the edges, where some of these kind of edge favoring teams would sit there and pick them off or set up camps and whatnot to try and prevent them from doing so and getting their points that way. Now those two teams pretty much never run into one another. Of course, as you're saying, we have reduced the amount of, or the chance of the emergency pickup dropping, so we might not see as much of it as we saw during the rotation tournament. But even then, already from that first tournament, we saw it in play. Massive change of dynamic, massive change of tempo in a game of PUBG, and I think that's the most drastic change that we've seen in PUBG Esports since we added Sanok.
I think what's cool about it as well, though, Martin, is the risk-reward factor that comes with it, right? It's not the same as everybody's dropping from parachutes at the same time at the beginning of a game, and somebody might, let's pick Miramar, somebody might pick up a Winchester and try and shoot someone in the sky, and then, haha, cheeky, might hit a shot, might not. It's very different. If you're using emergency pickups later on in the game, we've seen it in North America as well, actually, in their qualifiers. The emergency pickup comes across, they try and get parachuted down, everybody's really geared to the nines at that point, so shots become a lot easier to hit. So you've got to be careful about where you're going to be landing with it as well. So it's not just a get out of jail free card if you find yourself in blue, etc. and stuff like that. You've got to be very careful and very strategical about where you're landing and how you're going to go about it.
And honestly, one thing that you can kind of put a pin into this is also, it's kind of a compound debuff, because we have these smoke grenade launchers, we have blue storm grenades, we have all these things that makes it easier to breach a compound. So these teams that are used to playing on the edge, once they actually have to breach something, they can smoke up paths, they can make really smart rotations, or also a little bit of a buff to the edge teams that are loving to kind of play a little bit slower, or they were forced to play slow because of the circles being hard shifted away from them constantly. So it really opens up a lot of things here, Toby, that I'm super excited to continue to see. Of course, we saw some of it in rotation, but now coming into this and also going into the PGS2 main event here, it's going to be a lot of chaos that a lot of these teams have not seen, because it is at the very highest competitive level. There's 2 spots coming to this. Everyone is going to be fighting their hearts out to try to get one of those 2 spots.
I mean, and I'm not even gonna the whole let's try and predict who ends up in top 2. I mean, looking back at PGS1, coming into PGS1, if you had told me that Howl would be one of the 2 teams that qualified, I would say, nah, not gonna happen. And yet they did. They come out and do really well during the rotation as well. And now, I mean, for this tournament, honestly, I couldn't tell you. I love my job as a caster and analyst and everything, but this is just, there's so many incredibly talented players here in the upper brackets and the lower brackets as well, and coming into the grand finals, it's going to be almost impossible to say. You can outline a top 8, but top 2, that's going to come down to the final game, if not the final fight of the final game.
But one good thing about this year, Martin, that's opened up is the fact that obviously we're still kind of competing on Twire, we're doing our fantasy things and things like that. For so long, Brexico and It's Chris were my cheeky picks that were $18,000, no problem, easy peasy. Now they're really expensive because everyone realizes they're actually really good. Damn it!
It makes it even harder, right? Because we're coming into this, you need to find these picks, but now that we've had so long time that okay, they can potentially pop off. Now they're all like 20, 25,000, and you need to either go the way of, am I gonna have 3 semi to expensive players, and 1 extremely cheap player, or am I gonna go like the midway where I go 4 kind of expensive players, like 20 to 30k?
Yeah, it's I used to be a very middle of the road 25k guy, or around about that, but ever since the involvement of the captain rule, sometimes you want to be a bit more cheeky with an expensive star player, Toby, and try and get some money out of it.
Is this where we throw James under the bus and say that he's literally been picking example for the last 2 years straight?
True.
He carried me, and then he recently didn't carry me.
For him. But it's been going good. Yeah, it definitely didn't carry you in the rotation, that's for sure. But yeah, obviously in this case here, we've always had so much fun with the fantasy teams and leagues here, and it gets more and more complex because you have these 2 or 3 players that is going to do well, and they get progressively more and more expensive. So now what I do, and what I kind of start with always, is I scroll down to the bottom and I see what is my sub 20 pick, a sub 20,000 pick that is gonna have a fantastic chance of popping off, because you need 1 or 2 of those to have 1 kind of captain star that you want to go with, Gale.
Yeah, that's the thing. I do exactly the same, because oftentimes, as you can imagine, with us being so involved in this scene, we scroll down and we're like, all right, who have they underestimated slightly? Because we know who's pretty damn good at this game. And oftentimes you get a cheeky little 18k, a little 20k in there for someone that you're like, they should be worth way more. So I'm trying to think if I actually got one of those this time around. I feel like Fairest is my guy. I need to check my team.
I think two things we can add to that is, 1, if you don't know what we're talking about, join the PUBG Fantasy on Twire.gg. It's a hell of a lot of fun and puts even more entertainment into the viewing experience. 2, I like giving advice on fantasy picks, but I always lose. So I feel like even though I tend to come into tournaments having a really good kind of really big hopes for my team, they never perform. So just listen to Martin and James, because I always end up in last place anyway.
But yeah, that's true. I think the sub 20 pick and a captain pick, that's gonna go your way. But finding those two guys that really pops off, it's hard. It's especially been hard this year here, because there's been some players where it's like, we did not expect this. This guy is getting like top 3, top 5 total kills. If you didn't have that guy on your team as your kind of cheap pick or your budget pick, then you're simply not getting into the top 100 of the global scoreboard.
Yeah, it's like when we were doing PGC last year around, right? And who was the player? The name's on the tip of my tongue. He was the guy that everyone thought was supposed to be a sub, but he wasn't a sub.
Tycon?
That's the one, Tycon. Why couldn't I remember his name for a second? But like, if you didn't have Tycon, for example, this was a bit of more of an extreme anomaly because he was priced as a sub instead of actually like being on the main start roster. But if you didn't have him, what were you doing? You were floundering. So it was a bit of a problem for people if you don't quite find that guy. And the cool thing about this scene as well is that because, well, EMEA is so deep in terms of talent, you have a wealth of players that can be that pop-off guy in these lobbies. It just depends on the dynamic of the lobby and how it actually flows between the games, if they're feeling good on the days, etc. So there's a lot of great picks that you can go for, and yeah, I'm hoping Lou might be that player this time around.
Then he has to perform like he did in the rotation. He obviously did super well there, but then again, it's not those guys that we always know is going to be in the top. You have to find that guy that no one expects, no one picks, you know, the sub 1% picked. And if you get that guy, you're getting straight into the top. And then sometimes you're going into the global leaderboard and you're seeing, oh my god, these guys are picking some absolutely insane picks here that you didn't expect being picked. Again, we're playing 2 games of a wrangle today. Tego is the 3rd game. It's going to be tomorrow, swapped around. We talked about it. Miramar to end things today. And then 3 games of a wrangle tomorrow. I actually really like this setup here. It's a good way to get started. It's a good way to end. And there's consistency for the players. They go 5 Miramars in a row, and then we end on 3 games of a wrangle to kind of wrap things up on the OG map here, Toby.
Yeah, I like it too. I'm not gonna lie, I did also like the bounce back and forth. Maybe more from a viewing perspective than from, as you're saying, the player's perspective, because it is nicer going out of a game and then be able to talk notes coming straight into the next one and have to kind of skip one every time in terms of what you're preparing for. But I think this is great, and I mean, we already now know that there's going to be another map added, Vikendi being it. So curious to see how things are going to look once we have a grand total of 4 maps in play in the tournaments.
Yeah, 2-1-1-2 obviously could probably be expected here, and I think it's a good way to do it. But I feel like in the future, maybe you have a rotation where it's 3 maps, and then the map gets taken out, it gets worked on, gets improved, and then you have 2-2-2 all the way maybe. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I think that could be a good way, especially once we maybe in the future get another map where it's an 8x8 map where it's like a 6 map on top of Destin, depending on if Destin gets put in there, James.
Yeah, it won't be too bad. I think, obviously, there's mixed opinions about how Destin is formulated right now. But, you know, I come from a background in esports where we rotate maps quite frequently. And it does create some interesting dynamics, I'll give it that. So I'm all for eventually more maps and how they work out.
Yeah, I'm honestly excited to see Vikendi in play. I think the new Vikendi, the refurbished Vikendi, the 8x8 one, is actually really good. It works out quite well. And also, in terms of how the playable area plays out, is going to be super, super exciting. It's very round. We don't have a lot of water that's going to be in effect. And there's insane amount of really, really good loot spots. That's going to be super fun to watch. And also, these guys are going to be jumping into the fly carts. I don't know what you call them, James. English word for that?
Gondola? Like ski gondola?
Yeah, ski. Yeah, sure. Gondola. That's going to be fun to watch. The ski lift, the cross-country ski lift, sure. That's going to be super fun to watch once you have these northern ends here, James.
Yeah, really cool. I will admit as well, I really enjoy Vikendi and how it plays out, and I like the nighttime when you get the Aurora Borealis. I want to see people die to polar bears. Never mind.
No, but for sure, before we get started here, guys, obviously this is going to be super fun here. There's about a minute until we get into the game here. We're going to be starting on a wrangle, and I got to ask you guys, what teams here through for the top 8? What are your guaranteed picks you think that's going to go to the top 8 here, Toby?
I'm gonna go Foot Esports, Ascend,
Oh,
how,
just one. Chill.
I'm just gonna go for
Yeah,
Esports.
just
That's
one.
the
No
easy
time.
one.
No time.
I could keep
don't
going.
say.
I'll just say Flip.
Kalaris,
Easy.
One team you think is guaranteed going to be going through to the top 8.
It's all Twisted Minds, baby. We need to
There
see
you
them
go.
there.
Easy 2 teams.
All right, that's absolutely fantastic. All right, this is, of course, the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. We are going to start the game very soon here, guys. Have fun with it.
That's right. Thank you very much, Avenger. It is time. The grassy pastures of Erangel for the first game of PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. I am Kalaris, joined by the name is Toby, and we are getting into Erangel for game 1. I'm hyped, Toby. I'm happy to be back with my boy.
Too.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm excited for this one. And come to think of it now, just one team. As much as we say we have this one team we want to see qualify and one team expecting this and that from, I just want to see Solo make their way into the next stage of the tournament, because they 3 times were the team on the cusp, and in 2 of those times they died or like fell out in a tie. So I'm like, you know what, Solo, this is your chance. This is your time to prove to the world that you can make it that next step. And if that's going to happen, I'm looking at Soset. Soset so far has been the name of the game for that roster. Whenever something good has happened for them, Soset has usually been the man behind at least the early frag, and then one more to follow. But as we can see here, simple playing path, no big interferences with one another. Erangel as Erangel is supposed to be.
As it is. It's not a bad spot to start your campaign from, kind of that North Georgia area from Solo. So let's see if they can get slightly luckier than they previously were, as you're referring to. But as we do start our first game off, I'm going to be interested to see how we have a few of these teams being able to perform. Of course, EMEA Esports. I'm going to be interested to see how they're going to play things out whilst we have a run over. Ooh.
Teams in trouble.
Run away.
And there comes the cavalry. Boom.
Nice.
Easy pickup.
He's out there.
Easy pickup, Elliot going up on the side. I mean, you know what? This might not be a bad play, because there's a car coming with guns in it, too.
Yeah.
They're on the hunt, and now that's a bike. I'm not sure if that's going to help a whole lot, but they have 3 base players currently going without vehicles and weapons. And there you go. One finds one, but no, the run over. The run over instantly after. And he gets the gun, picks up. So Vex, does he get to go away from it? No, he doesn't. Elliot with a double headshot, and just like that. 3 from face down.
What a play! What a play from Na'Vi to start things off. You know, there was question marks around them to start the tournament, and that is brilliant. What a play. Drop the gun as you get knocked to give it over to Alia as well. Brilliant stuff coming out from the world champs.
That is...
Punch.
And with the last bullet, that's not the way that I saw this game begin. I mean, I know that it was a bit of a stretch going towards the east. The issue is what FaZe has usually done is to swing over Millie to pick up vehicles down there. But but going into Na'Vi territory, I mean, Na'Vi does this all the time. They are so incredibly aware when it comes to them jumping. It's not really a spot that you see them getting contested in a lot, but we've seen them fight there before, and now with Correx trying to leave on over, Brex is going to have an easy one should he be able to see him in time, but nope, gets into a vehicle too. But yeah, for Na'Vi, James, I mean, we've seen them contested here so many times, and they always find these easy points, or early points, I should say.
You actually make a really good point of that they normally do go for that North Military Road, right? But of course, Brexco is kind of there. I mean, but this is going to force FaZe, if we see another plane path like that, to go back to that standard, go back to that North Military Road, probably. Because if Na'Vi's willing to defend their territory as fiercely as they just did, no, thank you, bye-bye, I'm out, bye.
Yeah, it's not good when you have a kind of dedicated south side team, especially on plane paths like those. It's basically gonna have to sit. Think this one through, I think is a good way to put it. But the calm returns as no one else is really in a proper nearby vicinity of one another. And then we have, rolling on forward. Odin is a player who's been in the mix for a long time, and curious to see what he's gonna be able to pull off with this roster.
Yeah, I mean, technically, it's a great roster. Of course, they've incorporated Voldemort, who was previously on Sarvum, right? Like, now Schiller is playing for Sarvum. And overall, this is actually kind of veterans of the Turkish scene. And how? Yeah. So I'm really hoping that they're able to make a bit of an impact. I don't know whether or not I'm thinking they're like a top 3 or 4, but I think that there's definitely a shot for them to be able to qualify through into the final.
Oh, definitely. It's effectively, I mean, once BBL and Foot Esports got their EMEA partner spots and they opted to to see what they could find maybe in the higher tiers of players. These were the players that were dropped from those rosters. So they were already on established teams. And now, I mean, a former FUT Esports player, former BBL player lining up here to form yet another pretty damn solid Turkish roster. I'm curious to see what Yepa is going to be able to do here in the tournament. Again, top 8, sure, ain't easy, but also not out of the realms of possibility for a team like them.
We just saw Batulins, the usual eyes in the sky, heading over towards Church and Pachinki with his MK12 and having a little look as to if there was any teams lurking on around. He must have realized at this point, with a circle like this, a Pachinki team likely has left already. That's fine. They can easily use this spot to be able to scout forwards. But there is a barrier of Digital Athletics setting up ahead of them, so they'll have to be a tad wary as to how they move.
Yeah, they would probably have heard all those rotations coming in, though, and even if they haven't, I mean, even if they don't hear them, they could probably see those vehicles coming up the hillside either way. So should be fine. I'm not too worried about Twisted Minds getting caught off guard in the early game, because usually they're one of the more, can you say, calculated teams when it comes to, or not a team that takes too many risks when it comes to the early game.
And speaking of risks, what are the risks that we're analysing here for this one? Because this circle technically could go back over towards military. I'm banking on it probably staying on the mainland, but there is a chance. And currently on military, Ascend is widespread. They're trying to control a lot of space for the moment whilst doing the looting. Meanwhile, the majority of teams, well, almost all the teams apart from Curexi, are still on that mainland, kind of jostling for position here. So, but you look at where Yepa is, you look at where Navi is, they're setting up to be able to try and transition fast if it does head on over to military. So I like their spot so far.
I do too. I'm not sure if I like Code Marco's spot though, because I mean technically his spot right now is fine, but they're in a wide 2-1-1 split, DA that is. And with him having just taken damage, I think he's aware that Twisted Minds is around. And as you can see the other way around, Twisted Minds is well aware that there's a player from DA in the vicinity too. So either send down help or do something to allow for Code Marco to get out of there. Because I mean, as much as Twisted Minds usually played careful early, you'll also see them kind of being led by Batulins, and whenever a solo comes up, like if there's a fight that they can go in their favor, they will take it instantly. They don't wait out. And you can see already now Spiro with the smoke launcher in hand. I think they're setting up a push here because they know it's a solo.
Yeah, they're trying to kind of circumvent as well the overlooking position on Pachinki Hill that DA is trying to cover Code Marco from. You could see him repositioning to that right-hand side, using the building to block line of sight from those reinforcing shots. This is a good push-up by Lou as well as Spiro. It's going to buy significant time to then push up on Marco, who got hit by a molly by the looks of things. So a little bit of a burn. Even setting up some cover to try and keep his back position solidified, and Code Marco's going to bail.
I just love, I mean, I love the disengage from Code Marco. Now we're not sure if he's going to get away from it or not, but the way that Twisted Minds approach this one too, incredibly smart. The fact that they are able to kind of isolate the top floor with this grenade launcher and then have one smoke thrown down below. So there's literally only one angle you can peek, and that angle is being held by Perfectix while Spiro and Lou cross over. Really, really smart. Now here, for Twisted Minds, don't overstep. You went for it. You saw what you could find. You didn't get it. There are a lot of players up on those hills that hit some pretty damn good shots every now and again. So don't take casualties early. You can see it here. It's being called. Just fall back. We tried. We didn't get it. Let's think of the late game rather than get greedy early on.
Yeah, you go into those trenches, and then all of a sudden there's a slight kind of bit of misinformation that you're working with, right? You don't know exactly where Code Marco has gone compared to him being in a building quite like that where there's only so many possibilities. But this fallback was fantastic by Code Marco. Just the right time, just the right use of a smoke to be able to get out of there and get to some semblance of safety.
I mean, there's no way that Twisted is gonna. I mean, at least I wouldn't imagine them jumping into the trenches there to look for him. So you count him safe and away from harm, depending on, of course, on what Wu ups to do up on that northeast side up towards Potato. But we'll have to wait and see. Another 1 minute's time for the next circle to pop. Should they have to leave, or I mean, there's also a chance for the circle to go up towards that northeast, and then maybe actually Marco's position ain't that bad to play from at all.
Slow entrance for some of the teams. After all, coming in on the west, BBL moving in from the north, and you can still see the Wu, as you were mentioning, up towards shelter area. So they'll have to probably just dip in east of Pachinki and find themselves a little wiggle way through. The only person that's further away than everybody else now is Curexi, still kind of in Novo. If I was him, I'd just gamble for the military shift and try and find somewhere there, right? I mean, it's going to be difficult any other way.
Yeah, it's kind of a dead game for him at this point. No, I mean, get 1 or 2 points and you'll be fine. Set up maybe in a position from where you can find a knock and a quick flush to rack up an extra point for your team. Or, I mean, we do also sometimes see it where a solo player somehow gets top 3. But that's usually the guy that's set circle center in a shack, not the guy that's a kilometer and a half away from it.
Definitely so, as after all is playing it slow over by Primosk. Very slow, in fact, trying to scout out this location. There was one threat for a little while that was lingering, which I believe was T-Bone from Footballist, or Foot, even I should say. And he was just kind of stationed out in a 1-3 split with the rest of his team north of him. So just a small barrier play, small barrier position. And look at him, there's Rexy doing things.
James.
Oh my. Circle. Oh my.
Look at the circle, James. We'll see it eventually too. What you'll see in the meantime is a lot of vehicles coming down towards the south, because why not kick this one off with a massive hard shift early on? And there goes Brexco vehicle run on over as Jeppe wants to claim real estate.
That's actually really unfortunate for Ascend to have one person. It's just a bit of an overstretch, right? If you're going to control military with the circle shifting to military, which hopefully we can show on the main broadcast, then it would be... You're remiss to lose someone out on the bridge quite like that. You know that everybody's going to be barreling across if a shift like this happens. So Ascend now has taken control of the usual compound that they would go to on this side, but I don't think there's going to be a ton of people trying to rotate through that compound. They're going to go over the hills left or right of the bridge.
One thing that's even more interesting, we talked about it just before, as we see these rotations coming through. I wouldn't expect that to be a fight coming off it. Now, as I say that, though, Quizzy does get found by Perfectix. Kiano trying to stick around, but I don't think there's anything for him to come for here. Just get the hell out of there. Now, what I wanted to say is we talked about it coming into the broadcast, how the emergency parachutes have been limited in spawn rate, and I'm not seeing anyone go for that play right now. During the rotation tournament, we saw a ton. Circles like these should have 3 or 4 teams instantly pop them, but we haven't seen any this game yet. And look at the map feed here while this chase is still going on, but we haven't seen any so far. So already now a big change from the previous tournament.
Yeah, definitely so. Oh, that's Jeppe going out very quickly here. As much as Ascend lost one early, they are still able to rapidly clean up any breach onto their location. Actually, they'd wrapped around and gone to the back buildings, and Ascend had responded in kind. This is the East Bridge, though. Curex is looking for 3 points here. Finds Nixie, gets the finish, and Kiano is going to be belting it across here. Ibi has dismounted. He's going to be looking for an opportunity to finish off Curex. He sees him and will take him out. That's FaZe gone, down in 15th.
Yeah, an annoying loss for Wu, who already took 1 casualty, just then run into, as we were saying, the solo that just wanted the 1 point. And, well, he got it. So Wu down 2. And now we'll see if BBL can find Van Clip up close. Doesn't need to do anything. Smash from the shoreline, able to take him out.
Yeah, these guys are, at the moment, whilst they're lingering, might be hoping for a boat or something like that. You can still technically get in on foot if you get all the way to Ferry Pier. This blue is not really taking that hard, but there needs to be entry points. And if teams like Question Mark suddenly start setting up along the, not exactly the shoreline, but the tree line beyond the shoreline on military, it gets a little bit harder to reach that kind of north position. So gotta be a bit rapid about this. Get it going.
Exactly, and after all actually is in here too. They haven't really charmed in to the biggest extent, but now as I say that, Enon does fall as T-Bone finds one. I think him seeing that, wait, that's not a BBL player. Wait, there's another team here. That's gonna feel, I would imagine at least that's gonna make FUT Esports wanna get into this circle a little bit quicker than what they're currently set up at.
Definitely so here. The scramble will continue. Everybody kind of engulfed in blue in Primosk, as this is going to be a little bit of a stalemate for the moment. You can see Clib just holding this angle on this warehouse, knowing that Beamy still exists in that position, and he's going to try and smoke him off. So maybe there's an opportunity for a disengage, as Beamy is actually in a car and moving away. Ruston Mar, will he be able to hit anything? Hits tires. Maybe a spin out if he gets a little bit more. Ooh, 65 on the shot. Very close. Beamy, very low. And, falls out
I was just gonna say, just don't jump out of the vehicle while it's moving, because you have no HP. And Rustamar is well aware of who that was. Issue is, I don't think it's worth the risk. You're 3 up still. You don't know what you're running in. So they know that they have 8C kind of playing the lookout position up on the hill. They still have a mile to go to the circle. They know it's going to swing south. There's nothing to come for. Just get the hell away from that. But it's good for the social media managers now that it's BBL and Esports fighting, you know? It's
true. Yeah, they like that. They'll scrap each other on social media. It's all right. Toby, though, very rarely do we see this many teams in blue this late into the game, right? Like, if you look on the left-hand side, if they're colored in blue, they're currently in blue. And all the teams either scrapping in Primorsk or trying to still take that eastern bridge are not getting towards the circle. We've had another shift. It's been hard shift in terms of from the previous circle down towards that kind of far west side here on Military Island. So anybody on that east bridge not only has potential fights that they have to do, like Solo and Digital Athletics here, but also then has to scarp all the way to west side of Military.
Yeah, and this is where the issues arise, because now Marco does find the first one, finds the second with the Orc as well, and that is Solo in trouble. But it was looking for a moment like Metralius was the only one on guard duty. Everyone else was looking for pickups. DA can set up a game plan that relies on them finding these emergency pickups, because while it was easy before, now it's harder. And it looked like 3 of them were actively looting to try and find. I think they still are. They're looking for an emergency pickup to get to the circle, but they don't get that jail out of free card. It's gonna be a driving rotation for them, I think. And they gotta hurry.
The jail out of free card.
Stop talking, James. I thought you wouldn't catch it, but you fools you did. And they're gonna
the emergency drop here for Na'Vi, as you can see, bullets trying to rain down upon their position, and they've been able to get away with that scot-free. No shots hit. That's a brilliant move. Batulins, well, I said he was at the eyes in the sky earlier. I didn't mean literally. Get out of there.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh. At least he's not burning.
Out there. Safe, at least for now. But with Na'Vi over the hill, I think this is where they wanted to go initially, and for Na'Vi to be able to claim the granny position on the hilltop, that is, I mean, off of having just sat far out east and had nothing to play, this is what those emergency pickups can do for you. If you have one that can get close and scout it, and then the rest of the team can parachute in, that is absolutely huge. And now, while it's happening off screen, Solo and DA are fighting out east, and Sosa and Priel says you might take 1 or 2, but we'll get you in return. So revenge coming through for Solo far away from the circle.
Yeah, I actually want to go back on what you were saying about Na'Vi, because the cool thing about that emergency parachute play that they're doing is, and looking at that compound specifically, usually that compound will be taken in a circle like this. However, what they've assessed there is that they've said to themselves, okay, there's no vehicles by this compound. So whilst we can't see exactly who's inside that compound whilst we're parachuting down, no vehicles probably means there's no one here at this point. So that was a brilliant little move by them, even though it's, subtle in its details.
And we've seen it to bigger extents too, where one player takes a glider to scout, and then the rest of the team comes flying in when he finds a compound for them. There's a lot of interesting plays being put out here, with a lot of the new utility vehicles being added to the game. In the meantime, Twisted Minds continuing the fight here towards the southern side, as if they can deal with Olaf Afraid and his team here, they are going to be in a very good south side position.
Definitely so. Lou looking for a few shots on towards Smoke Wall, who have tried to find themselves a spot down towards the hills. But, I mean, this is really not a good spot. They're being shot at by multiple teams. Howl is also shooting on their position. They are stuck between a rock and a hard place right now, as Perfectix should be able to get back up from where he currently is. Spiro, though, he is on the push. He is looking for blood.
Yeah, they need to deal with them. They need to either, take them out or force them out. And I think with a little bit of help from other teams shooting at him, that's going to happen on his own. Does he? I was just going to save that nade. Lands. That's going to be amazing. 1 falls, 2 falls, and that is going to be all of Smokewall down and out. And now Howl trying to make their way up this hillside. They are liking the fact that Twisted Minds didn't full push on that, because they wouldn't be ready for that fight.
Yeah, Schofield's position is really important right now for Howl to try and make something happen from here. But unfortunately for him, he might get caught between Na'Vi and Twisted Minds. So, and there we go. Na'Vi, Uber instantly is able to pick him up. He was the linchpin for them to try and make a move up this hill. Now, without him, it's going to be very difficult, I think.
Sure is. A lot of revenge plays coming through as BBL takes out Foot Esports as well. Clip saw and heard them jumping into a boat, sail across, and Rustin Mount Michael on the other side. On the military side of the water, set up a camp, took out the boat, blew them up, and down goes Foot Esports in 11th.
All right, let's see here. Exalt moving on up from that north position. They do have a little bit of Entropic ahead of them and to the west of them, which, as you can see, Lucarux has overlook as to what Artix is up to. Any opening shot, if he stands still, sees him, and as they're going to shoot fire down, that's Lucarux taking him out swiftly. Now the rest of Entropic can come in from that north position, try and save Lucarux, but that might be difficult actually. So he's going to smoke things up, try and buy as much time as possible whilst the cavalry is slowly moving, or are they just driving away? I can't tell in the distance.
Not quite sure either. Not quite sure either. So now Lucarux, how do you get your way on in? Has to instantly stop, get the heals on through, but not going to be enough time, especially not with the new circle. Pop in, phase 5, hurts like hell. And while it did do damage to 1, it's not going to be enough. He's going to go down. Now with Mexi down 2, I don't think Naleb and Ivers can really do a whole lot from this position because it's you need 4 in order to maintain control of that hillside. So Ivers now, as you can see on the map on the right-hand side, sending into the shack. I think that's the only right play because now Naleb falls 2. There are just too many open angles.
Question marks in the hurt place for both of these teams. This is not easy for either Entropic or Exalt to really do anything against where they currently are. Yes, question mark is only 3 alive right now up towards the top, but that is a strong position for them to hold out against these teams. And now an extra problem will rear its head in that Ascend is slowly going to try and creep around that north side too.
Yeah, it's good thing for question mark is that as soon as the circle popped, they instantly read it and fell back to the compound, so they should be just fine where they are. They have a chance now to kind of third-party the fight between Exalt and Ascent up here, but I wouldn't expect to see them over-aggress because they know that there are teams that are eyeing that compound they're currently sat in, so don't fully commit to it. We'll see now, though. Twisted Minds going in this direction too, kind of in between Na'Vi and Howl. They're gonna, I would imagine, potentially pull up on Ivers.
Yeah, I think you have to go. You definitely can't stop between those two teams.
Yeah.
And yeah, it looks like Ascend here is going to be taken out slowly by Exalt. That is actually a really good trade for them, considering that Ascend was kind of creeping up on that position. Twisted Minds has gone and darted all the way through into the middle here. Not quite pulled up on Ibis, as you were mentioning, but they are close.
I mean, this would have been perfect, like, open invite for them to join this one. 2 knocks on both sides, and Twisted Minds could have had a pretty good third-party opportunity set up there, but as you can see, question mark instantly out of the compound again, see what they can find in the open. I don't think Twisted Minds like the odds of trying to engage in that one. Best of luck. The Beast, with the Beast of a gun in hand, the MG, will see what he can find with not having to reload for a while.
Man, what a terrifying gun. You come at your crest a hill and there's a dude on the other side with an MG and you're just like, oh no. Yeah. Very scary times. But as you can see here, after all, in a lot of hurt right now, I don't think they're getting out of there. Na'Vi is trained on their position. They're going to get the pickups, maybe, but even then, once they try and leave that position, Na'Vi's going to gun them down.
Yeah, not a whole lot they can do. I think after all, just got to concede this one. Phase 5 damage coming into phase 6. It's a yes, you get a knock, but it's all 4 from Na'Vi there, so they should probably be able to get the rest. Clem, maybe he can get himself a placement point. We're just 1 team out of him, so probably going to sit around, try and heal up for as long as he can, but I don't think there's any fighting left in after all in this game.
Hal did a great job on that southeast side, waiting out Na'Vi's move away from the ridgeline. So they've actually been able to get up into the circle of Howl, whilst Na'Vi was effectively just looking for other players, setting up some cover now to the side that they know is most susceptible to them, the east side that they had to leave. So smart moves from Na'Vi.
And for Howl now as well. Yes, Schofield does fall, but 1 falls down, 2 on the other side, and actually Batulins from the other side of the road, able to find the knock on to the last. They might be able to get the rest on up. You can see Matt is sprinting down, wanting to get up. The veteran of PUBG Esports, but it's kind of a dangerous push to have to make. Good thing for him is that Molbot was kind of helping out and applying pressure on the other side. Yeah,
do you remember that time when I said, oh, I had Uber on my team, and then I took him off, and now he's shooting everything.
That's what you get.
Yeah, I should have just stuck with it. But looking at this here, Na'Vi's in a great spot. They can start playing this high ground well. Twisted Minds, at the moment, as long as they don't get completely destroyed by nades, is in an okay position. But Exalt and question mark are looking to scupper their plans.
Yeah, Twisted Minds currently are in let's prone and hope that the other teams fight each other, because if they don't, we're probably going to die sort of situations. And right now, well, they have survived the first barrage of nades. We'll see if they can get through more of them. Ivers chilling with his UMP in hand. Not sure how much damage he's going to be able to do with that one, but we'll see once the fighting does happen in and around his position. I do like the fact that he's not playing the Shag anymore. Went out to play a Rock instead, because he knows that it's favorable.
Look at this example, man. He's just a god of PUBG. He knows, finds the first snake. Now they just need to deal with Ivers. And then when they do that, they're going to have so much control over this west side. I mean, yes, technically, the top of the hill, the crest, is a little bit vulnerable to positions like question marks. But being able to control a lot of this side for Na'Vi is potentially game-winning, depending on where the circle goes.
Sure could be. Here comes the Ghillie man. Best of luck creeping his way further forward, kind of spearheading. The rotation coming through here for question mark. And they know they need to be fast about this too, because if Navi's allowed to wrap all the way around, which they kind of are already, I mean, question mark is going to be in kind of the same type of trouble that Twisted Minds currently are sat in. Maybe, if not even worse.
Flashes go out. And shots from the MG3 going to start pelting down that position. Everybody just has to prone. And Na'Vi is now opening up onto question mark. That's almost a little bit of a saving move for Twisted Minds for the moment here. Will give them a bit of a reprieve whilst Lou finds Molodoct. The shot's going to still push forwards here. Ferrarist is trying to move forwards with smokes. Don't know if he has any more throwables. Has a flash. Will he be able to work things out? Shots go through against Spiro. He doesn't win the trade. Spiro takes him. Exalt in a lot of trouble.
Everyone is currently fighting everyone. The only one who's able to kind of outlast this fight right now is Ivers, prone on a rock. And now, as you can see here, this bull, this little divot in this hillside is just a magnet for attention. Either you're shooting towards it or it's shooting towards you. I like the fact that Fate tried to wrap it up, but now he's kind of in between Twisted Minds and Howl. Matt landing some nice shots, but just 8 HP. Does he peek it again with 7 bullets too? He does.
And he only had 10 on the reload anyway, so it was going to be do it then or nothing, I guess. The Matt here trying to flick around, goes for it. Perfectix now trying to solve the situation here for Twisted Minds. Lou goes down to the Mad. Howl is outlasting them for just a little bit of time, but question mark has pushed in ferociously into their territory and is completely vaporized Twisted Minds.
Yep, Howl, yet again, our PC Spring champions played well during the rotation too. And now, here they are once more right off the bat, making it look like they never belonged anywhere but at the top of EMEA PUBG.
Hey, Bestalosh is having a right time with the MG3. He is loving it.
Why wouldn't he be? I mean...
No, indeed. And Ivers somehow still present here against Na'Vi. He could bring them down if they're not careful. Example was able to sniff out that first snake, but hasn't found Ivers so far.
They have no clue. They have no clue that he's
Cheeky
just on the other side. Ruin chilling as well. There's another piece of utility we haven't talked too much about, the deployable shields. We'll get back into those a little later. We've seen multiple uses of them, both for cover in the middle of the open and also for protecting tires on Miramar. They're a pretty versatile set of utility that I think the pros have still yet to come up with all the ways of how to utilize.
Yeah, do like them. Do like the option. And especially kind of, with people being able to load up cars as well and things like that. Very, very cool to be able to just, get a lot more utility on the board, on the cards here. But let's talk about this. Phil first. Knocked and done with here as Uber is able to take him out. It's up to Dante and Bestalosh to try and make something happen. But I don't think they have to worry about the snakes as much.
They don't. I mean, there's still a circle to pop. So I think for now, it's going to remain quiet for at least a little while longer. There's been so much chaos going on that I don't fault anyone for maybe having, to some extent, lost track of how many players is alive and which teams. And also the fact that Entropic is still in this one, I don't think anyone's aware of because Ivers hasn't fired a bullet in the last, 20 minutes. So I think it makes perfect sense that all teams are currently playing it a little more slow. Example, and Uber are kind of jumping around, running around, trying to claim more info. Yeah. But as you can see here, no one's really willing to give it to them.
I mean, you're right. How often do we see that kind of kill spread go down 7, 7, 6, 5, 6, solo 5? Yeah. It's very, very close across the board because of how these circles have crunched down. And now we are just waiting for this next shift. Here we go. That didn't really change a whole lot here. Everybody's going to be able to... It's going to be up to Ruin. Ruin is going to be the first one that really has to make a move. Yeah. And that might cause some issues. I think probably he's going to end up... No, I don't actually think he will get spotted, considering the contour of this hill. The contour, yes.
I mean, the shack is in on the edge. Issue is, that's the one spot Ruin would expect a snake to be in, but ironically enough, the one spot there isn't one in. But he's still kind of creeping his way in that direction. So I think, as you're saying, it's going to be whether he pushes towards question mark or maybe even onto Ivers and Navi on the west side. But right now, it does look like he's going towards the east. Issue is, you have level or tier 3 gear best of luck sat here with the MG3 ready and waiting.
Yeah. And as much as Ruin's great, And he's got a cool org. I like orgs. That's a
Everyone
big
likes
goal.
orcs, James.
Yeah, everyone likes orgs. Yeah,
Except for
all right,
Ivans. He likes the UMP.
well, maybe. But now, I mean, with this dynamic happening, with Ruin slowly moving over to the east, now it does put a little bit of a thorn in the side of question mark potentially, right? Like the snake game is not just now for Na'Vi to have to deal with if Ruin continues to go around here.
I think for the sake of best of luck, regardless of whether Ruin, I mean, even if you knew Ruin was coming this direction, I don't think best of luck would be playing anywhere else. This is him holding the south side contain,
Yes.
and the fact that he is so patient with it, to me, is amazing. Issue is, they are now sharing the rock on each their side. When do you see the feed example? When are they exposed on the other side? When does Ivers opt to go aggressive here? Because right now, I mean, he can get a 1v1 against Example. It's still UMP against the AUG and level 3 vest on Example, but if
So
there's
close.
a chance to pounce, now's it.
If he goes left, he's going to get shot. If he goes right, he's going to see the
Everybody's
feed.
coming back now.
Which way do you go? I think you're more likely to go circle edge, right? As example.
Yeah.
So, which
There's
is
that
feet
weird
side.
Exactly. There's a weird mental thing. If you peek the direction, which hand you're more favorable to play with. You know, it's more natural for a right-handed person to peek the right side of a rock than swing left around.
I don't like this.
Well, he's playing it slow. Not in a, again, I mean, kudos to everyone for their patience in this one. You'd have to expect that, yep, Ivers was going to go down eventually. Uber jumped over the second time, saw him then. And now, Ruin forced to reveal his position as well. So you'd imagine that this is going to be a 2v2, depending on how Na'Vi opts to play this one. They're actually backfilling Ruin right now, opting to go over the hill, respecting the angle that Dante had down below.
Yeah, trying to favor the high ground is not too bad at all, but still a lot of smokes, and Ruin could still cause a bit of a headache here, as now with all these smokes out, now everybody kind of has a really decent idea of where everybody is. Otherwise, you know, where would have these smokes have come from? Flashes go out from Ruin. Does he have much left? I think example, yeah, he's going to take him out. There's no way, and it's going to be a 2v2 now. Dante and Besalosh going up against Uber and example.
That is teams I wouldn't expect to see fighting in 2023. Bestadog is back, and now he's just dealt with Uber. So example 1v2, he's done it a trillion times before, but can he do it this time around? First pulls a headshot down to just around 50 HP, and question mark comes back swinging. 8 kills and a win for a team we haven't seen play here in the grand stage for a little while.
A brilliant pickup for them with that first place. That's the chicken dinner on the board for question mark, as you say. And it is difficult, for example, at that end point, once question mark gets that initial knock on towards Uber. And what have you got to work with? A tree and that smoke on your right-hand side, which is dissipating. No, question mark had that very dead to rights. Great stuff by question mark. Bestalosh as well, really putting in a lot of work with that MG3. We were talking about it for the last half of the game.
Yeah, it was an interesting finish to this one, and again, so different to similar circles that we saw just one tournament ago, simply because of the fact that teams couldn't get to the EMEA Island as easy as they thought, and then this starts the game. To think that Na'Vi almost won the game off of having started it like this, that's pretty entertaining.
Absolutely insane here. Correctly trying to salvage some points as well here, but that is that, as we now have ourselves Avenger that is going to be joining us as well after all of this. And Martin, what a game, honestly, to be able to see question mark come out so strong from that north position on Military Island. Well, we'll get Martin in a moment, of course, here, but we do have the final moments breakdown as well, and Bestalosh and Dante are able to close it on out for question mark. Martin.
There we are. Hey guys, yeah, fantastic game. What a fantastic start. And yeah, as you alluded to a little bit here, question mark, not seeing them in the rotation was obviously something that was rough for them. Also, after their 13th place in PC, not what we have been used to seeing from them last year. So obviously getting in Bestalosh here, fantastic way for them to start this off here. This momentum is probably going to build them all the way into the finals.
Martin, you're the one that has to ask the next question. You're the host.
Yeah, Toby.
Well, I mean, I like this one. It's, again, I mean, I mentioned during the game, I said here in the end too, the fact that teams were scavenging for emergency pickups, having had such an easy time finding them last time around, and now we saw, as James, I mean, you pointed out during the game, when have we ever seen this many teams in the blue? Before emergency pickups came in, they would have just ascended there because there's no other way. Now they've got a feeling of, wait, we can just fly there. Then now they can't find those pickups anymore, and there were just teams all over the place looking for the easy route to melee, when in fact, I believe it was only Na'Vi in this match that got there with it.
Yeah, it's especially opened up so many possibilities, so many different ways to be able to transition, and it means as well so many ways that teams have to then worry about how teams are going to be approaching the circle. So yeah, it's a cool thing to see here with Na'Vi getting the second place off the back of the emergency.
Yeah, and a little bit of a rough start here, Toby, with Faceland obviously losing 3 players, but that cheeky quick switch there, that was one of the most clutch moments I've seen in a very long time, I gotta say.
We've seen it so many times, and it pretty much always one way or another has Na'Vi involved. Either they're the ones being chased or they're the ones chasing people. It's just the Na'Vi early game, but it also goes to show, as I said during the game, they're so aware, they're so ready for these kind of crazy things to happen. So whenever a plane swings west and you know there's an eastern looting team, they're going to be looking for it. They're going to be set up, ready and waiting for it, and they were here as well. So it only makes sense to me, really, that Na'Vi comes out on top of it.
Yeah, and a lot of the usual suspects here in the late game, a lot of well-known names, a lot of well-known teams, obviously a few roster changes, but still teams coming into this here. Na'Vi, they needed this, obviously. They were in a rough spot, didn't get PGC points from the rotation here. They need to have a good tournament to be somewhat certain of going to PGC.
Yeah, my theory coming into the tournament was the bee's nest being kicked way too many times now for them to not be angry and not come back and say, okay, yes, we won the world championship. Now, I don't know what happened since then because I've not spoken to them directly about this, but you would think that maybe they were a little bit more lackadaisical about how they were going to approach it. We've been to the top. How are we going to do things? The results didn't come in, and now the wake-up call is here. Maybe this is the time Na'Vi wakes up for 2023.
Of course, question mark here in the top, 18 points total. Na'Vi close in there with 50, but also Hal with a lot of kills going their way on third place. It's very top heavy for this year. Twisted Mind still in there. The consistency is in there, Toby.
Yeah, it sure is. It's I love the fact that for both Exalt and Howl as well, that they're able to come up to a strong start, because they were our two, to some extent, head scratchers off of PEC Spring, and now they're just coming out again showing, oh wait, you didn't think we could do this consistently? We're right back here.
Yeah, exactly. I love what I'm seeing from this, obviously. And again, it's one game we can't take away from too much, but you're able to have this kind of start here, James. It's looking very good because it's only 12 games.
Yeah, definitely. You're talking about question mark here, or?
Yeah, both question mark and in general the teams that are starting off to a good start here. Na'Vi, if Na'Vi was on the other side of this, if FaZe were the guys popping off in this case here, it would have been like, okay, Na'Vi's just done. Like it feels like when they have such a good game to start things off with here, they could definitely set themselves up and quite easily be into the final.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm happy to see how Na'Vi has played that out. But I actually do want to flip back on the question mark thing, because it makes me very happy and very excited to see question mark coming out strong, because it does feel to me like over the past, let's say, year and a half, 2 years, they're kind of the team that's not been forgotten about, but feels a little hard done by, right? And to see them constantly kind of be on the doorstep, knocking on that door, saying, hey, look how good we are, look how much we can do in a lobby like this. It's always great for me to watch them come out and have a good start and then a good tournament result. And I expect them to be making it to the final and looking good in that final.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like what we've heard producers say a little bit here and there, is just like, all right, we did a rough few tournaments here to start the year off, but we'll just win the last tournament of the year anyway. But still, I'm not sure. And I don't want to say it's going to be a honeymoon period coming in with Bestelage obviously replacing a Bites, coming in, stealing him kind of from the Wu. The Wu have been one of the teams that we kind of put a lot of faith in, but question mark, obviously the guys are very experienced players. They're very good players, and Bestelage can go back to speak fluent native language again. So I have a lot of expectations for these guys after what we've seen from them here, but also what we've seen from them both in some of the other smaller tournaments with Kurvi and some of these scrims that we've seen. Personally, I've been pulled up on a few times and ranked from Medusa, and they just go full crazy, scream at you in game, haha, go back to the lobby, caster, and I just laugh my ass off. It's so fun because there's nothing you can do if a full four-man of these guys just come rushing towards you. You're just dead immediately, right? But sure, good to see Christian Mark pop off like this here, and they start with this after a little bit of a roster change coming in after PEC rotation style. Toby.
You just okay. I mean, I do really enjoy the fact that I mean, you mentioned Bestelog. I think if we were to dive down on that one just for a second longer, he comes in with a immense amount of experience. While it might be a few years back that Hobbits just didn't have prior to them making a PGC at the end of last year. So I think he's going to be a great fit, a very calm player to be able to maybe kind of hold on to the leash a little, where sometimes question mark does do questionable things. I think he, while maybe not feeling like the ultimate anchor role of the team, let alone the fact that we saw in the previous game, he doesn't know what's on the other side of that hill, but Bestelog is the kind of guy that will sit and stare at that ridge line for 7 minutes if he's told to. He doesn't go, oh, I didn't feel like there was anything, maybe I should just peek over. No, I'm sitting here, I'm holding my angle, I'm playing contain. And because he did that, they never were the first ones to be shut up by Ruin. Because they did that, partially, they came out victorious.
All right, guys, one more game of a wrangle here, and I gotta say, I love what I'm seeing so far here from the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. It is the qualifier for the PGS2 main event at Gamersade in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in August. It's gonna be super exciting. Guys, one more wrangle on the grassy pastures. Take it away, have fun with it.
That's right, Martin. Thank you very much. The Grassy Pastures, game number 2. And I can only assume, as we get into this, Toby, probably not that circle, which caused a lot of problems for a lot of teams.
Yeah. I mean, you say that now, and then we go right back to it. It's one thing that I've come to accept in PUBG is that whenever you think something's going to happen, usually the opposite does. So we'll see. We'll see where this next one takes us. One thing's for sure, it's a what seems to be a pretty straightforward playing path. It's southern, sure, but everything is within reach, and I much prefer the kind of vertically, what do you call it, acceptable planes rather than the other way around, the horizontally acceptable planes rather than the vertical ones, because there are so many prioritized loot spots on those edges of the maps in the far east and west that even with this plane you can get to pretty easily.
That's right. This was a jail out of free plane, I think it was, Toby, as we continue on. I think one thing for sure that is true is that FaZe not going to get caught off guard this time. They're close enough to their drop spot. Happy days for them.
Yeah, they get to play the game. Pretty convenient.
Woo!
Yeah, not gonna complain about that. They do, though, have both Solo and Entropic towards the east. It's not normal, I would say, that you have 3 teams down here on the southeast side, but we'll see if how they are planning on kind of coming to terms with that, or if they're just going to take the fight to one another. In the meantime, down towards military, DA and Smokewall hot dropping in an area of the map that I have yet to see fights in, and also, James, there's your military game, and no way, that was a double bonk to the head, and Lyron swings in with a second from the other side of the road.
I think Afrite has only got an M24 to his name, so he's going to have to hit a really good shot against an S12K if he wants to make this work, as an ump's been picked up as well. But Code Marco, just run around with the S12K, mate. Just absolutely obliterate someone with only a bolty to his name. A little reposition, and oh no, shots from the opposite side. Lyron as well. Everybody from Smokewall is down. What a disaster for them to start off game number 2.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the hot drop as a whole.
Yes.
Why? I mean, they see PPL fly, and I think they have a time in the air where they go, damn, there's a team coming with us, but then, because Exalt is looting where they are, because Primorsk is being taken by question mark, you're limited in your options, while we're seeing Marco, oh, nope, it's going to be Lyron again, finding the third of the game. That's going to be Smokewall out. I'm not sure why they commit to that compound. Yes, go in the direction, but then fly further south. I mean, you have the parachute advantage of being out of the plane late. You know that there's practically no one there with you. Not sure why they were so eager to take a let's hope that our loot is better than theirs fight against DA when, I don't mean to be rude, but they're probably on my bottom 3 in terms of teams I expect things from here in this top 16. Don't make your odds worse by landing on random, like, compounds.
Yeah, tough. As a backup drop here, not exactly the best of situations, but we'll see how they fare in the next games. There are some other rotations going on whilst this is happening, though. We've got Exalt coming over the bridge quickly. We had Entropic piling into a boat very fast on that east side to get away from what would have been a miasma of teams they'd have to rotate past if they were trying to go the east bridge. So love that. Get over to Novo maybe, or they might go a little bit further south, assuming that maybe Ascend's in the area, and try and find some compounds in the south to enter from.
Let me just Google what miasma means real quick.
Okay.
Can't use all these fancy British words on me, James.
Sorry.
That's not very kind. In the meantime, Ascent, well, sat towards the north, Twisted Minds, flying towards the south as well. For those of you guys out there watching who are maybe watching the map feed right now and being confused that Twisted Minds on the map are currently not moving, it's just a small bug that I'm sure will be fixed, and it means that whenever they're all attached to the zip line behind the plane, or the line behind the plane, as soon as that plane kind of picks them up and they start moving, while they are moving, you will see them being like stale targets on the map until they're in their parachutes. So in a second, you'll see them being teleported down towards the Millie Island on the map feed, but don't worry, that's not what happens. It's just the map feed that hasn't quite caught on to it, just in case you're looking.
No, they're time wizards. They just are able to teleport at will if they want to. It's Twisted Minds, mate.
It is. Yeah. And wrong there they come. Down towards that southern side.
Woo. It's actually getting very piled up on already near Radio Tower. And we've seen Ascend be able to convert a lot of kills from past games here from this location. They can see Twisted Minds dropping below. FaZe has taken up residence just below them. Howl is trying to use these causeways in order to get across the bridge, which always opens up some lovely paths. And as the Mad drives down towards the grassy plain.
I'm always liking when features and changes come into games and you see a map designer go, or level designer go, that's not how I intended for this to be used. The fact that they can bring USs down the staircase is like, well, that was for pedestrians. You can't just drive cars out of my stairs. But some players found out, and everyone's been doing it ever since. And thank you, observers. Thank you, level designers, for making this change. In the meantime, now for solo, caught in a two-way split with two players still on the north side, it's not worth taking those shots. Smart that they hesitate.
Yeah, just a bit rough considering that they would get fired back on very rapidly. Like Hal. As Nail-Up spotted Kiliakai moving on up the hillside here. So they did actually make landfall on Novo, move through it quite nicely. Considering that unless a team is right up on the coast of Novo, it's difficult to stop anybody having an entry point from boats, given the position. So a lot of room for them to work with. Howl, though, is going to start moving through crates towards them, and let's see if I ever have his head in a swivel.
And he does. Here. Indeed he does. Finds the first one. Matt falls down, and now Schofield forced to kind of go on a bit of a detour, but the remaining two, I should say, have already crossed over, and I'm saying that they're not going to run into trouble going this way, but they do have Twisted Minds just down the road from them, and they've already found vehicles too, so maybe slow down a bit and start scouting before you just pedal to the metal, kind of continue your way forward.
Yeah, tricky, because otherwise, unless you're actually stood kind of driving along the cliffside, trying to find yourself some cover is not that easy. So Rune already takes some damage here. Lazar likewise. Both of the players going to half health. They're going to retreat on back and probably go to those cliff edges. Get as close to those as possible. That's the majority of the hard cover that exists. And yeah, it looks like that's where they're headed.
I mean, they have, what, like 80 HP between the three of them. So get out of those cars, start healing, and try and come up with a new strategy, because you need to get out of here. And also, this is a position where I wouldn't be too surprised to see a random Twisted Minds player come running with a nade.
It's also not a bad position for a Nail-Up to start opening up on them as well here. Howl caught between a rock and a hard place. This is not easy for them to get out of at all. They're going to have to smoke up, try and pick Lazar up, and then transitioning out of here will probably require some smokes as well if Nail-Up keeps holding that angle, but he has moved a little bit, so won't exactly have the same line that he did just before.
Yeah, I think they have bigger threats to worry about right now. Sure, there are some free points for them up there, but once the smokes are deployed, once you can't really get a proper shot in on the tires either, you might as well just remember for a second that you're in one of few still pretty viable positions towards that east side. And if you start in Novo to allow other teams to kind of creep in, you lose all control of, control.
I love the hive mind that's going on as well whilst we have this little standoff here at the bridge, which is, if you look at the map, if you have the map feed open as well, the majority of teams have bunched themselves up on that eastern side because they know transitioning from east to west is actually easier than going west to east on a circle like this, especially if the shifts don't really work out in your favor. So lo and behold, all the players are really good players, and they all kind of feel the same way about the game. Think about the game the same way, and yeah, it's very bunched up on that east side of Millie.
It sure is. Just wait for this one to swing back to farm. That'd be entertaining.
Okay.
Yep. Solo have, I would say they've made landfall, but they kind of haven't because they're still caught up here in this position. Priel needs to start shooting. He's the only player that I don't think Na'Vi has accounted for just yet, but he's, as you can see, kind of having a hard time finding an angle, and so said every single time he peeks over, 3 players are shooting at him now. Well, it's just a matter of time before he was going to go down. Finally, Priel is going to start shooting, but they need to get a knock. A few hits here and there ain't going to do it now. As a matter of fact, Uber swings and finds him, so this should be Solo down and out. And I think for Na'Vi as well, James, they want to get this done with quickly because they know there are other teams around.
Yeah, this is tough for them because with Bombelovo kind of disjointed away from the team as well, it's not easy for them to have decent lines of sight on where Na'Vi is and try and kind of reinforce. Look how far he is away. Sancho is going to be falling back to him. I think they've cut in the losses and they're getting out of there. It's not a fight that they're going to be winning.
Yeah, it's I like the idea of them sending 2 across early to try and set up the position and then allow for Howl to go on through. But you can only stay in that split for so long, and they had 2 vehicles too, so might as well just send the other 2 guys and send them across by other means than try and cross the bridge when you know there's another team that has just crossed on over. So a little tricky situation for them to be in. Speaking of tricky situations to be in, Howl ain't exactly having it easy either, and well, didn't go far, but close enough.
Well,
Can still swing to Woo, you know.
I think the cool thing about this circle as well with Howl's movement is they actually got out of a really dicey position with this and recovered, and now they're going to be moving on away, but they're still not out of the woods just yet. Metabay shooting with the MK12, trying to find a little cheeky snip on what they see here, but a return fire coming in from Voldemort, actually. Wait a minute, Voldemort? Did he hit him? Never mind. I think he got hit by friendly fire.
Yeah, I think they were all very eager to do damage. Yeah. I think for a brief moment, and wow, just a little bit of help blocking bullets goes a long way. They're currently going for the let's try and get shut at by all the teams on the server challenge, and currently they're doing pretty well. I think they've reached at least half of them. So we'll see now if after all opts to go over aggressive on this one. They do aggress early on. Danimon, first one to fall. As I don't think a flush will come through. No, not especially not with that nade coming over.
Yeah, Ferris was ripping them apart on that. So well done by Ferris from the distance, from Exalt, just to shut them down, whilst After All now is trying to recover with these smokes. Danimon should be back up, and they should be trying to move. But I think Exalt's probably going to be looking their way. There's quite a lot of tree coverage, so maybe they can use that to their advantage here to transition over to where Hibako is. But Hibako is also being shot, so they've got to be careful. They're not out of the woods themselves.
It's a weird crossover in that ridge, and especially when you have teams down on the runway in the military base problem. So I'm not sure exactly what Apple are planning on doing. I think for now I'm just kind of sit tight and wait this one out and hope that Exalt gets forced to move out of the position they're currently in, because as long as they're there, it's going to be difficult to really get anything going. In the meantime, now FaZe trying to prevent teams from flooding on over towards the Millie Island, but yet another team crosses, and this time around it is Woo.
Yeah, almost more meat into the grinder there, but they were able to circumvent some of the shots coming in from FaZe. Thankfully for them, not many bolty shots landed, and Na'Vi's moved up the hill a little bit, so it gives the Woo a bit of a reprieve in terms of being able to find a position for themselves for the moment, but they're really not out of no man's land just yet. Yeah. This is not a great position for them to be working with, considering FaZe is to their south, Na'Vi's to their west.
Now, fun side note, last time we had a game where Foot Esports were the last team to get over on the Millie Island, they got a 22-kill win. Not saying that's necessarily going to happen this time around, but if you look at the map, look at the amount of space they currently have. They're going to get, I mean, obviously they're not aware of this fully because they've just gotten here, so they have to scout their way on forward. But if only they knew that half the circle is currently theirs for the taking, because as you were saying, James, there is just a cluster of teams out east that have to somehow get out of the nut they've tied themselves into in order to make their way west. And should this next circle go towards the west, chaos is going to commence towards that east side of the circle.
You'd also imagine Foot are pretty kitted as well. They were looting for a long time, and they just got a crate on that side. So we'll see how that goes. It's Chris still doing the Ascend special, which is ascend to the top of Radio Tower and shoot at everything. Phil first, though, taking a lot of damage from Exalt. They do take down Molodoc. Where's the reinforcing fire? Is it anywhere? But no. Question Mark will shut him down completely, and there's no response here so far from Exalt.
No, it's just an impossible cross to make their setup. In a good position there, ready and waiting. And down goes one. And this is huge for Question Mark as well, being the second to latest team to kind of cross on through. Able to get a first kill and now a footing in while they're not inside the next circle just yet. They've already wounded one team, so at least now they have info that if a fight has to be taken, they have a 4v3 in their favor.
Circle on their backs, though. So how will they respond to it? How do they enter the circle themselves? Because I understand why Exalt loses a member there, as Ascend is still doing Ascend things, as you can see in the picture-in-picture. So Question Mark's going to wrap all the way around to the south, as we have a few nades also raining down in here. Twisted Minds is in quite the position. And is really stuck. If anybody's able to shoot at them from a low ground position as well, they are going to be donezo.
I saw them wrap into this spot, and I was like, what were you guys thinking? There's probably some sort of mastermind plan behind it, and you can see the fact that Mika is currently shooting with a holo goes to show how early Ascent opted to commit to the position they're in. They knew that it was going to be prime real estate. And also, I mean, the thing that we haven't talked about, the emergency parachutes, not the pickups, but the fact that you can just pop your parachutes at any given time when you have to jump down makes things a little more easy when you have to get off that hillside late game. Now, for Esports, pushing on forward, one Turkish orc taking the fight to another. As there you go, Bart finds one more. And for Esports, while they haven't quite gotten 22 kills just yet, are slowly going in that direction.
Clean it up, yeah. They got themselves plenty. BBL was also able to take out After All, so they're done. That was kind of east of Sosnovka military base as well. And Ascend is on the hunt. They want to clear out this location themselves here. So the wraparound is on the go. They're not really exposing them to anybody else here. Lucarux might be able to see them for the moment. Maybe he takes a pot shot, but here's a cheeky little angle here that Kiliakai has found. He just need a few more reinforcements. He's going to take them out completely. Perfect stuff by Ascend.
But what do they do now? How do they play off of this? Because as you were just alluding to, Entropic is still out towards the east, and I think Ascent might have thought that Twisted Minds was the last team to wrap in from that direction because of the way they played it, because of where they opted to set up. I think, I mean, Twisted Minds is usually the team to try and backfill in these positions. So I think they thought they were the last team in. Good thing for Ascent is that Entropic is split as wide as they are, because had just 2, maybe 3 of them been in Lucarux's position, that would have been a really good spot for a third-party opportunity.
I think the players just go back up the hill, right?
Oh, they should. They should, definitely.
Back to Chris, kind of sit up there for a while, keep shooting at things, happy days. As Fate here, not so happy days for him just yet. Of course, they did lose one to Question Mark earlier on, but they've kind of circumvented Question Mark pushing onto their position because they knew they were kind of holding them slowly. Question Mark had to wrap around to that south, like we were mentioning. But from here, Exalt has quite a bit of room to work with. It just depends on where the circle goes.
Yeah, it's a waiting game for another 10 seconds. It's going to shift away from water, but that ain't really saying much. Exactly. Everyone currently sat pretty decently. The only open landscape we have is out towards the west, and holy Ascent shift. That is not something they're going to be complaining about.
All right, so I recall a Brexico double-digiter from
11
here.
Yeah.
Let's get, who's on the board at the moment there for them. I want to see someone do the same thing, and they quite easily could, considering the height advantage they have. I think one thing that was good about their push down was that clearly they were working with limited equipment, as we saw a Hollow with an SLR shooting away. So moving down against Twisted Minds, taking them out and looting their stuff fast, getting back up was probably a great play.
Exactly. They drastically upgraded everything, having just taken out a team that got to loot for quite a while longer than what they were able to do. So definitely worth their while to go down and not only deal with a team, but the like of Twisted Minds, who tends to be a pretty big threat in this area of the map. Good read from Ascent, and also a proactive Ascent, a 2023 Ascent that I'm liking seeing, because there is an Ascent in the past where if any team came nearby, they'd go, oh no, okay, let's find a new compound to play and give it to them because we just don't want to fight people. Now, that ain't really the case anymore. If you start knocking on their door, they come out with their guns out. So, love to see it.
Oh yeah, they're awesome. What do you take away from the team that got themselves second place on the international stage? It's brilliant to watch them play and thrive as a team. The amount of times we spent with them in the pool They were always there.
Well, it's a good time.
Man, they were always there.
This is an advocate for more players to come to the pool. It's a good time.
Go to the pool, you'll get second at international.
I mean, honestly, if we can get James to go, everyone can go. James does
weird.
not leave his room, but he did. And
Yeah.
it was a good time. And here we have Brexco again, shooting from observatory.
You're right, I'm normally upstairs painting my Warhammer, but no, I went to the pool too.
Wait.
Oh
I thought they hadn't added mortars to competitive yet.
Well, none of the pros want it, and they're... Oh my God!
He just keeps on going. I mean, in all fairness, when you're in that dip, he's like, guys, give me an aid. I got the angle down. Give me an aid. I know how to find them. Everyone is running over, or maybe they just want to do it themselves. He's like, okay, guys, so...
My turn.
Ein Unterhandgranat, and then that's all. I don't know what I'm saying. I was just trying to make an impression.
Oh
There you go,
my...
gets it. Welcome to Mortars. One patch earlier than its actual arrival.
Kilikai popping 3 there. Very nicely done for him. So now that the team has casually gone up from 6 to 12, 10 even, I should say, as another player was able to get the last one. But jeez Louise, everybody wanted a piece of that. That was yummy.
When you thought dips was your safe space.
Not that one.
Not that one. Not that one at all. In the meantime, now, keep on. Circle, issue space, 4 damage combined with the Furious Man in his guts. Ain't gonna make life any easier.
I was concerned for Exalt if they were going to be split up when eventually Foot came down here, but it's not to be the case. Exalt's greeted this pretty well. Uber in the distance has been able to get himself a double on a nade, which is lovely for him. But now Exalt is kind of caught here because the Doozy's also got lines of sight on this. And unfortunately for Artix, drops a nade as well after getting knocked. That is very unfortunate.
Might allow for Foot to wrap on through, though. We'll see. Hopefully, if we haven't killed now with the not coming through from Beamy, if they can actually make a play on this. Wu, in the meantime, have to somehow brawl their way through Na'Vi, and with how they're currently set up, I don't see this happening.
Difficult. Uber looking for Quizzy. There is another man on the left, though. It's Keanu. Sees him. Ooh, just hopping down behind that caution vehicle. Shots wherever he can. Keanu tries to push up, but it's not going to be for anything. Uber finds him straight away, and now Quizzy is absolutely dead to rights here. He's got to do so much work. Nade gets charged up to good to go. Underhand on it. He's gone. Yeah,
you say that, but can't allow him to get the point on through, and luckily for Na'Vi doesn't happen either. Uber will be able to stay alive. The smokes come through just to make sure that there's no one set up on observatory able to find an angle somewhere. I think in other areas of the map they wouldn't have even cared to smoke that up, having the ridge line, having the car as well, but the respect to the team set up above only makes sense that they're playing this one smart. Fate now though, up close, pushes forward, finds Beamy, but still 2 more to find. Make that 1.
Is looking for one final knock on this. So close as far. Is able to get him through the smoke. Fairest showing why he is a prodigy of this game. Looking brilliant for Exalt.
Yep, able to stay alive for this one, but damage has been done. Fate fell down off of the kind of after the fall nade from Vard, and now Fairest, while he wants to get the loot up, he got to get his teammate up as well and cross further forward. Issue is, Question Mark heard all this, BBL heard all this, Ascent now heard all this, and they're just waiting for it. And you can see here, Rexco. Good thing for Ascent that they were ready. And here comes the parachute down from Kilikai too. Well aware and waiting for this push to come through.
Yeah, if they can get a cleanup on this, that's going to be fantastic for them. It's one of the teams that they will be more fearful of, considering they were coming in from the east side. Ivers actually takes down Brexco, but the trade should be there. A cleanup goes down. Kilikai, 8 on the board for Kilikai at the moment as Ascend. Even if they don't get a win off the back of this game, they've done plenty of work. 14 kills go their way.
I mean, he does come from an area of the world that has a lot of mountains in it, so I feel like it's only fair that he gets the mountain buff from playing Observatory. There you go, Kilikai. Enjoy.
What is this, Magic the Gathering? Okay, cool. Yeah, he's doing all right for himself. Yeah, I love it. They get that mountaineering gear on, good to go. And FaZe is moving forwards here to try and find themselves a little dip. Now, technically speaking, if there is still someone up on that radio tower, I think there's an open angle here for them, no?
Yeah, we'll see. Circle does shift off, though, so it needs to come down. Now, this is where we've seen time and time again that while those parachutes are great so that you don't take fall damage, hanging mid-air in phase 6 usually comes with a death sentence. So we'll see how Ascent ups to wrap this one down. They should have at least one vehicle up there. Maybe use that for cover. we'll have to wait and see how they're planning on coming down.
There
But
it
this, of course, the one thing that's the most important is do as much damage as you possibly can while you have this position to your advantage.
Yeah, the car's set up in a very important way there for FaZe. They understand that this angle was open, like I was alluding to earlier, and do not want to have any more stray shots head their way. Also, again, the deployable cover here utilized to great effect by Jeems to be able to just deal with any exposed areas that might arise from Na'Vi being able to peek over that hill.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it makes perfect sense. Keep his back safe for the time being, and also protect the tire should he need the vehicle at some point, which he might. I mean, no, actually, as I say that, he is part of the split that's inside the circle, so not really going to be a big concern of his.
BPL still staking out their claim on the circle. Have this compound for quite a while after they were able to clear out after ult very successfully. Wait, how does Bestalosh just get all the best guns and the best shots come in as well against Faeris? Fate now in the blue. He's just gonna sacrifice. There's no way.
Yeah.
Okay, so he goes. But Bestalosh, just give him all the big guns. Just give him them all.
I mean, that's what they're doing. And it's working out pretty well so far. We'll see. Now as Mika, only a Ascent player left to leave this position. I think FaZe just couldn't wait any longer. They're like, guys, could you please get off that mountain? We're trying to actually play the game down here. And now that they heard the vehicle come down, they thought that would have been the last of them, but not quite the case. In the meantime, it seems to me like Vex, he just gives up. He's like, you know what, Ghost of You drive. I can't with this stupid rock, this stupid wall, and now they're getting taken down because of it.
Yeah.
I think Vex tried to drive out at like 5 different times and just kept hitting the wall because of the smoke. So they deployed the smoke to play it safe. In the end, that's what got them killed.
I feel like half the lobby was watching that, just thinking, "What's going on?
What is he doing?"
We'll shoot.
It's the whole. The you know, like the steering wheel was on the left side of the car, not the right one, and it's just a lot of confusion.
Just to give some backstage stuff. Apparently, Avenger says Vex doesn't know how to drive IRL either, so it all makes sense. It all makes sense.
There you go. Na'Vi tries to get down from that ridge line, not happening easily as both Example and Uber get knocked. No flushes confirmed yet. I'm kind of curious to see what Question Mark is opting to do. Are they going to cross on over? Duzi's currently playing the street, which is arguably the most open area in this entire map. So we'll see if they're fully committing to this swing on over. They shouldn't, especially not now with the circle coming back their side.
Should be a Doozy gets shot at. Gonna have to move on away from this, but that was from Corexi by the looks of things. Kiliakai still laying in some shots across this ravine against Na'Vi, knowing that they will eventually have to move. They will be exposed down the line. Question Mark still alive. 4 players left, good to go. They are quite divided. They want to probably save a Doozy's position eventually. But beyond that, man, Question Mark's starting this off with a bang.
Yeah, and I think it makes... I mean, keep a Doozy in his position for now. He puts down a deployable shield as well, just to make sure that Dante and Phil first can play their spots without getting shot in the back of the head. Clip in the meantime gets taken down. I saw him run out for a crate earlier. I'm not sure if that's what he got punished for, or if his position in the open just kind of got caught out. In the meantime now, smoke's being deployed towards Corexi to try and isolate the angle for him. I don't necessarily dislike that play. No reason to smoke yourself off if you can block the angles for the likes of the position down the hill.
Of course, Uber as well. Of course he does. And they're going to move here, try and steal this position away from them. And then they're going to be careful about that high ground position because Ascend still has angles on this. Micah able to get things on Uber. Example finally kills off Corexi here. He has gone down. But Ascend is still putting on pressure against what seems like the rest of the lobby.
That's 17 kills now, I believe. Yep, it should be. I said that Foot could get 22. It might just be Ascend who are going to be able to bring this one home. Micah able to find one more as Phil first falls. The pool buff comes through as they, I think, now should just start wrapping on forward. The thing is, they still have players from BBL alive, and I think that's what they're respecting. They don't want to over-aggressive.
Oh, that molly actually just barely catches. And now Example's on fire. He's going to go down. Kiliakai is able to get another one on the board here. Ascend, don't give them radio tower. Don't give them this hill because they are going to convert big. Question Mark is under a lot of pressure right now. Rustamar's still kind of in that south position, waiting to hopefully try and upset the balance of things. Bestalosh, though, with a nade across the ravine is able to take down Chris.
Yep, finally, a little more damage done up the hillside, but the main damage dealers for this game have still yet to be dealt with. And Kiliakai and Micah, 9 kills for Kiliakai. 800 damage with it too, so a lot of kills stolen. But you know what? They don't care about that. Any point is a good point if you're an Ascent player. And currently, well, they've got 18 of those this game.
Brilliant stuff by them. What a game. What a game. But likewise, question mark here. Patient as anything, as they're going to be able to push on up a little bit further against this now. Ascend is in salvage mode. They've done enough for this game, but they would like a little bit more. They try and get themselves a second place or maybe even the cheeky upset here against a strong question mark line who is looking for the back-to-back, Toby.
Yeah, they are coming off really, really strong. That's what I get for putting a Doozy as my substitute player in fantasy. We'll see. I mean, they should be able to bring this one home. They have the edge. They do have to make their way further forward, so arguably in one of the worst positions, but they have the ridge on the wall still. They have plenty of utility, having not really had to fight too much up close yet. They should be good on both vests and helmets too. So unless if Rustenmark can really come out and stir the pot, I don't see question mark not going back to back here.
Yeah, it's technically, as you say, like, you need all three of these players to ally up against question mark somehow.
Yeah.
Just try and fend for themselves against the team that is almost guaranteed a victory. And try and kind of, as you say, stir the pot, actually. It's a good way of describing it. But Rustamar looks like he's got no intentions of doing that. Look at this.
Yeah.
Is he AFK? Is he hello?
Can I just get that second place and get out of here, please? That would be amazing. In the meantime, I think for Kiliakai and Mike, I mean, Kiliakai, of course, want to go double digits, because why not try and break Brexco's EMEA record of the year? We'll see, though, if that's going to happen, or if question mark is just going to set up the blue wall and kind of run them down. The last circle we know is going to go into the middle, pretty much on the crate, a little bit further north of where that crate is, but outside of that, I think Ascent right now, just play the high ground for as long as you can, and if question mark push over, hope that Rustenmark gets greedy enough to shoot them in the back.
Nade heads over. Will it connect with anything? He's aiming for the tree. And Ascend hasn't quite gone that far just yet. And they'll molly on towards it too here. Micah starts opening up with some shots, but he's being pushed by the blue. The barrel in hand looks to move up towards Kiliakai here to reinforce that position. And shots coming in from Rustamar. He is not AFK at all. Bestalosh goes down. Doozy will finish him off, but this is Ascend's opportunity to try and get something done whilst Chaos reigns supreme. And Kiliakai opens up on Phil first.
Second one down, but now it's a 1 versus 2. Ain't gonna be easy, but there might just be a chance for Micah to bring this one home. Issue is he's wrapping the long way around. Dante has the high ground. Doozy is there to help him. Finds the first one, though. 11 HP to work with, but Doozy saw the damage come through. He knows exactly where he has him, and just like that, back-to-back for question mark. This time around with 10 kills in the back.
Fantastic stuff. 2 excellent squads here to finish things out for game number 2 of the EMEA qualifier, and that's a chicken dinner again, as you say here, for question mark. They are looking primed. They are looking angry for these wins. Double back-to-back, double military island, and they're playing it so patiently and I would say cleanly whilst we're watching these games.
Again, I mean, they come in as the second to last team. They wrap all the way south around. They spend a little time getting vehicles, but after that, they're just kind of schematically pushing their way forward. They're not in a hurry. They're just kind of entering every open door they're being presented, and the good thing for them is they find their early knock onto Exalt, allowing them to grab further forward, and then they just backfill and backfill and backfill, and it works out full great.
Yeah, definitely. But again, I said it during the cast, don't give these guys radio tower, but it's difficult to wrestle it away from them because they're here so early. They're able to make such good use of it here, and looking at these final moments, I mean, Micah even tried to stick the heel there, but joining us once again, Avenger, to talk about this game. What a match, mate.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. I can't believe it, honestly. Question mark. And me having a Doozy on my fantasy team again, for Alex' sake. Of course, this is just going to be me winning the Casters League again now. Obviously, this is insane, guys. But just by these 2 games here, they're almost guaranteed to go to the top 8 and to the finals here. That is just an insane performance, and even stronger this time around here. Staying 4 guys alive for that long. Bestalosh popping off with the arm here, Toby, in general, and another back-to-back military game here. But what we saw, Toby, in this case here, with the Ascend again playing the high ground and them being able to get this many kills, Kiliakai popping off. I believe he ended on 9. He didn't really break Brexco's, but what a fantastic way for them to come back here.
I mean, not only is the Observatory a great position, which you're rewarded with when you're looting military, but when you then also have a situation where I believe it was 13 out of 14 teams alive were on the eastern half of the third circle, they get to shoot at everything. There could have been a situation where it would have been a similar area of the map the game ended in, but everyone was fighting in the forest out west. Wouldn't have been the same shooting gallery for them, but here, they just got to shoot at everything. I'm surprised they even had ammo to take the fight to Twisted Minds when they came down the hill.
Yeah, and on top of that, of course, the FaZe situation where they lost 2 players, Caleres, that was a rough one. But I want to say here, like the pressure that we're putting on the players here, starting with the only 2 Wrangle games having military, like that is just, it's so rough for them. And also, of course, Foot trying to get some position inside the circle, having a rough time too. It's not really been the start for them. I have Vard as my captain. I think you have a Foot player too, James.
I think I changed him.
Oh, you did too?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's good. Good so far, I guess.
Well, not so good. All my players are not popping off, really. Apart from Ferris, who's doing all right for himself. But, yeah, I mean, at least the one slight solace that teams can take from it is that after the first military game, it really felt like a lot of teams, and the playing path and how it was kind of orchestrated overall, a lot of the teams had like that plan on how to get there. Like when we look at Entropic coming in from the boat straight away, knowing that they would have had to go through teams on that east bridge. And again, I think, as Toby said, I think there was about 13 teams clustered in the east side really early in this game, earlier than normal military finishes and military island games. So yeah, the teams adapted quickly from one game to another.
And big ups for Sid, of course, being able to go out and take down some of the teams there early on, Toby, making sure that they didn't pressure them so they could have the high ground, so they could put this pressure on, so they can get all these kills here. It was just super well played by them and well thought of. When they had the time, they took it and they made sure that it was well spent before they got back onto the high ground and started putting in some more bullets.
And I kind of briefly mentioned it during the game as well, but I loved the fact that they took the fight to Twisted Minds. Not only did they find the first 2 knocks early on, but an Ascent a year ago would have sat up on that hillside and said, you know what, we'll give them the low ground, we'll just enjoy the hill for as long as we have it. But here, they pushed down, they took them out, and they had a really good game because of it.
All right, here, the match leaderboard, of course, Ascent getting the most points here due to the kills, but question mark with the back-to-back here, Galeris.
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous here. They get themselves 20 points here after that victory. 24 points for Ascend, though, man. Like, it's great to see them go from kind of strength to strength when it comes to, you know, international. Now getting 28 points in these games, most of which is kills. 21 kills, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. Good to see here for them. And a lot of the usual suspects here in the top, Toby. We see Ascend, we see Na'Vi here. Good to see them coming in, popping off. Exalt doing good, BPL. But there is also a few teams on the right side of the board here that does not have a lot. We're expecting more from Foot Esports, from FaZe, and even from the Woo.
Yeah, I mean, back-to-back melee games to kick things off, and for FaZe losing 3 players in the first game within, the first 5 seconds of having landed on the ground. I don't think you can take too much away from it. I think for FaZe right now, they're just glad that this best of 12 is for top 8 and not top 2.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that as well, 3 points and they're in the top 7.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Pretty close. Yeah, of course, still super close because we have so many points being given into the top here. Caleres, of course, BBL being able to salvage here. It's good to see Rustin Ma coming into a situation where he could put a little bit of damage. It was the opening that they were kind of hoping for, but it wasn't enough for them to clutch it here for Ascent.
Yeah, I like when teams kind of evaluate the lobby the way they did to know that they had to wait for one of those moves to occur if they were actually going to try and have any chance of being able to dislodge question mark as a 4-man from that. You've got to anticipate maybe a snake or here or there, trying to at least get a knock and then kind of react to that. So it's good play. It's good play.
Yeah, on top of that, you also have a lot of players that are good at counting kill feed. You have a lot of support that potentially could help you with that. So it's almost certain here, Toby, that they are able to have the full knowledge that there is a player somewhere. It's likely that it's some player. They might even know that it's BPL that have a player somewhere, and they're also playing kind of cautiously until he popped out.
I mean, I was just going to say, huge, I mean, kind of back-to-back clutch moments coming through from Medusi in this game. A player who died really early in the previous one. The fact that one player, I believe it was Dante, gets knocked, and then he instantly swings on Rustinmar, double headshots him to take him out, and then also the fact that he makes the instant push onto Micah off of obviously having been told that he's low HP. So to come out and win that game too. But the fact that he won 80s and just double taps Rustinmar there, had that been 2 knocks from Rustinmar, because he had the angle on both of them, and he found 2, and then Ascent pushes over at the same time, that might just be an Ascent win.
Yeah, and obviously them still getting the most points here. 24 is still a huge points game for them here, James. Obviously, they've been different if they won, but still, this is the kind of start that we need to see from them here. We obviously had some good performances, both at the international, at PGS, where they obviously got second, but also where they got second in PC. So if they're able to continue to sit here, we could see the same kind of performance going forward, also going into the final for this one.
Yeah, especially since this is a circle where, yeah, okay, you get radio towers, or it's really good, you can shoot everything and stuff like that. But they're generally a team that I look at as a team that will come in a little later to circles, try and send it into some of those central positions a little later in the game. So to see that they're able to kind of change and chop from kind of strat to strat and be able to kind of play these central positions as well as they do, when admittedly they had a really tall hill to work with, it is quite commendable. I like that they're versatile.
Yeah, of course. And this was, of course, the two first matchups today. We have 4 more lined up here for you. The next one is going to be Takeo coming shortly at you, and then we're going to be going to 3 Miramar here. Of course, this is PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. After this short break, we're going to be back with game number 3 and Takeo. I'm super excited for this one, so stay tuned. We'll be back right after this short break.
Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and the spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback BR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
All right, welcome back here to the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. I'm joined by Kyle Harris and by Toby over on the other side. Guys, we just had a back-to-back military with back-to-back question mark wins here, James. That was insane.
It really was. And I love seeing it, to be honest, because if you think about, again, their road and kind of, the expectations of this team, especially after they were able to win a tournament here in EMEA prior, and then, there's been the slips and the slides, but back-to-back, looking as clean as they do as well, and apparently just giving Bestalosh all the biggest guns they possibly can. Yeah, I'm a fan of it. I want to see more of it.
It's give him a quick on every single game here. And Toby, of course, in a case where we have such a top-heavy lobby here, there's so many points given into the top teams. It is super open for all the other teams. Like, you obviously want to go into tomorrow and you want to be kind of comfortable, but right now it's like a couple points and you're into the top 8. Just one good game, you're into the top 4.
I mean, they would already this one really have to do something dramatically stupid in order to not make it into the grand finals. But having said that, we kind of have seen that as well. So as much as a team could go out and get back-to-back wins and look like the best team in the world, we also got to keep in mind that the question mark is a team that have missed just main events as a whole in the past. I know open qualifiers can be brutal for a multitude of reasons, but for them, I think it's a really nice buffer to come in strong on this one.
Yeah, and it's obviously looking good. We talked about the best luck change here. We also have some other teams that we need to do good. Navi didn't get any PGC points, of course, from the rotation here. So them starting strong is super important too here, James.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, so good, right? I mean, looking at where they're at, looking at how they're moving and kind of staying alive in a lot of these situations. I mean, if this circle goes north compared to going south of that road, who knows what we could have seen there from them. So just a small unlucky mishap for them could have quite easily resulted in just a few more points, and then we could have seen them in second place, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. And the next game here, Toby, is of course Taker. You had the pleasure of covering it in the rotation, and I gotta ask you, what was the most exciting endings you had? Because I feel like once we have that kind of northwestern island, it's always much more chaotic than compared to when we have it on the main kind of island.
I mean, I would say that the previous tournament that we had with Takeover involved was drastically helped by the fact that there were more emergency pickups because they were being utilized to the fullest by pretty much all teams at one point or another. I'm curious to see now how Takeover is going to play out with fewer because we haven't seen that, but I'll let you send us over to that peninsula yourself, Mats.
Yeah, I will do that. I'll just talk a little bit more though, because I gotta say, I'm super excited to get this Taker here started. There's so many good spots to loot. There's so many great areas to kind of theorize around where's the better ones. I've talked to a lot of the pros, and most of them, they say that they expect Palace, Fishing Camp, Split, Terminal, and Yongchong to kind of be the main areas because it is that close to that opportunity to get to the island. But guys, this is the third game of the day of 6. It's gonna be Tego. Hilarious and Toby, have fun with this one.
All right, thank you very much, Martin. Yes, Toby, I know that you don't like my grassy pastures, or you've been trying to change it, but guess what? It's time to Tago, baby, here as we get the game number 3 on the way, and we have the plane cruising over. What do you think of that?
I feel like as a musician, I'm supposed to like it to some extent, but it's when it comes from, We'll do it a couple more times. We'll see how it grows on me.
Yeah, okay.
Time to Tago. Yeah. Takes 2 to Tago.
Yeah. I tell you who would like it. Toffees. Toffees would like it.
You know what? It's decent. It's decent. I'll give you that. But yes, it is indeed time to Tago. I can't believe I'm saying this. But one thing that I'm liking of what we've seen from this map so far, just to kind of continue off of the question that Martin asked coming into this one, is that we've already, I guess, been lucky in a sense to see a lot of different areas of the maps be kind of the end game areas. We've been north and south of the river, kind of equal amount of times. I was fearing that the water itself was going to make it very predictable where the games were going to end. But so far, at least in terms of competitive play, we've seen a pretty big variety on where these games have ended. But of course, we have the thing where when it's a new map in, teams haven't played each other before, hot drops can happen, and you oftentimes do.
Yeah, those central locations, you can already see kind of where Howl is dropping. They've realized, okay, maybe we had to divert slightly from where we wanted to go. Maybe they wanted to go Hosan alongside maybe even Solo as well. So those two teams are really kind of in a bit of a rough patch here in terms of loot for the moment, but the circle has favored them. So it's not all doom and gloom for them just yet.
This is just amazing. I mean, I'm getting yet another circle that I haven't really seen before on
on this map. I think it's absolutely phenomenal. A lot of variety here in the early stages of a new map being brought in. It's going to be absolutely amazing to follow. Of course, Blue Zone nades in full effect on this map as well can prove these teams that tend to just really like the comfort of a compound. Blue Zone nades alone can make that compound a maze you try to get out of as you tick away and die. It's dangerous.
Yeah. Have you got a wall? Well, tough luck. We're going to negate your wall completely. And which
with magic.
Ooh, spooky. Yeah, I mean, it's a scary prospect, right, to go up against, especially in that late game. If you can save some of those BZ nades, then you are going to have a good time, all things considered. But let's take a lay of the land here. The Wu, they have Hosan, so that is going to be a great launch pad for them to be able to work from. There may end up being an invasion slightly from Howl, depending on how things go. But FaZe really has a great split for the moment, of course, just kind of getting together after Buksansar. He's going to be of the utmost priority, but they're going to be laughing for the start of this game.
Oh, yeah. They are looking pretty wide split right now, but a split that makes sense because there's no one really in between him in a position to do anything to hurt him. So it makes sense. And to go back to, I mean, the article that I had the pleasure of writing for PUBG a little while back. I think one of the really great things about this map, and one of the reasons why it's gonna mix in so well with Erangel and Miramar, is that it's kind of a mix of both. Where the forests, I mean, as you can see it here, kind of perfectly showcased, they have less trees than on Erangel for the most part. Like, they're less dense, which means there are more open angles you have to worry about. But as a counterpart to that, you also have more vision from the forests. And in the open, where on Miramar it can be just open with literally like pancake, nothing you can do about it, there tends to be a little more cover, whether it be some of these small whatever you call it, places for gardening, or it be the ridge lines around the rice fields where there's a bit of a dip and divot that kind of runs alongside the entire line of it. You just have more cover in the open and less cover in the closed. So kind of a perfect mix of Erangel and Miramar, which I think the players for sure will have to figure out, but I think it's going to play in really well with the kind of the current meta of the game.
Yeah, I would concur with that. And I also think that smokes especially feel like they have just like, I'm going to say like I'm going to put a random arbitrary number on it, a 15 to 20% more efficient rate of coverage. Because
that is the most Martin fact you've ever come.
I know, it does sound like Martin. You're right, actually. I'll just say it in a more Danish accent next time. But the thing is that there are so many open areas. There are so many of these locations where like smokes actually would add extreme value when you're trying to transition between locations here. So I actually like them a lot when you get some of those weird field endings here that really kind of hurt. Even alongside some of these hillsides where the foliage coverage isn't quite as dense as like the Sandhawk, say, so it actually kind of alleviates some of the problems that Sandhawk had. It's a good map.
A nice mix of both worlds. And we'll see how teams opt to traverse. And that's also part of the fun, right? We have yet to crown your monkey compound, your Kingwin dips, your all these like this and that sort of positions where there are areas of the map on Erangel that if we were introduced to it now, I mean, not knowing anything about it, some of the really great spots took a year and a half, maybe 2 years to be found, to be kind of figured out how to exploit. Teams are coming in here with limited to no info, and Dante gets caught holding. Good thing for him is that Mailman today is clearly not the fragger of the team.
Not the fragger of the team, man. He got some good shots to start things off, but couldn't follow it up, unfortunately. But Na'Vi is going to follow it up really, really aggressively here. Dante on the roof at the moment, trying to overlook where Uber is currently encroaching onto territory. Bestalosh is going to charge up a nade. Actually throws that towards his teammate. Maybe it's going to bounce off towards him, but Uber actually gets taken down by Dante. Phil first on Melman. This is a bit of a disaster for Na'Vi.
It sure is. Question mark is on one today. They've won the previous two matches, and they ain't done just yet. Melman gets flushed as well. Alia now kind of isolated. Does have a shotgun to work around with, but currently sat in a 1 versus 3. This is difficult, if not near impossible. But then again, shotguns tend to do magic for you.
They were keen for the fight, but it has gone completely awry here. Alia is just going to have to wait this out. Smokes it up, tries to completely stim up. But now, there's no way you get out of here. Question mark is going to take this patiently. They're going to absolutely bombard this position, this building. Even the pre-fire shots around the corner through the window, they know they've got him dead to rights.
Oh, yeah. They're going to spend some utility making sure they can take him down. The issue is, and if you see it now, as I was talking about before, some of these forests having less cover means that teams do tend to have pretty good angles in some of the compounds, so they also know that they have to be fast about it. Alia is going to be blind for at least another couple of seconds. First shot connected, not going to be enough to find the knock, and there you go. Na'Vi instantly out of this one.
As quick as that, yeah. I guess the shots from Melman initially, if they'd have got a knock, it could have been a completely different story, but not to be the case here. Na'Vi a bit ambitious on this push. Across the way, though, is Exalt. They've been here in that fight, and they're not as keen as a Na'Vi. They're just going to stake it out, have a little bit of a look over that way, probably hear that car on rotation, and play it slowly.
Yeah, I mean, no reason for them to over-aggress. I didn't see a single knock on the side of question mark.
Yeah.
Had the fight gone more back and forth, maybe it would have been better for them. But see here again, I mean, kind of just testament to what we're just talking about. Look at the amount of vision that EB has from this high ground position. Issue is that with how many people they can see, teams tend to also get a pretty good angle on them, and that's where teams have yet to... I feel like teams are oftentimes faster at finding the spot that's, I can see everything from here, rather than figure out all the angles that they can then be seen from. So you do sometimes see a player stand completely still because he figures, I'm in a perfect spot here, and then he gets shot in the back from an angle that teams just kind of have yet to really deal with.
Ah, yes. Let's get a little bit more looted up here for Smoke Wall. They, unfortunately for them, haven't really put many points on the board yet. In fact, 0.
That's I was gonna say that's putting it kindly.
That was an exaggeration. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Infinite exaggeration.
I'm sure they'll be able to do a little bit more throughout these games. We'll see. We'll see. They do come in, as you say, as one of the underdogs, for sure. Not as used to them being in the upper echelon of this kind of tournament play. But this is a decent start for them to be able to get all of this.
Yeah, it sure is. It's not only that, but also we've seen it end games already on Tago, where when we have these extra crates flying all over the place, they can actually end up granting cover in endgame areas of the map where there before was none. So as much as some people think in competitive play that it's a little too much with the amount of loot that tends to come off of these crates in the late game especially, it's granting cover where alternatively it could just be an open field like the one that FaZe is currently looking into.
So a bit of aside from the Na'Vi wipe, a bit of a slower start to this game of Tago compared to a lot of the ones I've watched. Of course, when you have those more extreme circles, you're seeing a lot more rotates in, especially if it's that northwest island. And thankfully, for other teams, there are more options to be able to get up to that northwest island, which is nice because of the amount of bridges that are there. Everyone's just kind of taking up residence in decent spots here to start things off, and it's the calm before the storm.
And that's the fun thing, right? Because areas of the map have still yet to be not found, because obviously the map has been in the game for over a year and a half. So players have played this map forever, but not in a competitive environment to the same extent that we're seeing here. Rotation paths haven't been laid out yet the same way that they have in the rank. Like if you're going from Picado to, I don't know, anywhere on the map, let's say Los Hijos, you know exactly how the rotation is going to be if you're a viewer because you've seen them do it time and time and time again. But those highways that have been set up on Erangel and Miramar, they're still yet to be, like the asphalt is still yet to be put down. The roads have still yet to be paved on Tago. So you're not seeing teams go for those ballsy early rotations. Whenever they find a compound and circle, it's going to chill because they aren't quite sure how to play it moving forward. But speaking of fighting, well, here comes DA.
Earth gets pulled up on quite quickly here, and Voldemort takes down Lyron. Fast. Metabay with some more shots through. DA trying to trade back against this. Metralius is going to be able to shoot in kind against Metabay, but this is absolutely blow for blow here, and Yepa is still coming in from the north side. They've got more guns available to them here.
Yep.
Is that going to be trying to peek up against Metralius, who is in a very, very bad spot now? Oh, perfect.
Lands perfectly on him, too. That's not really all you can do about it. The good thing for Odin is that while they lose Thunderlust, he should be able to get Medibay back on his feet. So, but we talked about them as kind of the... While you know the players, you might not know the team name. They have quite a few years' worth of experience behind him. So, don't count out Yeba just yet, even with FaZe pushing over the hill here.
That's for sure. Yeah, this team could easily kind of rise to prominence with the names that actually are available to them, but not if, as you say, FaZe is hunting them down here in those hills. But looking at this circle, a lot of teams are actually taking up residency in Hosan already, considering it is quite the focal point for this circle. So kind of excited, actually. Wouldn't mind an urban ending after the chaos that we've just seen of 2 militaries, especially on Tago here. And now Ascend is doing usual Ascend things, kind of playing that edge, kind of whisking their way in slowly here. We'll scout out this compound and probably take this one for the moment, or could even just go a little bit further. Their options are quite wide, considering there's not many people on that side of the circle.
Yeah, they've set up the Autobahn on the west side of this one, bringing it back to the good old Shift W days where they had full control of quite literally half a rich edge of the circle. We'll see how they make use of it this time around. As now Hal trying to push forward towards T-Bone, who is currently sat on his own. They're aware that there's a team here. The issue for Foot Esports is that they're in a split where they can't really now, especially with him falling now, they can't really commit to the position here because the rest of the team is just in a better one.
Yeah, Tough Foot is quite separated here. The Mad finishes off T-Bone. The rest of Foot gonna have to just walk away with their tail between their legs, especially with the lookout that Schofield has against them. Not that much ammo, actually, for this SKS, so maybe slightly worse looted at the moment.
It is kind of interesting, though, that considering how little to almost no data we have on competitive maps on Tago, Foot Esports got a second place in a game that was in this exact spot, just a bit south of where they are, and they were set in this exact same split for a while, too. So maybe just going back to, well, we won one game by doing this. Maybe we can do it again, but this time around, Hal was there, ready to pounce, and they kind of punished it. I like the idea, though. I mean, we've only played this map, 5-6 times, and a couple of times it's worked out from here. Let's just keep doing it until it doesn't work, and obviously, eventually things aren't going to do so, and now they lose one because of it.
Yep, rough stuff. Kovos press the magical drop button for Ascend, and on the wraparound, they're able to pick up a few things from Ica. Brexco, meanwhile, though, is heading in further, and actually, they've got a perfect west shift available to them, so, I don't know, fall back to Kiliakai. Happy days here for Ascend when this circle comes in. I mean, yeah, could still go into Hosan, or still even center up, but this is a win here for Ascend.
The phase 3 yoinks have been very purple today. That's for sure. We'll see if it's going to continue or if it's going to come to an end. But for now, in very similar fashion to the Erangel game we just had, they have control of quite a bit of the circle. Issue is, as you can see on the southern side, a lot of teams are swarming in that direction. So the fact that they're set in a wide 2-2 split right now, I think could very quickly come to bite them in the butt if they don't group up soon.
Definitely could be. Bestlosh, though, is fed another kill as Keanu, unfortunately for his trouble, gets blasted down, but at the same time, the Wu is here in full force, but best of luck. He's feeling it today, man. He is absolutely feeling it. Might not be the biggest gun, might just be an AUG here, but the rest of Question Mark is pulling up to actually reinforce this. So it's only Ibby and Nixie here to try and hold off.
He is just unstoppable, finding one more as Nixie falls down now with the blue sonate lopped on in, trying to limit area as well. And just Stevie. Stevie set up here. Does manage to get the flush and a doozy, though, so
nice.
While they do go down, or at least 3 of them will, EB's able to do some damage. As you can see here, again, so many angles that these players have yet to prepare for now. With the blue coming in, we'll see if he's going to able to fit the first aid off. Nope, not going to happen. Besto with a double.
It was so close to going off. It was so close. Poor guy. I mean, even if he'd have got up and tried to reposition, he was anticipating Question Mark, trying to look for off angles for him to make that kind of move. So, a bit damned if you do, damned if you don't, unfortunately, there for Ibby. Another good cleanup for Question Mark. That's 7 on the board already for game 3 of the day.
Terrifying team when they're playing at their best, and for them, hopefully, they'll be able to continue to do just that. In the meantime, another team who's been playing pretty damn well today, Ascent, we said they were going to have to group up eventually, and now they have, at least to some extent. They're taking the fight here to Yepa, who took one casualty earlier, and now it's just Medibay left lying, and I feel like Brex knows exactly where he's positioned.
They have some brilliant range to work with as well. An MK14, a few MK12s, SKS in the distance. I know your favorite gun.
Best gun in the game.
There you go, apparently. And Yepa here now is almost in nade range. This is not great. Blue zone goes down. Double blue zone. Actually, if you're in that... Wait, triple blue zone. Okay, calm down, guys. Unfortunately, they'd moved away, but that would be death very fast.
Do we have anything called humble utility brag? I feel like that's what Ascent were doing there. Just get them all in there. We got plenty more to go with. Medibay, though, might be able to get off and clip now, actually, from a bit further down towards the southwest side. Able to find Braxco. That is an open angle that they were not anticipating to be pushed from. And for BBL, could just be kind of the entry to this next circle. And great timing on the kill too, not only finding points, but also seeing who's been dealt with and maybe allowing for an open door inside this circle that has just shifted out towards the east. Is it going into the city? I think it might just happen. Yes, indeed. It has gone full on Hosan.
Oh my. Yes, please.
Urban
Inject it into
ending.
my veins.
That's
Look
the
at
first-
this.
Yeah.
Oh, what a first Tago here for the EMEA qualifiers. And now this is going to be Madlands. This is going to be an absolute scramble for some of those teams that are outside. Foot from the north is going to be sending it in. So is Howl as well. They're being shot at by Ascend from the distance. Solo's trying to send it on in. But now those teams in Hosan can try and shoot at these teams coming on in. There is an opportunity here to rack up a few kill points wherever they can. The Mad already goes down to Perfectix. That's one going down. Ruin goes down to Lou as well. It is difficult for all these teams to get in.
Yep. Difficult, if not near impossible, as these teams currently sat inside, just there ready and waiting. Even the car doesn't want to be there with how it's floating around. Batoon's now jumping out, finding the flush and one. As Perfectix does go down, a bit of an off angle there for FaZe to work with, taking out one of Twisted Minds, but they really want to deal with this. They want to clear this angle fully before having to engage in a new fight.
Another BZ trying to force Lazar into a position of uncomfortable spot, and Luke charges up a nade, throws it on through here. Another BZ goes down. He sees him in the window, goes for the jump shot here, doesn't quite connect with it, as Lou takes the big brunt of that damage. Just trying to dislodge him and get rid of him. It's going to open up this corner for them, but at the same time, the slow roller's coming on in here. Lazar gets two! Oh my days! Will he get Spiro?
He shouldn't, but 15 HP to work with. Haven't hurt him on the other side, and is allowed to get the flush on the second as well. Twisted Minds, a team that plays this game so incredibly calculated, so conservative, and so smart, completely caught off guard by Lazar set around the right side of the wall there. That nade is going to be close. It's going to do damage as well, but is it going to be enough? I don't think so.
Yeah, he realizes where he is. Spiro likewise knows as well. So both working with good information here, but it looks like a lack of utility. Has to go for the smoke here, trying to maybe push him out, but Spiro through the window, through the car window, gets the cleanup, but they lost so much for that.
Yeah, they sure did. Way more casualties come through that than they would have hoped for. Engagement of that caliber. BBL now, I mean, again, this fight has been kind of, not brewing. Yeah, brewing, I suppose, is a good way to put it, for a while after BBL took down Ascend. BBL, well, they want to get things going. Currently sat at 13 points. They want to really pop off here in the first day, so they don't have to play too worried tomorrow.
I get what you say about the potential inaccuracy of maybe brewing or not brewing, because these two teams were slow rolling in from this west side, right? They were smart in their assessment in that getting into that city is going to be difficult. So if we kind of enter late, maybe that there's some casualties on the barrier of Hosan, and then maybe we can come in later. But hitting each other on this really causes problems. Michael cleans it all up. Ascend is gone. BBL here with some big scalps taken in game 3.
I like the aggression, though. I like the fact that they go, great, let's do it now. Because if now it doesn't happen, but had that circle shifted out of the city, they won't reap any of those rewards for getting the shift if they still have to deal with Ascend. So take the fight now, and if the circle then comes to you, you can then sit on the hillside and take anyone out. But if you ain't ready for the people coming up your direction when the circle comes west, you're just going to be dealt with as a team that's going to 3rd, 4th, and 5th party you. So smart that they aggress. Issue for them is circle doesn't go the way. Good thing for them is, though, that they can focus inward.
I love this. I love that we're getting the urban ending.
It's insane. And it's right down the center of the city, too.
Yeah, it creates a really hostile environment very quickly when you're trying to transition between buildings to buildings. It's like any other urban environment. However, you just don't have as much practice in these buildings compared to your Erangels, to your Miramars, and then the cross of a road. If you end up having the circle kind of narrowing down there, well, good luck. It's an absolute field day. I don't know how you kind of anticipate that against the other teams and the angles they're taking.
Also, one of the big differences in Erangel and Miramar urban endings to Taiko, you can see it here perfectly on the overview. Taiko is much cleaner. There ain't oil barrels all over and random fences covering nothing that is just there for you to gain cover through. When you're in a street, in a city in Taiko, you're in the middle of a street. Like, there's very limited to know of that kind of random clutter cover for you to work with. So if you don't have a city, like if you don't have a house in the city or just some sort of cover to work with, there really ain't none outside of walls and brick fences. As you can see here too, yes, bushes, but not a whole lot outside of that.
And the thing we've been talking about all game long, good old BZ nades.
Is that what we're gonna call them?
I mean, do you want to call them blue zone nades this whole time? I don't know.
Yeah, we're getting to coin things now, you know? Are we gonna call them BCs?
Well, the BZ's in the game, so I call them BZ, you know? But anyway, I mean, the thing is that they create such a different... Oh, my God.
They do.
Oh, my.
Someone tipped Santa Claus's slate as he came flying over Horizon and just, I guess we'll just throw all the gifts out now.
This is already my favorite Tago game without much happening at all.
It's also your first, so I guess...
Well,
that
I've cast, right? Not necessarily overwatched.
Fair enough. Just to add chaos to it. Go to the streets, everyone. There's gifts waiting for you. Little did they know it was bait crates.
That is terrifying. Now,
it's all the way down the street as well.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. What's cool, though, for the teams in center is you can only assume that they haven't had to use much utility just yet. So they're going to be working with, potentially a lot of nades, but potentially a lot of BZs, etc., to try and make something happen once the eventual transition attempts come along. And we go all the way north.
Ooh.
Foot is laughing, considering that they were wounded earlier on. This is a great shift for them.
Sure is.
FaZe moved already.
They're ready and waiting. FaZe instantly crossing on over once they see that shift come through. They have had full control of this entire kind of city junction for a while, so it makes sense that they would swing over earlier rather than later. Now spread out a bit and take full control of it too. BBL wrapping around the city too, again coming in late on the edge. They heard and saw the fight between Twisted Minds and Howl, I believe it was, up towards the north as well. So they know it's just Spirit left alive, and therefore they're wrapping in from this direction. Smart reaction play here from BBL, and they might just get backfilled by After All too.
Not too bad, not too bad. Entropic trying to move on that east side. Jeems now looking through the windows, seeing if he can find anybody encroaching on their territory. And not too much going their way here. For the teams trying to come in, like After All, for example, on that southwest side, and Entropic trying to come in from the east, it's going to be very precarious. You're going to have to be very careful about their movements.
Yeah, ain't gonna be easy. That's for sure. And again, I mean, looking at this like a kind of perfect overview of what we've got to play with. If you don't got a building, you don't really have a whole lot of anything to work with. So now, of course, DMR is going to be swapped for shotguns, as that is the meta. And here comes After All in a pack, sprinting on forward, trying to get inside the circle,
Not
which
bad.
I believe they should be able to. Yep, there you go. Free real estate on the southwest side.
Not bad at all. Finding an entry point this late on is difficult, but they've found one. So that is going to work quite nicely. A lot of shotguns in hand, as you imagine. Like, whew, they are going to be pivotal at some moments here. And for now, again, I mean, we're finding ourselves in another calm before the storm moment where everyone's taking up residency in certain buildings. Eventually that crossfire will start to occur here. And all hell will break loose.
And we're only in phase 6. This could very well be quiet for a little while longer. A lot of teams went down trying to get inside this city to begin with, and therefore, there's plenty of space. Plenty of space in the city. The density also on the in the city areas of Taco tends to be with buildings a little closer to one another. So that's why it'll house more teams. Which, of course, for us, is just gonna make end games more fun. For players, well. Hope you got a good PC to work with all the frames you're going to be needing, because there's going to be way too many people in the very little area of the map that I don't think anyone's going to be ready for.
It's going to be tough. I mean, what a blessing! What a blessing it was for BBL, though, that Twisted Minds ended up being so destroyed in the fight that they were taking. I say that Michael gets knocked on a roof. Get off there! And I need you to be good for Nations Cup later on. Stop it!
And it swings north again as well. When we thought we couldn't cram the players on the south side closer together, well, here we go. Let's make it even worse.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of... You see the big field in the middle of this pseudo... Well, it is an urban ending, but there's a big field in the middle of it as well that actually covers a lot of this circle. But here we go. The fights are going to unfold for the moment. Solo getting taken out for a moment here. Sancho goes down to Curexi. Question Mark has been finished off after trying to make a little bit of a move from some cheeky angles. So tough stuff here in the urban.
Yeah, not immortal after all, as they try to go for the three-peat, but it wasn't bound to happen. And for FaZe, well, this time around, they're actually alive during the game, so points will be racked up. They still have more teams coming in from the south side to deal with, though, so I would imagine but they ain't gonna move too much further north before pretty much before they've got the blue on their back.
I like this move by BBL, taking up a building like this, given the circle, given the amount of openness in front of this one. But if you look at it, you also want somebody on the back of the building, because you can see there's only 2 windows to be able to look out against everybody else. So using the back of the building as well, maybe even the roof, if you get a cheeky angle up there, could be very good for BBL to try and put some pot shots into the rest of the teams when they have to move eventually.
Yeah, and a team we haven't really seen a whole lot from this game is Entropic. I mean, 1 kill. They've sat on the east side for a while. Now they're slowly, really for the first time, creeping on in here and getting up close. But they haven't really had to fight a whole lot. They should be in pretty good shape coming into this urban finish.
Rio trying to use the high ground. Nade goes forwards onto our cameraman. Doesn't get him. I was like,
we lost an observer. Oh no.
Oh no, that was unfortunate. Yeah, but lots of shotguns already in hand here. Smoke Wall was trying to push on against Corexi. There it is. We'll push him away from the moment. Again, only 10 damage per tick from one means that you can get out of it. You can even heal through it as long as you're not being pressured on other angles.
James, this is where, we haven't really kind of we've talked about these 2 things separately but not together. This is where blue zone nades are going to become absolutely horrendous for everyone trying to stay alive.
Yeah.
Because 1 or 2 nades can isolate an entire building if you get it in through the middle floor in a 3-story building. So we'll see how when the final circle comes to, which it does now, goes a little bit north once again, blue zone nades are going to be lobbed all over the place, of course, if players have them available.
So many teams in that kind of line of buildings at the front as well. Another BZ nade here to be able to move forwards here. James does find a member of Solo. But beyond all of that, they jumped from roof to roof. That was the advantage of having that big vert nade. Will they be able to take him here? It goes a little far.
Blue zone nade.
Wait, yeah.
Wow. Takes a little longer for it to spread. And they're just exactly in it. Just exactly in it. Priel with his toe is being tagged, but when only 1 is lopped on forward, he will be able to stay put, and more importantly, actually going to be able to get Sancho back up alive as well. That is really annoying for FaZe.
Yeah, definitely so. They were hoping that would be able to get dislodged a little bit more there. If only they had any HEs to be able to deal with that. Fex actually gets blasted by a nade as well here, trying to deal with Smoke Wall whilst trying to dislodge Solo up towards the top. Entropic!
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. They've been sat on this side of the circle for the whole time. They know there's no one up here.
I have to agree. I think it's smart. Trying to get out of the chaos that is going to unfold here down towards the south side of this circle. There's tons of smokes. Gustav cooking this. This could be perfect. Goes across. Oh, but the relocate here just a little bit further forwards. Fex should be able to finish that off. Indeed he does. And that is going to be Smoke Wall done.
Yep, and there comes the Saiga in the hand of Corexi, able to take down Priel. Again, they want to deal with the entire south side before moving further forward, but now the only thing on the south of them is the blue, so they have to make the run on through. Sancho finds 1, goes down instantly after as Danneman is able to deal with Solo. Out in 7th they go.
Holding the angles here against After Ult. We've been trying to transition from building to building on the southwest side, but it will be actually Michael cleaning things up here for BBL. They had the best position possible. Now up on this roof, like we were mentioning before, it's a perfect angle to exploit this entire area. All those teams are slowly going to have to push into that green, and it's another big nade for Michael. That's what I want to see.
Yep, very hard now if you're foot to try and make your way out of here, especially with the amount of pressure that BBL is applying. But, as you've seen from Clip here as well, they can't ignore the angle of Entropic. They know they have a full team down there, but Clip has 5 nades. You better start lobbing them in that direction.
Smoke launchers coming out from BBL as well to try and cover the position that they find themselves in. Entropic is barraging that corner of the building. There's nobody there to receive it. As another PZ, I'm going to have...
No, go.
And they're trying to find a dislodged position wherever they can, knowing that they have to get rid of them if they want to survive further and try and get the win.
FaZe taking casualties as they try to make their way out of this city. They do still have 2 alive, and now Entropic pushing on forward again. This angle had to be dealt with from BBL earlier, but they focused the city side instead, and therefore they're now paying the price. Entropic still yet to take casualties. Last one is seen, and just like that, BBL taken out.
amazing push from Entropic here. This had to happen for them to continue this game in a strong position, and they did so. Mexi on the backside has been holding the angle while the other three were actually pushing on. This is great stuff from Entropic. Foot, though, still surviving somehow against FaZe here, kind of in this trench warfare, trying to push against one another. Beamy finds Gustav. Will there be any more for their troubles? And FaZe will actually take them out fully here. Foot is done, but it's going to be Entropic up towards the north here, who is ruling the roost.
4v1, and now it's just Correx left alive. They know exactly where they have him again. Entropic didn't have to hurry, but Correx ain't going down without a fight either. More points accumulated. Gustav still technically resible here, but nope, not going to happen. That's going to be Entropic out victorious in a not so Entropic-like fashion, James. We've always seen them as kind of the spearhead, take the fight to the opponent's teams, but this time around, a little more cautious.
It was quiet for them on the eastern front, but then they made some excellent moves to be able to get them through this urban ending, which wasn't easy to traverse. And that, as you say, is Entropic here. The win on Tego for game number 3. I am thoroughly impressed by how they were able to do that. Not only the transitions, but also accounting for the fact that they had to get rid of BBL, and they did it in style.
Also clear to see how the game has changed with Mexi getting added to the team. They had a period where they reigned supreme in being one of the most aggressive teams in all of EMEA. Then that aggression didn't work out anymore. Now they make a change to play. And with Mexi added, I believe their kind of passive aggressiveness that they're now kind of able to pull up. We don't take the fight to people, but if we're forced to take the fight, or if people come to us to take the fight, we'll be ready for it. I like this playstyle of Entropic more than the let's just go all in and hope it works out in our favor.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, they identified the threat very nicely here, but we're bringing them on Avenger once again to talk about that, and they absolutely tore BBL apart, Martin.
Yeah, and what a fantastic game, I gotta say, while I turn off my AC so we don't make so much sound here. And I honestly, this game and the whole urban ending here, it's just a joy to see how some of this plays out, but the chaos that Blue Zone adds that everything just adds, and also the players' kind of lack of confidence in knowing every single centimeter of the map is just something that's so beautiful to see. The way that BBL moved, the way that Entropic countered that, and the insane amount of plays we saw in kind of inside the city, where either it was FaZe moving extremely fast after control. That was just beautiful to see. I gotta say, in this case here, Toby, though, it is special to have a urban ending that just kind of commits to the urban ending from the early starts here.
Oh, it sure is, and we could kind of tell how a lot of teams opted to commit to it early as well, simply because they don't know the perfect positions around that city to try and utilize. It was only really BBL and Ascent out towards the west that had anything viable to play for, and even when that came through, BBL had to leave that position too. So I love the fact that so many teams opted to go center early on, but again, also just how, as you were saying, Martin, these players know Pachinki, Picado inside out. They've been there for years, but you don't know every single angle that's going to be visible to you when you peek from these Takeover cities. And I think that's, as you were saying, kind of part of the reason why this fight unfolded even slower than we normally see urban endings do.
Yeah, it's kind of like being smart and adapting on the go here, James. Obviously, something that these players need to do. We saw BBL kind of be smart about it. They knew they conquered the western side, and then they knew, okay, we can kind of take baby steps ahead, take one small house and one small compound part by the step. But Michael popped off there. You were cheering on him for the entirety of the UK, I could hear.
Yeah, well, you know, he got knocked and I was concerned, and then he got himself at least 5 kills, so I'm okay with that. We need to be strong for when Nations Cup comes around, because I need that back-to-back. But, I mean, memes aside, like, actually, it was 4D chess, man. BBL out-positioning people was great, but then Entropic out-positioning the out-position, I loved every moment of it. I'm very satisfied with my first ever Tego game, Martin.
Yeah, I really enjoyed listening to it, and I'm happy I muted myself. I double-checked that I muted myself, because there's so many times I laughed at you guys either doing small, stupid puns, having fun, laughing, fun stuff happening in game, especially when you went in game. That was also great. I enjoyed that thoroughly. But I gotta say here, and we gotta break down this a little bit more here, Toby, when Clip takes out the smoke grenade launcher, kind of smokes the corner so they can kind of take out that push from Entropic, and then Entropic counters with throwing a blue zone nade on that corner that he wanted to peek. That is just literally chess over and over again.
It sure is. So just to quickly touch on that, I think it was on BBL to have prevented that push from happening to begin with, knowing how much like utility they had available and only focusing on the city. I think that's a mistake on the side of BBL.
Yeah, Clip had 5 nades, and I'm pretty sure that he'd be happy that he would be able to lob that way. 17 points here this going way. Kyle is obviously great, but FaZe also getting 17 is a huge step up for them compared to the last couple games.
Yeah, definitely. And quite the urban ending, right? In terms of the breakdown of kills and how they kind of distribute across the lobby, it kind of is relatively even. Not entirely, because the top 3 were able to get quite a lot of points, but there's so much crossfire. There's so much chaotic nature to those kinds of endings. It is difficult to rack up your double digits even for those kind of scenarios. But yeah, great to see those numbers convert in, and it makes things a little bit more even to the top, even though question marks still at 45 points.
Yeah, it's a lot of usual suspects at the top. A lot of teams that are already doing extremely well in terms of PGC points. So Twisted Minds needs to step up. Foot needs to step up. They had obviously a decent game here, but now that we're halfway through the day, I think it's very unlikely that we're going to see it's going to be a 32-point cutoff for the top 8. I think it's going to be a little bit more evened out. I don't think Question Mark is going to continue to just slam it like this. It's been a fantastic day so far, but I gotta say, this game here with the urban ending, with how everything went out, with BBL's pull up and taking out a Sin here, Toby, was absolutely amazing to see. And then the amazing line of Big Bait in the middle of the street. And we saw, and it's obviously it's flexible how depending on how many drops there can be. I've never seen so many crates on the street like that. It's crazy.
It was pretty wild. And I'm just loving the fact that I've now had the pleasure of casting 5-6 Takeover matches, and none of them has ended in the exact same space. I think it's amazing that we're getting to see so many areas of the map, and so far that we have yet to see a bad or this is so one-sided end game on Takeover. The map is really proving to be very, very playable from a competitive standpoint, and I think that's phenomenal.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot of talk to how the river will do in play, and the land ratio once we get more games. So far, as you said, it's not been really bad. And we talked about this yesterday while we had our rehearsal. It's like the variance is still extremely big. And it's not like Sanark all over again, where it's super predictable because it's land ratio in phase 3 instead of phase 4. But yeah, I'm really loving what I'm seeing so far. The only wish I would have is make the river into kind of the same shallow lands that is on the east side, like the dried out river on the east side. If that was the river in the northwest as well, that would be I would feel like Takeover would be one of the better maps for sure. Also, since they added all the new ridges and trees here, James.
Yeah, it would make things extremely open, right? I mean, of course, I think someone did an analysis of like 400 games or something like that. And actually, we've seen an extreme variance in where those circles have been. So that is awesome to see. But yeah, I mean, give me more urban endings. I don't care if every single game's an urban ending because it's just chaos. And I love the chaos. I thrive in the chaos. Give me more of that.
Yeah, obviously here in the case where we have it's kind of so high amount of games in terms of the Erangel, Miramar, we're obviously going to see more stuff coming in from Takeover that we have it kind of one by day, but still, you could definitely see that some of these teams, they have kind of their say. You could see, I was surprised with the EMEA being able to hold on to Terminal without being contested. Obviously, plane path and such aside, but there were some drops where I was like, that's pretty surprising that's not like one of the bigger teams or more established teams that got that. Some of the teams that are coming in, grinding in from open qualifiers, they're able to lock some of those spots down. Like, I would say Hosan's obviously one of the great spots, but unfortunately for Wu, they weren't able to survive for a longer time where they came in. But also, you see your Palace, you see your Fishing Camps, but some of these teams, Twisted Minds, obviously got some of the better spots, Toby. I will say this, though, coming in, Yepa, some respect to them and how they're able to take Terminal. If they're able to hold on to that for some time and throughout the rest of the year, that's going to be a huge benefit for them.
Sure is. I mean, it's one of those where, for the most part, if not almost always up until now, the team that is center has the best spot to root from. But with how the river crosses through in a diagonal fashion here, I'm not sure that just because you're center on the map, you're necessarily in a better position. With the way that you can wrap around pretty easily on Takeover, with the emergency pickups being available to some extent as well, I think we have still yet to really figure out what is the best area to loot on Takeover.
Yeah, sure.
I know why you're posing that though, Martin, because the idea that Yepers holds terminal across this year in EMEA is extremely unlikely, right?
Oh, yeah.
Considering the power of that location and these big teams, they'll be challenging for it down the line, I guarantee you.
Yeah, it's definitely a top 3 spot, I feel like. 30 more seconds until we go to Miramar. We halfway through the day here. So far, Question Mark has been looking very good. 2 games won, and now we're going to go over to Miramar, guys. Here, I'm super excited. There's, of course, the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers here for Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, at Gamers 8 Festival here. I'm super excited to be here with you guys, along with Toby and Calaris, guys. Have fun with Miramar. We're halfway through the day.
Thank you, Martin. That's right. Game number 4 on the way. The sandy dunes of Miramar. And we've got 3 of them today, Toby. So these teams better buckle down and get all the sand out of their shoes and, you know, do the things here for PGS 2 qualifiers.
Yeah, kind of sad to get the sand out of their shoes when you're about to go over to Miramar. It feels kind of like a waste of time, not gonna lie.
Maybe.
Especially when you're going here 3 games in a row. But you're not wrong. You might as well just get buckled up and get ready for this one. Are we going to the islands today? Maybe. It's that's how I'm gonna throw the intro on that one, James. It takes 2 to Mamba.
You know what?
It started with an M and it's a dance style. You know what? I'll take my win.
You know, time to Tego is going to stick, I promise you. Because I'm the host normally, and I'm just going to make
but you're
it
not the
stick.
host now, so you can't coin anything.
No,
you can't do that.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm
Anyway.
also not fully convinced on your BC Nates either.
What? Wait.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, I'll call them Blue Zone, but it's just more syllables. I don't know. Anyway, let's get to it. We have ourselves the Miramar to go down. And for all of these teams here, it's about racking up them points, those big points, as you were mentioning here. It's not technically your top 2 from this. Get yourself to top 8. Get yourself into that finals. Jobs are good. And the cutoff right now, because there's been so much svamping up towards the top, the sponge, there's still great opportunities for these teams.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can literally be Woo in last place and make top 8 off of not even a win, but a pretty decent game. So it should be all right. Should be all right, everyone, in this one. And I feel like, especially in the best of 12, where so many, I don't want to say random things playing, but oh my god, Ascent, can you get another circle? Okay, this is phase 1. It doesn't count.
They're loving it.
They wouldn't be complaining. The only thing is they like playing Edge, right? So it's like, hello, we're trying to play Edge here. Stop centering on us all the time.
So you intentionally go down to prison from where they are, and then just, you know.
You just wait it out.
Job's a good one.
You know, I mean, if they're keen to do that, then I don't hold it against them, but probably wouldn't be the wisest thing to do.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see.
All right.
All right. You know, but you know, I'm the host normally. All right. What a great transition that was. All right. Well,
yeah.
You know,
Woo.
Mastermind me. So many years in the biz. Anyway, we've got ourselves this circle to go down, as you saw it just before here. Going to be plenty of longer rotates for teams like Exalt and FaZe to actually make happen. And they might want to actually go wide round, you know, far towards the west, can dip down, try and come in north or towards Valdemar. Which is the usual nice way to avoid all of the cluster that happens through the middle of the map. So I'm hoping for that.
Yeah, from unpredictable shenanigans and rotations we don't know how are going to play on out. I think, for the most part, I'd go as far as to say that every single team on this server right now that aren't inside the circle, we can pretty much draw with a pen how they're going to rotate into it. The only team that I might be surprised by is Solo, but that's me not being fully aware of whether they're going to wrap east or west around Montenuevo coming down into it. I would expect they go east around and then try and fight for something east of Padrillera, or maybe down in that specific spot, knowing where they are in the plane path. But outside of that, I feel like we can pretty much predict where everyone's going to go.
Well, there they are. They're Solo. I think they're just going to blast it through Monty, mate. Like, at this point.
I mean, they might as well.
Well, the thing is that, technically speaking, it's 3 minutes 30 on the clock right now. This is a pretty early rotate, in essence.
And they know there's no one out there.
Yeah. So, you're all right, I think.
Yeah. Indeed, they are. The issue is that normally I'd say it's only 3 games and they only have 7 points. You know, it's not a big deal, but I mean, they're a fourth way through this stage of the tournament, and while top 8 is still easily within reach, you just always want to come off to a decent start in these 2-day bracket situations, where especially if you're a team that have yet to really kind of stand your ground in against some of the top teams, when I saw Solo come off to a strong start, they looked practically unstoppable during the rotation, and I have yet to see anything that even close to resembles what they were able to bring then.
The issue for them, or teams like Solo, is that things are getting really serious now in EMEA. I know they've been serious before, but if you think about how like some of the partner teams obviously didn't rack up that many points, right? So you've got teams that were doing well in PEC that aren't the partnered teams, and so they're constantly on this great power level, and now the teams that are partnered all of a sudden need even more PGC points than they would normally get in the landscape of EMEA. So the top of EMEA, whilst we always say that this region is very deep, the top is ever more hungry because the teams like the people really need those PGC points, otherwise they're going to be done for the rest of the year.
Also, I feel like 2023 in PUBG has been if not the best year for showcasing, then at least one of them for showcasing the depth, because we've done a lot of highlighting some of these top org teams for a long time, but I feel like this year has really been the proving point of how some of these maybe lesser known both teams and players can actually fight with the big dogs in this tournament.
Well,
and I think that's phenomenal to watch.
Let's talk about it candidly whilst we're waiting for this game to gear up. After PEC, when me, you, Martin are sat in the back, we don't know whether or not Howl and Exalt and Ascend are a flash in the pan at that point, right? We're sat back in stage saying to us, okay, that's awesome. They've done well here. How well are they going to do internationally? And then Ascend comes out, absolutely blasts it. Then Howl comes out with Apocalypse, absolutely to a degree blasts it. Like they showed that they're here to stay at those kind of upper echelons of play, which kind of proved our doubts wrong slightly. So there's just that many more teams and that many more great players at that top level. It's awesome.
It sure is. And, well, talked Howl, now let's talk Solo. Mentioned them just before, not knowing exactly how they're opting to rotate on through. I said they're going to backfill, maybe coming in east of La Deliriera. They went a bit further east than I expected, and maybe a bit further east than Perfectix expected too. Thing is, I'm not sure Solo is aware that two of their players are completely kind of in the midst of a Twisted Mind split.
Some shadow steps up towards the top here. They could be caught off guard if they are not careful. This is, treacherous location, treacherous territory to be walking into. You've walked into the bird spider's trap, and they're going to pounce, And, okay, I know spiders don't growl, but same
this one
thing.
does.
They definitely will if you're not careful here, Solo.
Yep, they sure do. And their fangs are bullets. We'll see how they come out. Spyro doesn't get one, but Perfectix is there.
Easy.
Spyro was the bait all along as he peeks over the top. And just like that, 2 down from Solo. Not the start they want to have here on their first Miramar of the upper bracket.
Just peeks over. It's like, no, actually, wait a minute. Time to leave. That was bish bash bosh. What a double coming in from Perfectix. And now the rest of Solo is going to have to get out a dodge. That's a devastating blow for them, considering that I think what they got was it? It wasn't 7 points. It was Smoke Wall that got the 7 points in the previous game. So Solo's been slowly racking it up.
Devastating, yes. Self-caused to some extent also, yes. They backfilled Chuma, knowing that Twisted Minds always plays into this exact area of the map. Twisted Minds plays it smart. They have one set up here already. Solo just, I don't say blindly, but just kind of drives them through it, going, oh, look, it's free. And then slowly the sharks smell the blood in the water, It's... I feel like Solo, them knowing, as we were just saying before as well, how much space there was out to the west. Off of the plane path, not allowing for even La Deliriera to be reachable. I mean, Ascent has to drive in vehicles south of Chuma to even get to Val del Mar. They knew they had all the terrain in the world to work with wrapping west around, and yet they go into an area of the map they know one of the hardest teams to fight for before is usually rotating through. That's asking for trouble, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's a bold play, Cotton.
Sure is.
And it didn't pay off, unfortunately. Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think that you can wrap just wider, like we're seeing, for example, Exalt do, if you're paying attention to the map feed as well. So it's just safer. It gets you in, and then you can start kind of playing those hills and those hillsides that are so good to play when it comes to a circle like this. As we can see Voldemon's exhibiting. And, they weren't good for him, apparently.
This is an amazing hill to die on. And, well, for Voldemort, that might just be the case as T-Bone. Good thing he catches Stendelost on that wrap down, too, because he's currently set up here alone. Now Vard is here, Beamy, and Ace here coming up, too. But he was actually alone here for a little while, and now with Vard wrapping in front, T-Bone will get the point confirmed. That should be, Stendelost forced off that hillside and off the compound as a whole.
Yeah, Foot was no chill in this one, were they? They were just like, okay, this is ours now. Get away. Run away.
Can't not think of the meme with the call the ambulance, but not for me. And that's when he died.
Well, the problem with this one, though, is everybody has guns compared to just the one dude. So
yeah. You're not wrong.
It's a bit rough, especially when you're trying to find yourself a decent spot in these hills. And the thing is, as well, is that when you lose a casualty like that so quickly in these hills, the circle suddenly shifts away, and then you have to make transitions across all of these roads. Thankfully, they're currently all still in right now, but it's slowly becoming an edge game for them.
It sure is.
So, and with teams like DA taking those wide 2-2 splits over across other spots, land becomes a premium.
Why is it looks good right now, but why is DA still split? This is them just going into a gold mine and not realizing you can't carry out a ton of gold if you're only one person. They're sitting on too much prime real estate, and I think it's going to come to bite them real soon if they don't group up.
Maybe. I mean, they're lucky that it's Solo that's moving through the middle of them at the moment. Because if this was a 4-man, they could have rocked up on one location. But
the thing is, it's so hard to drive out in a way, because if a team gets set up, or two teams even, maybe even three, gets set up on the hills around, you can't do that late. Oh, let's just group up now that we're getting pushed, because half the server is going to be shooting at you.
Well, we'll
so the fact that they're trying to maintain this split, I think, is very ballsy. If it pays off, kudos, you're dead, and it worked out. But I think as a kind of a rule of thumb way to play it, I think that's too greedy for my liking.
Hibako will be greedy as he tries to traverse through these hills, as Smokewall's taking some shots here and there and not quite connecting with a huge amount. Does actually finally hit Hibako, though. Nice. He was the one that they were all targeting down, so some focus fire will at least take one scalp. Or at least a knock. That's a nice nade. Oh, Flu! You're going to have to get out of there. FaZe is pushing aggressive.
They have no clue that Fix is here, though. But Fectix missing crucial shots. Does get the knock onto Fex, but he would have really wanted to take down Jeems there, too. The good thing is that they get to slow FaZe down, at least just for a moment, because Spyro, as you can see, only now is coming over the ridgeline to help out. He was far away from the team, but now able to regroup and get back together. Jeems does manage to find one. Gets the second one as well, as it turns onto Lou.
Spiro and Batulins looking for an opportunity here. A nade might come on through here from Batulins, but likewise, Jeems realizes where Spiro is. Sends a nade on the way over towards that car. Does it actually go far enough? No, air burst before actually hitting the location he needs. It's going to be Batulins on the off angle here. A finish off on Lou. Do they find an opportunity here against them? I don't think they know exactly on Batulin's angle, but they do certainly know on Spiro's. Here it comes. He sees him through the grid. Actually, no, the return round. Jeems on the third. Will he get another? If Jeems is able to do this, oh my, he has been an absolute MVP here for FaZe. What a play from Jeems.
Yep, crucial. With Fex going down and then being able to reset off of it. That's what Jeems can do. Sometimes he gets caught off guard, caught in a situation where he shouldn't have been, and dies because of it. Other times, he swings at any player on a given server and makes them look like they've only just picked up the game. Huge 3 kills coming in from Jeems there.
Nades connecting on Spiro as well. Jimbo, I want him to get all 4. He's not going to get the 4th by the looks of things, considering these angles. But flinches off Batulins, and maybe the crossfire here can be enough for it. But FaZe, what a push. It was looking a little dicey, considering they're all coming up from that one angle, and actually there is some crossfire coming in from across the way. So they're a little timer maybe on this for the moment. Spiro still has a nade.
This kind of catastrophe that has unfolded for Twisted Minds goes back to Perfectix not getting the double there. He swung the transfer over to Jeems before he had the knock on Fex, and had to swing back on Fex again when he realized that he hadn't found him. And then because of having to kind of do that transfer back and forth mid-spray, and this all happens in the blink of an eye, but because he had to swing back on the first one, he then doesn't have enough bullets to go for Jeems. So just a bit of a misread where muscle memory kind of works against you.
You know, I feel like I just blacked out. Spiro somehow just got out straight. Like,
he drove away. That's what cars can do, James. You should know. You know cars and stuff, right?
I'm
the tires
very familiar.
and the horsepower and all that stuff.
All right. Well, you know, Good for him that he drove away. That is actually quite commendable, considering that I thought he was doomed.
I mean, he probably still is doomed, but at least he gets to be doomed somewhere else on the map, which is inside the circle.
So he survived 30 seconds longer than prior.
Yeah. There you go. Still another 18 to be eliminated before he gets placement points too. We'll see if we manage to rag him up.
He's doing all right. He found a dip. He'll survive for a little bit longer. Will Na'Vi, though, because they are sending fast through the middle of this. And at the moment, nobody's really taking too many shots against them here. Okay, now 3 teams are shooting at them. Never mind. Let's see if they can continue this on for the moment.
Yeah. They are aware, obviously having heard the vehicles coming through from Wu, in Tropic that is, that they have enemies nearby. And I think as nice as it looks to shoot down into this valley, they have to focus on what's happening right above him. Naileup still shooting down towards Howl. And again, I mean, they have Wu set right above him. They should be aware and prioritize this fight.
Definitely so. There's question mark pushing up against Smoke Wall, trying to just dislodge the wider split that they have right now, which is not going to help them out too much. This is not the fight that you want here against question mark, who will wrestle this location away from you. And when you're stuck in a warehouse like this, there is no supporting fire coming down for you from that high ground. So he's bailing. This is a smart. Get out of there as fast as possible.
I feel like we could crown these shacks the against the... Oh my god, Phil first. Nice double headshot. We should count the, call them the against the odds warehouses, because it's always the people that are just sitting and holding that come out victorious. Even if it's 1 or 2 before. There's so much brutality coming into those. Like, ever since they changed those warehouses, they've just become so defender favoring, even more so than they already were.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to hold them well, then yes. We will see then. But for now, we have Entropic, who come off the back of a great win. Really good to see this team being able to get a win like that on the board. They are a team that, to a degree, kind of fell from grace for a while after looking unstoppable for a little while. Of course, the change of Mexi, you were able to cast her in the rotation, etc. I unfortunately have not cast them until just now. But I'm excited to see them try and rise back up again, man. I want to see Entropic doing well again. And
who better to bring on than the mastermind of Mexi? Let's see how they fare off of a good previous game. Let's see what more they can get going here. Solo, well, not a good previous game, not a good game this time around either. Thunderloss finds the double. Solo full at 16th.
To be expected, considering that they were working with scraps, really, weren't they? So now we have another shift up towards the north here for all of these teams to try and adjust to. FaZe still firing on all cylinders with the 3 on Jeems already. Gustav looking for an opportunity. And still the Wu and Entropic kind of stuck in this little standoff that they find themselves on.
And it's kind of annoying for both teams, really, because they have the perfect position to just do so much damage to everyone else. But because they're both kind of trying to elbow each other off the hill, neither of them get to reap the reward of the high ground. And now they both have to leave. So a weird situation where now they're finally pushing. Evie runs one over. One comes in return, and now Nexi finds the second. And oh my lord, nice damage coming through from that nade as well. But once again traded. So blow for blow, these teams fight back and forth, which kind of means that neither of them really get the benefit of any of it.
That's one way to break the stalemate, just battering ram your way down here. Quizzy left up on the high ground to try and get some shots. Ibis runs through a molly and gets shot.
Was he flashed?
I don't know.
But he just really wanted the points, I guess.
I'm going to go out on the limb and say that wasn't the play, but now they're out in 15th.
Yeah, they are. Moving on. For Esports, coming down the hillside again. I mean, when you're trying to traverse south to north in this area, it's very, very difficult, especially with teams on those hillsides doing everything they can to prevent your transition on through. And for the Esports, they try to spread out and take some control, but Beamy instantly punished.
I'm still a little bit flabbergasted, but here we go. Yeah, Na'Vi trying to go fight uphill against all of this, where Foot is for the moment, as Foot has taken that fight against Yeppa. And question mark. Michael. Going around the corner, pre-fire, looks for an opportunity. He was really low, he's 1 health. I mean, they know exactly where he is at the moment. He has filled up those Dante. Shots come through the window here. Clip goes down. Michael goes for the trade. We'll finish it off, and that is question mark. Our big winners down here for the 12th.
Huge from BBL to rag up some extra points there too. They had to move, and they wanted to get that fight done with as fast as possible, and doing so without taking any casualties is very, very needed for a team who really wants to show the world that they aren't with anyone in this server.
Gets knocked here on the downswing. Alia's already down as well, and Nade connects with Example. He's only got a tree to work with, and it's not going to be enough for him. 80 takes him. That was quite swift, quite quick. Narvi's just got nothing here to work with at all. They are really stuck. Uber's going to probably bail from this. I mean, yes, you could try and find an off angle against it, but there's too much firepower and angles here to work against you.
Unlucky, Corexi. Go back to the bolt to get those flushes, because AT's gonna find them with the mini if you don't get them with the SLR. James, in the meantime, well, he's just continuing where he left off in the fight earlier. Finding one out of the vehicle. Avrite is gonna fall down. Now, Molotov is coming in from the north side as well, and you'd have to imagine that James is gonna hear that car coming plowing on forward as well.
After all goes. James still putting in the boot. Love to see that. We have BBL here. Now, gonna find themselves in a spot where they're gonna have to try and make some harsh rotates, some harsh moves towards this circle. They have a few teams shooting at them from either angle. Oh no, James fell out of a car.
He got too excited.
Oh.
And he is nowhere near his teammates either.
No.
I'm not sure what happened. Did he jump off a hill and not deploy I think he might have tried to drive down the hillside, then he got tagged once, and when he got out of the car, he got knocked. That must have been the case. We'll see if he gets flushed, whether or not, if he bleeds out, whether or not a kill gets rewarded to someone if he just goes down on his own. In the meantime, BBL, an uphill battle, quite literally. Smoke wall set up above him, but they've allowed for both Clip and Rustinman now to get terrifyingly close.
I think Smoke wall, kind of got a little bit distracted about some of the potential other threats going on towards the circle, and we're looking that way for a moment. And yeah, this allowing BBL to encroach so close. Whilst somehow Rustamar's just knocking other players and gets knocked himself, because trying to get in from this side of the circle, going uphill, going up against some of these buildings, etc., is just absolutely treacherous. It's very difficult to make this work for BBL.
Yeah, sure is. Now with the first knock coming through, and not even from the team they were expecting it from, gonna make things any easier, and with the angles being this open from all sides, not gonna happen either. Moldog finds Spiro. Eventually Twisted Minds were gonna fall, and they do so in 11.
More shots coming in from T-Bone across this, but again, all of these angles, they're so open. Any window they peek out of here, any heel going down, need to be able to get people up fast as anything.
Yeah.
But then they're going to need to move as well.
Sure will. There you go. One falls out. Tried to bring him away in the vehicle as well, but wasn't going to happen. Remember that you can put your knock players into cars. Very convenient sometimes, but other times they just end up dying, as we saw there.
Send in slow. Slow and steady wins the race here for them. 6 kills so far as they found themselves in edge position to play off. It's 8Z and T-Bone still looking to find themselves a wiggle through. But Uber, he's going to take 1 point, surely.
Yeah, T-Bone is going to die. Unless if he sees that kind of arm wiggling around animation, but T-Bone has no good reason to expect that to be a player set behind him right now. Thing is, when does Uber shoot? And now T-Bone is over the ridge line. The blue is off. So he's going to have to make the move on forward. Only one first aid left as well in phase 5, turning phase 6 damage soon. Ain't going to be easy to work with. Corexi does get the knock on 1. We'll see now if 8Z is going to be able to do anything else.
The shot's going to be hit from everywhere.
It's going to hit him.
Gets him. That is perfect. What a move considering. Oh, he's at 1 health.
He's 1 HP. Uber just keeping on doing Uber things.
I think,
he's actually 1 HP.
Yeah, so it's clear that FaZe is going to clean him up here. Eventually, it feels like. But the thing is that to be able to bide your time that long, knowing that there's so much carnage going on around you for eventually one to get knocked and then be able to get that the way he did, just leave it till the absolute very last second before he has to shoot, really maximizes your chances of, other teams dying around you, right? So Uber, I love everything about that.
I mean, gets the extra point, gets placement points now of that as well. Very, very impressive performance. And kind of to be expected from a person with his pedigree.
Definitely so. Speaking of pedigree, look at that. FaZe with 10 kills to their name. They're taking high ground locations alongside all this. Yes, as they move forwards, there actually is plateaus that they can utilize to their advantage, which are still slightly higher than some of the teams' lines of sight. So there's still room for them to play towards the middle of the circle, despite not all being in right now. And Ascend is looking for the big move.
Yeah, but where does that big move take him outside of to hell? I'm not quite sure. Imagine half the server's going to shoot at them, but not quite the case thus far. Howl saw the rotation coming through, though, but they instantly called it. They went for it, and just like that, 3 fools. They needed to hit every shot in order to make landfall in this position. Wu had them beat. Wu got there early, but Ascent won the fight regardless.
If you could see my face right now, I'm in shock. That was beautiful by Ascend. The shots from the cars, but Ferris is going to say no to that move. I mean, he's alone. I don't know how he's going to be able to make this work. The rest of Exalt is far away from him. Their split is insane, and they're being fought by multiple teams. But I can't believe what I just watched by Ascend. What a move.
That is
the big
huge.
move.
Again, I mean, taking matters into their own hands. The 2023 Ascent that I've really come to love. And I mean, with how they've been able to play so far, it's been phenomenal. Can't count them out at any point of the tournament. Now, though, with Howl coming over, this might just be a battle too far.
Might be indeed, but Kiliakai is on an absolute rampage today. What's he up to? Ruin and Lazar are quite far away from this. They're going to send some throwables down on this Ruin. Also has a Groza. That is deadly. Got to be careful about this. As it's Chris sends the nade over. That might be good. A little short. A little short here. As Ruin will just get away with a bit of a scratch.
The fact that they might actually get all 4 alive, or back on their feet, off of having just been pushed like that and instantly taking 2 casualties, that is...
Sense insane.
That's wild.
They're
playing with this level of confidence. Like the fact that not only is their entire team really, really good, but when they play with them, we're the best team in the lobby. We don't care what they do. We'll just beat them. Mentality, it just both. To take those fights, we were always saying, you can win this. Why are you playing it passive? Why are you letting them get your compound? Now that they've kind of put just a foot in the door, they're practically unbeatable at times.
They have an aura about them, right? Like at the moment, like when I'm watching Ascend moving about and stuff like that, and they're taking some of these fights. As you say, if you'd have asked me last year, do I think that they're going to win this certain fight against these top teams? I would have been like, probably not. But right now, yes, look at them. 11 on the board here in game number 4. They've been able to dislodge Ruin. He's going down. All that they've got to deal with is Lazar. And then, though, they've got to deal with the high ground threats that exist, which will be difficult. But if they can find maybe like a little divot underneath where DA is currently playing, that might be possible.
So Fate, that helmet went bye-bye. As he tries to use the car for cover for as long as possible. But they have to move, and so does Jeem. So I think right now it's just let's just outlast our opponents in this position. Force Jeems off that angle before we have to go. Now Brexcope. That should be a dead Lazar. Oh my god, he even opened the door himself. Opens the door and it is instantly greeted. Well, it just ain't it. And Brexcope. Oh, that's a freebie. 5th kill. 13 for Ascent. Coming off of an 18 kill game on Erangel earlier. And just like that, peeks on over. Double tap onto Corexi.
And QX is separated from the other two as well. Gustav and Jeems are away. They couldn't respond in kind to that shot. So QX is going to have to fall back after the heal. Some shots coming in from the opposite side from DA will actually give them a bit of a reprieve from the moment. Kind of delays the push up from Brexy and it's Chris.
Yeah, DA has really been enjoying the fact they've had this compound to work with for the better part of the entire game. They were in that 2-2 split earlier. When the circle went west, they went with it. And now all types of vision in the world, but they can't really group up and really focus westward before they've taken out Exalt. That's the only threat, because they can still see into the compound. They can still catch them when they're trying to move back and forth between the buildings. So before Exalt leaves, DA can't really fully over-aggress towards what's happening out in the open. And as you can see there, the way that the land lays makes it really hard for DA to really spot anything from down below.
Yeah, I misread the shots. I thought it was DA onto Ascend, but it was actually Exalt. So, good eye on that, as DA still... Well, they have to leave those buildings eventually, as the spray is going towards Jeems, as well as Gustav. But Jeems gets Fate quickly. It's all on Molodok now to try and do something here. Otherwise, they're donezo. Trying to use the bipod here from the MK12 for a little bit of stability, but you got to be moving. You got to keep moving here against this for the moment.
Where do you move? I mean, this is a situation where I wouldn't fault him for getting this rest and then just taking it to blue. Again, it's best of 8, or sorry, top 8 goes through. So FaZe probably won't be the team you're fighting for a top 8 spot, like down towards the 10th through 6th position come the end of tomorrow. But even then, he might as well just skip this one up, because there ain't a whole lot more to fight for.
Yeah, those smokes. You can see Jinx checking the left-hand side of them as well. Even if Exalt tried to make that move towards the left, I mean, they're just absolutely done. There's no way that they can make something happen from there. So Exalt will be the one to go.
It's so funny to see that, yeah, they go down. It's so funny to see that Ascent really want to push face. But they're like, come on, DA, look the other way just for a second. We just want to come fight them. Stop preventing us from doing what we want to do. And now, finally, that fight comes to an DA. And breathe easy, knowing that they have the best position in the world with the compound to work with.
Spot through the grass. Good eyes on Gustav here. And now the bombardment begins. I don't know. I don't think they have that many nades, though, to work with. They've been fighting tooth and nail against a lot of these teams. A few mollies here and there, a few flashes, but not many HEs by the looks of things. So once they crest this hill, it's going to be guns a-blazing. And then DA, I think they're going to look to clean up the scraps after this.
Yeah. I mean, depending on how fast this one comes to an end, we'll have to wait and see. Ace finds one, finds two. That's Kai. Chris with one apiece. You can see instantly they look towards DA. Even though they know there are still FaZe Clan players alive up above, they instantly swing towards DA because they know that they're going to react off of this. 15 kills and counting for the 4-man alive Ascent as they find kill number 16. No, actually, Blue gets the better of that one. So 2 teams left alive. DA against Ascent. Right now, my money is on Ascent, given how they've played so far. But Lyron being able to shift out onto that rock might just be the winning play for them.
Exactly. I'm wondering if they actually have eyes on that. But you can probably imagine it, especially now with Komarko actually opening up the procedure, as they should have a lot of good information. Yeah, Lyron finishes that off as well. Now Brexco knows exactly where Lyron is, if they didn't know it before, which they should have done. And a few nades will hurtle towards them here. But DA should have the cards here to be able to deal the winning hand.
The smoke wall is there. The push is through. You saw Killer Guys literally no utility left. Mika knows that there's going to be players out on that rock. Want to try and prevent them from granting any vision. Want to prevent them from peeking for as long as they can while they try and wrap on further forward in the middle of the open. Marco is the one holding the flank angle, trying to prevent this push to come through, but it has come through already. Marco, though, spots the first one and takes down Chris.
Big stuff from Komarko. Just the full cleanup now. Kai really caught in the middle of nowhere, and that will be it. It's pocket aces for Digital Athletics. They're able to get it done from the compound here, cleaning up a huge threat in Ascend, who have just been absolutely on a roll here today for day number 1.
And again, a game where they rack up a buckload of kills just to fall short of the win. They had it on Millie Island earlier, but once again, in 2 matches, they have racked up 33 kills. That is unheard of.
Definitely so, as we take a look at the highlights here. DA getting themselves a good win, but what chaos this game had for us. FaZe was playing a blinder of a game here, and as we kind of focus down on these hills, there was just no decent safety for a lot of these teams. It was very difficult to play.
Yeah, usually we see these circles come north to south, where teams are set in and around Chuma. They're playing the west side pretty easily, but because the plane forced everyone to come in from the east, and it then shifted so far south early that teams were expecting it to continue further that direction, no one was really in a good position to wrap back up towards the north once it swung up in that direction. So a very chaotic mid-game, bit of a stale end game here, but once the fight unfolded, again, winning play that Lyron gets control of that rock early, because Ascent was looking at it, they wanted to go for it, but before they got the full threat dealt with, they were already there.
It was indeed. What a great game here. Great first Miramar, and James is excited for me to get back on here. Of course! Yes. It was the 4th game, guys. We have 2 more to go here, and I gotta say, Ascent here, you could make a joke for the 2nd place here, but still, the amount of kills they're racking up here, Toby, is just insane. That they're able to close this out again and again, and the amount of points that they get from that, then it doesn't matter those 4 extra points you get from getting 1st place from 2nd.
No, exactly. And the fact, I mean, it's just the way that they're coming by these points and the almost wins that they're getting. This is not just them sitting around waiting for it to be won for them. They're taking matters into their own hand. Even when circles play in their favor, they don't rest on their laurels. They go out and look for even more. This is what I want to see out of all PUBG teams. This is what I've wanted to see out of Ascent for, well, ever since they started playing the game. And now that they're doing it, well, surprise, surprise, it's working out pretty well.
Yeah, and I think by that they will actually take 1st place overall Caleres, and in this case, obviously, I think with that they're guaranteed for the top 8 here. I think the cutoff will be around the 40-ish, maybe plus minus 5 point mark there, so they're going to be completely fine, and then they can kind of focus on what teams don't we want in the straight into the top 8 finals here, because they could eliminate some threats early on now.
Yeah, in theory, when I look at how Ascend's playing right now, I'm just loving a lot of the moves they're making. It's clean, it's pretty decisive. Yeah, if they're playing edge, they go for the big move in this game, chasing down the Wu. And what a play, Toby. I mean, I didn't expect them to win out of that fight, but the shots that they were pumping into them from the car alone was magical.
I mean, they shouldn't have, but sometimes teams just feel it, and they were feeling it, and therefore they come out victorious.
Yeah, lovely stuff. And of course, a hard terrain to play here. It's kind of rare that we see a circle in that far southwest of that compound. Usually it's in between the apartment block and that compound, but then again, a lot of the western territory was in here. In this case, I gotta say, some of the utility and the breaches that we saw, BBL having a somewhat of a fun time, and then Uber surviving to 1 HP here, James. I was like, there's no way he makes it in after he got AC taken down there on foot, but he made it in with 1 HP. Course face, they managed to go through a little bit of utility. I think it was Gustav with a good nade there that took him out.
Yeah, what a lad. I mean, again, really decent trigger discipline. You could easily, as a pro player, just see 80 running about and just fire at him straight away. But the fact that he waits as long as absolute possible to allow other things to happen, to allow the butterfly effect to occur on the battleground, and then gets himself another placement point. Because you could just fire and then go for the flush, and that's an extra point. But you know, there's always potential eventualities if you wait just a little bit longer, which I think was awesome.
Yeah, an extra placement point or another kill being able to be available for him. But yeah, definitely trigger discipline here is a huge thing. Another takeaway from you, Toby, here, you talked a little bit about it. I feel like the kind of the pushes and the aggression is a little bit, they're chilling a little bit more now that we've gotten a little bit deeper into the games.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I love the fact that we're seeing more and more, not just one specific, but more and more teams go for this. We don't have to aggress all the time. Let's wait for the perfect chance to aggress instead of trying to do it all the time. Kind of strategy that I think we can not necessarily give to, but Twisted Minds, formerly NLT, were one of the teams to kind of start doing that. And many teams have learned from it and implemented it to their own playstyle since. And Tropic, great example in the previous game, not aggressing on every opportunity you get, but say, this was good, but should we go for it? Is this the winning play, or is it just a potential play that could give us 1 kill, but with a pretty big risk of us losing 2 players as well? Teams weigh their options they're given much more now than they did in the past, where they would just pounce on every chance they got to take a third-party fight.
Yeah, it's much more calculated. Like, how many points can we get out if we do this? How many opportunities? And instead of sometimes, obviously, waiting for the last moment or doing a Hail Mary, Caleres, they're making much more calculated moves, both in terms of rotation, but also trigger discipline and a lot more other things. And I think that's also why we're seeing much more depth to the lobby and much more depth to Europe this year.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do that, especially if you want to compete on the international scene, because I guarantee you all the top teams on the international scene are doing the same thing. So it's important to get the reps in here now, because if I cast my mind back to, you remember back when we were doing PEL, teams played so many games against each other that they weren't exactly playing great PUBG. They were playing great PUBG against only these specific teams, where you should be using these games to be able to practice the very fundamental important aspects of playing, to then kind of present that on the international stage, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, and Toby, that's also one of the reasons we see so many teams play, small third-party tournaments. They play scrims, they play ranked even, just to make sure that they're putting themselves into a spot. But let's talk about the leaderboard here. Ascent, Toby, 21 points. DA doing great. First great game for them, but also FaZe here jumping into things, putting themselves really far on the board here.
Yeah, FaZe, I mean, up there with double-digit kills once again. Huge for them after a bit of a quiet start where they didn't really have a chance to get anything going. But for DA to be able to close that game out, I think is huge. We have seen DA time and time again be presented with, this is a game that most other teams will come out and win, where DA has fallen short. This time around, while it was playing into their favor, they knew how to end it, send Lyron out on the rock, get yourself the win, and they claimed it.
Yeah, and now here, the total leaderboard, James, 50 points here for us, and we could say pretty much full guarantee that they're going to be going into the finals with this amount of points.
Yeah, slamming it. Really happy to see how they're playing here so far. Likewise, question mark. I really like how they're playing for the 46 points that they've got. Yes, of course, these last 2 games haven't quite gone their way, but when you start off with a back-to-back, I don't think anyone's really got any questions around how you're going to be playing things out.
Oh, and on top of that, it's only 13 points from 11th place, Twisted Minds, and all the way up to 4th place in Navi here, Toby. So it's extremely close still, now that we're actually a third way through for the tournament.
Yeah, it's and I think it's gonna stay this way all the way until the end. When it's only a best of 12, you never really see those big kind of jump ups, especially not down in the mid pack, because you usually have 1 or 2 teams that will fare better, and then you have that mid pack that's just gonna stay close all the way till the very end. So as brutal as they are for the players, they just make it that much more entertaining for us.
Yeah, we only got 2 more games here, Calaris. Any surprises or any good things, bad things that you've seen you want to point out here to our viewers out there?
Not huge amounts. I mean, DA playing this game in traditional DA way doesn't surprise me, but slightly surprises me. I mean, this is a very different roster, technically, to when we were saying, okay, DA doing DA things. But, you know, playing out of a compound and being able to defeat Ascend there when technically they had the advantageous position. I think, you know, it's good to see DA round that out, especially with Lyra moving to the rock, as Toby astutely pointed out.
Yeah, that is 4 games done for today. We got 2 more. It's going to be Miramar back-to-back here for the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers going into PGS 2 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We're going to be right back after this short break here, so stay tuned. See you then, guys.
Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and a spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback BR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back to PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers here. We are done with 4 games of today, guys. And we've got 2 more to go. I'm joined here by Toby and Kyle. Toby, 2 more Miramar games here. What do you make of it?
I think we hopefully will get a buckload of variety compared to how this one played out. I like the fact that we went into an area of the map we've been to a trillion times before, but the kind of the congestion of teams was in a different area of the map or came in from a different part of the map than what they usually do, being that a lot of teams were wrapping from the south side up north, where usually when we get down to the Chuma area, a lot of the teams are kind of bunching up in and around Chuma 0 to then push down south. So even though same area of the map that we've been in a ton of times before, still created some variety.
Yeah, Kalaris, I would love some more variants, and I would love to see some more emergency pick up big brain plays, or even put themselves on top of the unplayable rocks, where Batulins usually go with a bike or something like that. There is a few rocks that you cannot go on top of unless you have a emergency pickup. So some of those areas are going to be really fun to see when we get one on Miramar. When I play ranked, I always try to get the team to get on top of that. We get like 200 bullets with an 8x, so we just shoot at everything. It's super annoying, and I know all the pro players hate when Batulins does it. Imagine if you have 10 more people doing that.
Imagine it would open up other possibilities that nobody wants to see apart from you and the rest of your teammates, which to be fair, I imagine I'll end up being one of your teammates in one of these games eventually. So yeah, I'm all for it.
Yeah, of course, here 2 more games to go, and we've already seen some dominance from Question Mark and Ascend, as we've talked a little bit about before the break here, Toby, and looking good for them. I entertained the idea of them kind of turning around, not focusing on points, not focusing on their best ability, not focusing on getting as much points and dominating as much as possible. But when we focus on the teams they don't want to see in the grand finals of the qualifiers here,
I don't think they will.
No.
For 2 reasons. One being trying to keep a team out of top 3, sure, very doable. Trying to keep a team out of top 8, it's not gonna happen. There are too many ways for them to wrap on, and there are too many different teams that play a factor in making a top 8 or not. And also for Ascent, it just ain't their playstyle to try and kind of mess with teams. Yes, they don't have a whole lot to worry about in terms of making top 8 themselves, but they also don't want to shy too far away from what gets them good games, because they are momentum heavy teams. We have at times where even after seeing the good Ascent, they have had like 4 or 5 games in a row that amounted to nothing. And I think you'd much rather play on the high and just keep racking up points regardless of who's joining grand finals with you than try and spend time doing something to sabotage other, while in doing so potentially also sabotaging yourself.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, for sure. You gotta have the best kind of practice going into the finals, and I completely agree. It's just a fun idea, and if it's gonna happen, the only time I see it happening is it's the very last time of the day, like the last game of tomorrow, James, or something like that. That's the best time to do it.
Yeah, you would kind of want to target those people that share similar rotation paths, right? Because then you get an opportunity as well to maybe flex out a little bit on your drop if you think that they could potentially be a threat on those rotations, or you can even have a little bit more land to work with and make yourself more comfortable in those last games.
Yeah, exactly. 2 more Miramars to go, guys. We're going to have some fun with it, of course. It is the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers here, the qualifiers for PGS 2 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for Gamers 8. Guys, take it away. Have fun with it.
Thank you, Martin. Toby, give me a big intro. Let's go.
This is going to be absolutely wild. Prepare everyone for the ultimate Miramar Island ending. The best one you have ever seen. Either that or something else. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Well,
there you go. That was the best I could do.
It's game 5 and they're showing Oasis. So we...
That's why James does the intros and not me.
No, I was enjoying that. That was great-ish.
Or were you wanting something like 2 more games to go? Sort of, I don't know.
They can do 2 worlds collide as we meet on Miramar in order to be able to determine who's going to be the best PUBG player. No,
stop reading off of your intro sheet, James. That's cheating.
I crossed that one off ages ago, actually. Yeah, anyway.
2 worlds collide. 16 worlds collide. Yeah.
Actually, over in StarCraft, they make fun of me for that one in particular, because I think literally 7 or 8 years ago, I used that intro, and they were like, wait, that's way too epic. What are you talking
We can't do that. You can't use that in the qualifiers.
Yeah,
I suppose.
Yeah, whatever. All right, let's get to it. This looks very similar plane path-wise, just opposite
the other
direction.
Yeah. That's all you have to say about that one.
That was
great. Yeah. I mean, you weren't wrong. It's the best type of analysis, just stating what you're seeing. What could potentially make this one for a fun one, though, is if a whole lot changed, but really it hasn't. I like sometimes where even though it is pretty much the exact same line that we're drawing across the map with the plane path, we're seeing a ton of change because, I mean, the plane is coming from the south rather than the north. But this time around, actually, very similar. I alluded to the Millie Island ending, though, and this time around, Miramar ending is where it's going to go. I'm going to stop being weird now. Sorry, my copy is good.
No, well done. That was, perfect ish.
Imagine if it actually goes to the island now, and my epic intro predicted it.
Well, no.
Then I'm going to keep doing epic intros for every Miramar game from here on out.
Yeah, epic in inverted commas. Foot obviously running away there from a moment. The one slight concern I had whilst looking at those drops was Smoke Wall is slightly closer to Ascend than Comfort would allow. So I'm slightly concerned to see if a knock or two goes down over on the west.
One thing that is interesting, though, as you mentioned, Ascent, and Naylor potentially gets taken out here, depending on what Nick's opts to do. One thing that is interesting, though, again, sample size of Tago, limited. Sample size of emergency pickup games, also limited. But one game we have had, actually one of the first examples we saw of the emergency pickup being used, was Ascent in a very similar circle to this one, jumping in very early on and ending up winning the game by just collapsing on a compound from midair. Pretty much before anyone really expected anyone else to be using it. Let's see Chris get a 3 kill. 3, 2, 1. There you go.
Ta-da! Yeah, unfortunately for Smoke Wall, that was destined to happen considering the vicinity that they were together. So, good stuff by Ascend as if they need any more points. But back to your emergency drop early. I like it, to be honest with you. The idea of it, if you're, far away from the circle to start things off, you're kind of negating some of the weaknesses that it has later in the game. The fact that everybody eventually will have taken some of the central spots whilst we see Lazar get a beta. Everyone will be kitted to the nines and will be able to shoot you out of the sky. So if you do it early, people aren't quite there yet. And I think it has its place, definitely.
It sure does. I was just going to ask whether or not Lazar actually realized that Kiana was there too, because while the shots were coming from EB, Kiana was shooting as well, but now with the nade being lobbed on in, should be aware that there's another player around. Issue is, I was just going to say, Keanu is alone, so does he commit to this? Then he has to go fast. He did go fast, but Lazar there, ready, and waiting. Again, didn't know what to expect from Howl, considering the amount of kind of forced roster changes they've had through the last couple of tournaments, but while they haven't gone out and bye-bye vehicle. While they haven't gone out and full-on dumpstered the server, I'm kind of liking the approach they've been taking to it so far.
Yeah, a bit of a middling result from them so far here, but there's still opportunities, and Yepa is doing exactly what we were talking about. I wonder how far they go actually here, because they have a lot of options available to them.
Yeah. Also important to note that only 2 of them are actually flying. The other 2 are driving in. So I think right now they're sending 2 in early to scout compounds for the people that are coming in with vehicles. Because obviously, Miramar ain't really got a ton of cars, especially not when you're going into an area of the map that a lot of people loot early on. So sending 2 in vehicles to drive on in and then make sure you have them available, pretty smart play.
Yeah, they're hovering dangerously close to After All. They're moving slightly north of them, though, so realizing that they could probably see people running about in that compound of After All, just separating up a little bit near a gas station, taking the bus, and just chilling. But yeah, either entry was successful, so not too bad by Yepa.
Great timing, too. Really, really good timing on the kind of the approach to that compound. Navi, of course, seeing both vehicles and parachutes coming in. Probably going to go, nah, it ain't really worth it. Sure, we could go out and get some more kills, potentially, but not really a reason to risk it. As Melman would try and scout further forward. And so far, not get shot at, but should be at least expecting that anything further center than where they currently are should be taken. Already.
Yeah, a big centering up by as many teams as possible in just the kind of small circle of a road, and then there's kind of the spider's web of roads that lead out away from it. So if you're in there and eventually you have to transition away from... the thing is about the next circle is it's almost guaranteed that you're going to be in this next circle unless we get the wildest of wildest shifts. So not too bad to just perch up for the moment. And we have quite a few teams coming in a little bit later. We're looking at Exalt, we're looking at FaZe, Twisted Minds, and of course, Ascend.
Yeah, and when you have some of these center positions from where you can't scout a whole lot, you just kind of have to sit tight. You're usually allowed to just do your own thing and wait it out. But now with the emergency pickups being a thing, you always have to be ready for the, wait, did someone just land on my roof? And then just out of nowhere, like 0 to 100, massive team fight going on. So expect, while we haven't seen them being used as much, expect to see somebody when they're on the edge of a circle, if they're in position of an emergency pickup, go, there's no way we're gonna fight our way through this one. Drive a kilometer outside the circle and then take the parachutes in and just YOLO into a compound from air.
Definitely difficult to deal with if somebody's going to be perching up on you like that. And we have Solo in the distance, just taking a few shots against Na'Vi. Solo would have loved to have moved in a little further into this circle, but there are barriers already being created by these teams. Likewise, Twisted Minds is getting here, realizing that, oh, maybe not exactly the best to be moving forwards further. So going to be hiding their cars, protecting their cars, and taking up this compound for the moment.
Yeah, gonna be chilling, waiting this one out, waiting for another 2 minutes and 33 seconds as the circle will come to a close. It's kind of rare that we see so many teams being inside this one already, but given how many teams in this particular lobby do loot in and around the southeast, or more southeast than others, it kind of makes sense that a lot of them are already set up. And then when you add the emergency pickups to it, then of course teams are just going to get center earlier. And for the likes of Twisted Minds and others who don't necessarily feel like they're in a hurry too often, it just means that they get even more space on the edge.
How did Yepa lose one to Entropic just then? I know bullets, yes, but
Damn it, that was my answer.
But I mean, the fact that Yepa actually flexed out as far as they did here that early is not a common move by these teams.
Well, that's where, I mean, that's the dark side of the coin of emergency pickups, right? You get in, you get a compound in the center, phenomenal, but you have no clue what's happening around you.
To a degree,
and I think for the likes of Yepa, they just thought that, you know, let's play this little position down here. And because they hadn't driven in there, because they hadn't been shot at by anyone on approach, they got caught by surprise. And when Naileup doesn't miss his shots, well, you're down in 2 bullets.
Yeah, I think they had decent reads on what was going on slightly north of them, and maybe to the west as they were approaching there via the 2 cars, right? But south, it feels like, yeah, they really didn't have huge amounts of read on it. So, unfortunate, as we have Ascend eventually entering the fray now. The lobby leaders with the 1 kill so far. I mean, at this point, yeah, you can enter as late as you want. With the amount of points that they've been able to accrue, all they have to do is just fight in slowly, get a few more points, and I mean, they don't even need them. But
and the funny thing with this particular circle, of course, the water is technically half of what's available in terms of land mass in this playable terrain in this circle. So you're gonna force teams closer to one another. But because of how much of playing we have around Impala, around the east side of Los Leones as well, teams are really cramming in on that south of Impala, like just in and around Puerto Paraíso as well. We effectively have a phase 1 where teams are fitting in a phase 3 amount of space. Maybe more like 2.5, but you know what I mean. So for Exalt, for Ascend as well, they're just not in a hurry. They'll wait until the next circle pops.
It becomes even more severe, right? I mean, if you think about Los Leones, the only way we end up in Los Leones is if it's mega hard west shifts over and over and over, but then you get to the unplayable that exists near Los Leones, and that's not possible for it to go there. Yeah. So, yeah, they accounted for this circle shift that we've got going on now. Almost everybody is in this circle shift because, yeah, they know how it's going to work.
And that's kind of the worst scenario, actually, for those teams coming in late, because what was center before was already taken, and now it's just going to be even more chaotic. So trying to make your way in from the edge now is going to be practically impossible, which is why you're seeing some of these teams wanting to be the first movers. They know that if we don't get off the edge, we're simply going to die in the open field. So we got to move in. We got to somehow put up our tent in this circle that has little to no cover available for us.
And the Woo's tent is blowing away rapidly in the wind. It's not easy. Schofield actually hits Melman on the distance shot, but Quizzy had to run away fast for the Woo, otherwise they would be absolutely scarpered in this game. Here comes Ascend, though, on towards Smoke Wall. That's a nade. It is a nade. It's one of the nades of all time. And that's
I mean, he got shot at when I think he wanted to lob it through the window, but then when he peeked around the side,
Yeah.
he got met with a storm of bullets. And I was like, you know what? I think my life is more important than getting that nade through the window.
So what you're saying is, what I said is not inaccurate.
No, I mean, you never say
Thank you,
anything
thank you.
inaccurate, James.
Thank you.
You're just a very politically correct caster.
Oh yeah, that's if anything
everything you
describes
say.
me. Yeah, that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I like working with you, James. You never say anything wrong.
And we'll leave it at that. So at least Smokewall's trying to reinforce the position here, trying to skirt on around. FaZe using the emergency drop in and actually finds himself a spot. They were being shot at by multiple teams there, but this was a great little duck in.
It sure was, and they were the team sat furthest north without anything to work with, but they go great. So what's happening around the center? Great. The entire north is burning. The plane was east. There are only so many teams wrapping in on the southern side, and those teams would have sat up in and around Porto Paraíso. We might be able to bomb at center. I think FaZe was even ready to take a fight in this position, but they saw no vehicles. They go, well, no one ran here, so let's just take it.
Yeah, another
Easiest
big move.
read of their life.
Yeah, as we're saying, the biggest telltale is no vehicles. Brilliant, quids in, let's go. So as long as you're able to somehow dodge all the shots from Howl, Foot that were shooting into the air, it's not bad. So they found themselves a great spot to play for the moment, depending on how everything shifts on up. And here's who's racked up plenty of kills as well as points so far, who's kind of playing an edge position at the moment. This compound's all right for now. But as time goes on, these fields will become a bit of a problem for them around them when they have to make the transitions.
Let's see now. As the next circle pops in just about 20 seconds time. We'll still include water. This next circle could be incredibly brutal if it goes anywhere kind of shoreline-esque with the circle center. We're going to shift away from so much terrain. The only blessing here would really be a northwest shift. That would then just be even more northwest shift come next circle. But we'll see now. Where does this one take us? Center, which will then go west-northwest, and as to be expected. But it doesn't really make the area of the map easier to play, especially not, James, when you have so many teams in and around here already.
So already making their move. As soon as that circle popped, they got in the cars and started moving. Where are they going to go? Are they going to just pitch up north? Not north, but on the high ground above where FaZe is. There are some little trenches that they can work with, or at least little dips, I suppose. Likewise, south of them, you see Digital Athletics moving slowly, not quite breaching the circle just yet, because they realize that teams have already moved ahead of them, where they probably wanted to go. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be quiet in the center, for at least for a little while longer, but the edges are going to be on fire. And that's, I think, putting it lightly. Na'Vi wanting to get a knock on solo. If they can wipe them to then move further forward, that would be amazing. But it's just, for Na'Vi, like these areas of the map, it's all in or don't take the fight at all type of situations. Even if they get a knock on Priel, that knock won't amount too much if they don't commit to the fight following it. And so far, well, they don't really have their foot inside the circle just yet.
It becomes a waiting game for some of those teams on the edge. They've got to... Maybe they can get a knock. Maybe they can try and open something up for themselves. But another great way of being able to slow roll it on those edges is waiting for the team center to also maybe like over peak and then knock each other and then try and kind of force something off the back of that. But you are waiting basically for human error on the other side of some teams here with a circle like this.
Yeah, Wu once again dealt with as they tried to approach from that northwest side. Double Vincent, yes, you're just saying. They had a bit of a lackluster fight against Howler last up dealt with 2. And then in the end, not really a whole lot they could do on their approach there. DA, not for winning the previous one, they want to get even more going. And now Exalt trying to send it forward. Where do you go from here? Is this a jump out to prone in the middle of the open? I think it might just be.
Yeah, it might be indeed here. If there's Overlook against them, actually shots are hitting from multiple angles here at the moment from this as they try and land. Fate gets down suddenly here. Entropic as well as BBL was firing on them. I think one's knocked. It's Lukarux on towards Artix. And actually Clib's moving up on this.
The thing is, I mean, even if they take one casualty off of this rotation, imagine having to go through all of this in a vehicle would have never happened. So the fact that they can get somewhat circle center, if not completely circle center with one casualty taken, I'd say worth.
Yeah, not too bad. If they were in a really, really terrible spot, yeah, to a degree. But I think BBL's going to clean them up. And also, it is going to be difficult for them to survive as long as they just put in a little bit of the boot here. DA, though, now moving up against Question Mark. This was a fight that was brewing for quite a while. Both teams wanted an entry point in a similar location. Did I just see another emergency drop?
I think you did.
Yeah.
I like the fact that DA gets the knock on skill first and then instantly try and make a play off of it. Now, I think it's parachuting. No, it's how. Oh, it's how they jumped up and jumped back down into the same compound again. Why not use the UAV as best as you can? They parachuted up from the compound and then parachuted down into the compound again, just to see what was happening around them. Out.
Definitely so, and Lyron is down here on this side of things. I don't favor DA in this fight. Question Mark has a slight advantage, especially with a doozy now moving forwards into the circle, really putting a timer on this fight for DA. They have to make something happen quite sharpish. Otherwise, they're going to be caught up against the blue as well.
Yeah, and you can't really wrap around the east side either because you're going to be going straight into face in that open hillside too. So you have to commit to this fight. I mean, you're better off here taking a 3v4 than trying to battle through on the other side. Now Hewitt falls down as well. Marco really needs to land amazing shots, hopefully finding 2 knocks and doing so as well, because right now, this is looking like DA is going to fall in 15.
All right, well. Cole Marco, the last vestige. What can he actually do against this? Actually hits Phil first. That's a good start for him. But there's not much more that's playable here. So he's going to have to retreat back to the back line of this. Gustav even steals that away from him anyway. So that's not a point going towards Code Marco.
Ain't necessarily the worst situation, though. If FaZe comes up and helps out, forces Question Marks to look the other way, I don't think there's a chance for him to get Metralius back alive, but... yeah, nope, he's going to go down, but maybe he's going to be able to get out of there. As I say that, the entirety of FaZe starts shooting at Komako, so he's in trouble. And he's dead.
He's gone. He's out of there. All right, well. Yeah, for FaZe, this is another great opportunity here to rack up some bodies if they can. They're currently in 3rd place, 42 points. Already 4 kills on the board for this game. 1 apiece. Jeems looking to make some more Jimbo magic happen. Here comes the spray on in. That wasn't magic. Let's retreat and try that again.
It was the... Oh, you want to see the bullets disappear? Whew.
Wow.
Yep,
Shazam.
Magic. In the meantime, Circle swings north, and I think that's part of the reason why FaZe don't opt to fully commit to this fight. No reason to fight for lost land, as they themselves have to figure out how they want to approach this one. Twisted Minds forced to do the wrap on out towards the east side. Don't want to go into Yepa. Want to take the fight against Afterall instead. And Afterall, really, I mean, up until this point, today hasn't gotten anything going, I think you can safely say. So don't fault Twisted Minds for taking this fight to them, even if they're kind of at a disadvantage in terms of the topography.
Yeah. Smoke wall could take a bit of advantage of this. But I think Micah just saw one straight away. Yeah, they know. The Mad here going to be absolutely raided by Question Mark as they absolutely blast on through this. But they're not out of the woods just yet. Schofield with a molly could try and get this through in. Ruin is also providing some artillery from the back as we still move over towards Smoke Wall against Ascend. Not much to be done, though.
No, not at all. Ascend just slowly running through the Smoke Wall here. And in similar fashion to the utility, Smoke Walls don't really do a lot of damage. Ragskull did go down, but I believe that was early on in the game. So 5th point coming through for Ascent as they now have plenty of space. As I say that though, because Exalt hasn't opted to push a whole lot, BBL now able to flex down more that southern side.
Oof, good nade. Not quite getting the full kill on that he would like, so it's going to be up to Gustav to give it a little bit of welly as well. But question mark's done with this location. I think they're going to be walking straight into the jaws of FaZe, though. Fex already gets Dante. Bestalosh goes down. It's a Fex double. Brilliant stuff.
Brilliant stuff indeed. As FaZe now, I think, has to realize that Ascent is pushing up behind them too. I don't think they need to take the fight to Howl, depending on how much Howl insists on battling off FaZe. But if FaZe do up to wrap South around down towards Ascent, I think they should be able to do just that. But does Kiliakai get spotted by James and the other way around as well? At least he hears him, but James caught completely off guard. As Kiliakai finds the first. Finds the second as well.
Kiliakai? A little bit monster mode there for a moment, but will get shut down. The big game hunter in Gustav is able to take him. And now their attention will turn towards Howl, though. Can they get up Curexy off the back of all of this? Howl is not looking to aggressively push very hard into this. Gustav lays in a few shots, moves on back, realizing that Howl is slightly slower to the upstart. Another spray comes in, but not really connecting with much.
Oh, I mean, for FaZe, again, back-to-back double-digit kills in the previous 2 matches, and now this one, 7 kills and 3 alive as well. Depending, of course, on this shift, how brutal does it get? Well, that brutal. Still, placement points almost, and 7 kills guaranteed is a pretty swift turnaround from the first 2 games of the day.
Yeah, and FaZe thinking vertically, right, in this game. That emergency drop, very, very important for their campaign in this game to get them to where they needed to be, because they were in a really rough spot before all of that. Howl starts opening things up against Na'Vi again. Uber is trying to skirt around the edge here and actually will actually hit Ruin. Uber, man, he's on fire today. Why did I take him off my team?
Well,
Lazar, and he's gone! Uber, all over the place. Whoa!
Able to rack up even more points from Na'Vi, hunting down that top 3 position, just 10 points behind FaZe currently. And yeah, well, don't have a whole lot of cover to work with, but that vehicle is going to do enough for them not to have to worry from behind. But here comes the nades in from both sides, and Batulins and Lou finding one apiece.
Very nice by Twisted Minds. And Yep are actually finding some cheeky angles on them, but it's not going to be enough. Great stuff, actually shut down completely. Ivers was able to pick up a bit of that up too. So now Entropic actually has got not too bad a compound. Exalt getting absolutely slammed here against all of these nades coming on. BBL just trying to do some big damage against them. Molodok goes down as well. That'll be a finish off on someone. No, actually, behind the something.
Michael doesn't have a helmet or vest, and yet he's just going full aggro mode. I like it.
not?
Finds one more knock now as well. Not sure what Exalt was expecting. I mean, everyone knew where they were once they started shooting at the midair, and they've just kind of thrown it down in a dip. Now they're getting help from up above as Lookerbrooks is able to take out Michael on approach, and now, I mean, FaZe, they're just enjoying all of this. Oh, a third player opportunity. We'll take that for free. Sure.
Moving on around here, but unless they open themselves up to an angle on Entropic, they do have to be a bit careful. That is the one threat that could rear its head against them. But never mind, it'll be Smash that rears his head. Just peeking over the hill here, taking out Curexy. Saw where the extra member was, and it was Gustav, as he threw a few throwables that way. Twisted Minds is now gone off the back of this. Rustamar looking for effects in the distance, but finds himself Gustav, and that's a molly. One of the mollies of all time.
To the angle. It's so difficult to really peek it probably when you have Afteralt on one side and Entropic on the other. It's not a whole lot of space to work with, and I'm not sure. Does he commit to the rest here? That'd be pretty ballsy.
Afteralt's making big plays here. They're moving into the middle. They realize that they can have some prime real estate. And if they're trying to start forcing some of these teams to fight each other, then they can control this game. And it'll be a big one if they do. They've got 13 points at the moment on the board. Rustam, unfortunately, he goes down to the keen eyes of Entropic. But this is Afteralt's game to win if they can seize this position and corral these teams into one another.
And they just got the circle straight on top of them too. This could not be lined up any better for Double A towards that north-hand side. Forcing the teams now, as you were saying, to fight one another and then just backfill, stab them both and get the win. But are they aware of Ivers' position? He could potentially be that lacking info that will cost them the win.
Maybe. 6 kills on the side for Entropic. They're quite divided at the moment. If one knock comes in, Aynen tries to find Mexi. And actually found Fex. Aiden is very close to Mexi, and these shots could tip off Mexi as to exactly where he is. I mean, of course they do, but does he actually have the wherewithal to peek on over and have the room to peek on over if after all has the cross shots?
I think right now, Entropic is just being really happy that After All isn't aggressing more. And After All doesn't have to. The thing is, they can just all kind of wait out Corexi and Fex here. They just chill. And either they get the points, which would be nice, or they die to blue and get top 2 guaranteed.
Wait for it to go. Here's that off angle that might pay dividends for Entropic, but Aeen knocks Fex. Is there a steal available? Doesn't look like it on that line of sight. It'll be Aeen and Clem all over the place here, getting Fex down. They are done and dusted. Now, Entropic here in this little divot that they've been able to carve out for themselves. 3v4 against After All, who After All hold all the cards here, I think.
I still need to get Ives out of the compound. He's in a vehicle now, so that should kind of be done pretty soon, you'd imagine. Here he comes. To safety he goes, as, After All, haven't really shown up until this very game. On the other side, Entropic already with a win under the belt in today's games. That one coming through on Takeo. So we'll see now. 3v4. Favor is on After All, because they're the ones sat with the position in the circle too. But Entropic has gotten a foot inside it. So there's still one more shift to come. If it goes hard south, they might just come up victorious here.
Yeah, it's a big split by After All, who, again, as I say, I mean, when you take these kind of big splits, you are trying to exert extreme control over the circle. But Entropic still has a spot for the moment. Shots come in. They know where Lucarux is exactly, but he'll probably try and relocate somewhere a little bit down the way. There's a circle going, okay, still technically has a little bit of that lip in for Entropic.
Yeah, the slow approach here. This is where kind of the poker mindset comes in of, we can't see their hand, but what are we expecting them to do? What will we do in their position? How well do we know the terrain? What utility do we think they have to work with?
Big wrap.
But I think the play has been, exactly. It's been found. The correct page in the playbook has been set up here by Entropic. They want to wrap north. They want to try and make it look like they're setting up for something on the other side, while in fact wrapping north. And this is where the patience of Danemon gets tested.
Yeah, I'm worried because 2 members of After All did not know where this was going. I mean, not all of them knew where this was going. There was 2 looking completely south and east while this wrap was happening. So this is an opportunity for Entropic to beat out the numbers game. How well can they do? They've found this little ramp. They've got themselves a little ridge line. Now the call has been made by After All. They realize that a lot of people are over here, but they're still paying attention to some of that south angle. That could be to their detriment. Entropic could make something happen here.
I really like what After All has done with disengaging here, though, because what they've set up is effectively have forced Entropic to wrap outside of the circle. And look at the open field they now have to traverse.
Shots.
Enan and Clem sets this one up perfectly for Danemon and Hibago to wrap back to safety through. They're still expecting somebody to be on the other side, and that's where Entropic is wrapping back down now. They knew they had them in the open field if you could catch them mid-transition. They didn't succeed, and now After All gets to sit on the southern side and do a wrap of their own. You just cannot give up that dodge. You need Enan to play that anchor position on that tree.
I'm going to play devil's advocate for a moment and say for Entropic, though, at the same time, they've eliminated the split quite heavily. So they also don't have to worry about too many angles here. After All, it's been kind of, again, corralled into these angles. So maybe they can win it out now knowing the angle that they have to fight against. Oh, what a spray.
Yep, a lot of damage coming through, but Mexi is still right next to him. So I think for now, they're just trying to kind of shepherd them to the opposite side of the circle, get the better position, get the high ground, as Ives and Lugaruk still needs to get off the ridge line there. And if they could group up with Mexi, that would be phenomenal. But After All, despite still playing it somewhat passive, they're staying alive too, not taking any damage either, which is crucial in this case, because losing just one player here could be their downfall.
I was scared of how much room they've given Mexi here, but he's going to peek up. This is very aggressive. You've got to be very careful here about this. He used the smoke to block the line of sight. That's a lot of utility they have available to them, though. This might give Ayan a good opportunity to peek across. And actually, Lucarux takes him down. It's 3v3 for the moment. The all comes in. Hibako hits Lucarux. 2v3 now, with After All with the advantage.
Yeah, Hibago finds one. Deneman
Easy.
finds the last as well. Simply too many angles for Entropic to cover. It was a battle of patience, and in the end, after all, despite playing a little too slow for my liking, do come out victorious.
Really like how those two teams were moving around each other for the moment there, with the After All chicken dinner coming through. It could have gone the other way, though. I think that the utility that they held until the very end was absolutely instrumental in getting themselves that victory here. They really kind of, again, I was talking about trigger discipline in the previous game here, Toby. This game, trigger discipline on that utility. Don't spend it too early. Make sure you've got it available when it matters the most.
Yeah. Exactly. They're able to stay put for long enough to rack themselves up a win. And again, while the day hasn't been phenomenal for them, this game might just be what brings them up further up that leaderboard and into a not necessarily comfortable position coming into tomorrow, but a much better one than where they were before.
It gives them a chance to strike out for the next games, right? This is brilliant here. I mean, not a massive amount of effort exerted in terms of being able to try and wiggle your way through to the middle of this game as a whole, but what a way for them to be able to finish things off here against an Entropic that's looking good right now. You cast your mind back to the Tago game. Very, very important stuff as we bring Martin back on to talk about this one.
Hey guys, a fantastic game so far. I gotta say that what a great way for After All to close this out. A little bit passive, as you said. They took that northern control here,
yeah.
Calaris, but Entropic here looking really good at Mexi, I gotta say.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it's almost, I don't want to call it a new lease of life for the team that was kind of stuck in a rut. It almost felt like when they were really not hitting their stride in Europe after looking so good in Europe. But it definitely has given them what seems like a slightly new perspective on how they want to approach things. And from all that, I think, you know, it's working so far. And I want to see them ascend to those top spots.
Yeah, for sure. And Toby, in this case, obviously they got 5th of the rotation. We saw that, we witnessed that. And as you guys were talking about in the kind of previous games here, I feel like the way that Entropic is kind of playing that, the coolness, the calmness, the level-headedness that Mex is able to bring into this team, he can kind of hold back from that, you know, 2021, 2022 kind of aggression we've seen from Entropic for a long time.
Oh, definitely. I think it's perfect that they change the roster the way they do, that they bring in a guy who is able to come in with a different mindset and play style than what they were doing before, because as James alluded to as well, they did something that worked really well, then it didn't work for them any longer. Other teams got better, they maybe fell off a bit, and they were trying to then change up the playstyle, but with the exact same roster, and they weren't able to do so because they had only played that one same playstyle forever, which worked out for them. But now they bring in Mexi, he brings something different to the table, and while it in the beginning might be a bit difficult to play around because everything is new, now they're starting to find comfort in it and coming out victorious time and time again.
Yeah, and James, you guys talked a little bit about the variants. I gotta say, we've had a lot of varied circles, southwest, now southeast here, lovely open terrain, a little bit harder to play, and there's also where we saw a lot of a kind of open pushes. Entropic decided early on to take that control on the southwestern side. I feel like if there were 4, or even as you guys were mentioning and talking about, they held on to just that little bit more utility, like one more nade each, one more stun grenade each, that could have maybe turned around this game for them.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like the difference maker at the end, right? I mean, they were pushing up very aggressively on those ridges, and you know, for our money, when you're at this level and you're a team like Entropic, you know that in those moments they probably would have expended a few more grenades if they'd had them in the pocket. And that could have been the difference maker, but not to be. I still like the movement, how they were moving to try and approach the puzzle that was a difficult puzzle to solve against After All, because After All initially had so much control.
And After All obviously don't have that many PGC points yet. We've seen them, they've been in the scene for a long time, Topi here, and obviously them being able to kind of clutch, they're a team that you could expect in the grand finals here. Obviously 19 points from this one, faced another one with a good one. You just talked a little bit about with them having a double digits back-to-back, another 13 points here. Not double digits kills, but still, they're going to be looking pretty good with this one, Toby.
Oh yeah, definitely. And for After All, I mean, I give them a hard time due to their passive playstyle. And it's not that I'm against the passive playstyle. It's just I feel like they really, one thing is backs against the wall before they fight back, but they almost have to be punched through the wall before they actually start punching. And it doesn't really matter a lot if you're going to start fighting if you've already taken 2 casualties. But this time around, out victorious. Love what I saw in the fact that they're able to bring it home.
Yeah, and here's the total leaderboard, James. Looking really good for Ascent, Face, question mark even. There's a little bit gap, a 3-way tie, 4th, 5th, 6th here for 36 though. Thoughts on this leaderboard?
Yeah, actually, I didn't expect the gap to be quite that big, but the top 3 are looking really, really good at the moment. I'm also slightly surprised that that doesn't bump, after all, up as much as I thought it was going to. So, kind of not exactly the biggest of wins here, or even if it was, there's not really been much conversion throughout the previous games. So, they're going to need a little bit more oomph behind their game for the next games, for sure.
Any other surprises you, Toby, here in this leaderboard?
No. Not really.
No,
I mean,
you expected to have Foot and Woo and Twisted Mind down there.
You said other surprises.
Roger that.
I of course, I mean, for Twisted, Foot, and Woo, all 3 of them respectively. I mean, actually, no, only Twisted and Foot, really. Woo, I have still yet to see enough from to consider a top contender in EMEA. The names are phenomenal, but I've yet to see them put together a game plan and execute it in a consistent enough basis that I would consider them a top contender in EMEA.
Yeah, and obviously all Twisted Minds is a day 2 team. They will come back. They will use 5-6 hours tomorrow. Calaris, Batulin's gonna rip everything apart, analyze everything, and then he's gonna find holes in this Swiss cheese in this lobby here, and he's gonna be able to swing through that and get so many points out of it.
You're making me hungry now. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool thing to see, though, that the emergency drops are actually so impactful on these games, right? Like, if you think about Batulin's being eyes in the sky, technically, if you get fortunate during looting, you can briefly be eyes in the sky yourself as well on locations which aren't that easy to scout normally. So it not only gives you that, but also gives you the opportunity to get into the circles like FaZe did in this previous game. So I think that's also kind of cool for these games.
Yeah, I said, guys, if you want to use a glider as well for Batulin's, that was pretty fun to see in the military game, Toby. But yeah, for sure, moving into this here, I'm not too worried about Twisted Minds with this case, but Foot here, I was kind of expecting them to frag out. Maybe not the placement points to follow, but they usually frag out no matter what their placement points are.
Yeah, it's a team that has been coming off really well from the get-go in these sort of reset brackets. I have kind of heard on the social medias that they are having a couple of issues keeping everyone at the server at all times today, but hopefully, regardless of how that issue may arise, that's something that they're gonna get sorted for tomorrow's games. Because a world where, I'll put it this way: if they don't make top 8 in upper bracket, I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, and if they don't make top 8 in upper bracket, they're gonna have a easier lobby in the lower bracket. But then again, then it's the last chance at Calaris, and you don't want to leave it for a team like Foot to be down there. But they would absolutely dominate lower bracket if it happens for them to not be able to stick it out for tomorrow.
Yeah, you'd think so, right? And also, they technically have a slight cushion in the fact that they have 1,000 PGC points if things went slightly awry.
Right.
It's not the most in the world considering what we're working with, because Howl's got a little bit more, but it is good with them at second here for the region.
Yeah, for sure. You're looking at a 13-ish, maybe 1,400 cutoff, depending on if it's the same teams that's going to be in the top, maybe even less, maybe 1,200. But we'll see. Guys, it is the very, very last game of the day here. It's going to be Miramar. I'm crossing my fingers, my toes, everything I have to cross here for a northern or somewhat northern circle on the east or the west side. That would be very great to see. Toby, Calaris, this is the last one. Have fun with this one.
Thank you, Martine, as we now have our final game of the day. 6 of 6. It's Miramar for the final game. Toby, it's PGS2. It's the EMEA Qualifiers. We have got ourselves one more for the night. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to the desert once again. Toby, I'm excited. I'm pumped. I'm hyped because there's just actually, 6 games. Let's do 10 games. I want to do all the games. I want more PUBG.
12 games a day just to qualify them through in one day. Could you imagine?
The teams would complain.
I think many would. It's luckily not the case. But 6, I don't find it too bad. I'm not gonna lie though, thinking about it and thinking about how the day has gone and knowing that we are going to be seeing a lot more Taiko in the future, I actually wouldn't mind had this been 2 games on each of the 3 maps. Now that we are doing 6 games anyway.
It could work, right?
It's early on, I know, and there's still the RNG factor on Taiko that no one has really had a chance to master it yet, but I wouldn't mind it, not gonna lie.
Could work here. And what might not work is these two dropping so close to each other. Where are we going? Okay, so he tapered off based on the fact that whoever that is from DA, is it Metralius? Was down earlier. So good stuff.
Mertralius able to get back to safety as we await the last first circle of the day in just about 7 seconds time. Everyone spread out, no commotion early on as everyone gets the loot game going, and they will all have to go down towards the southwest as once again Ascend able to get one going that direction.
This is your fault, Martin. He was like, oh, I hope for enough circle.
But at this point, it's going to end in prison, so it's okay.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, for sure. After all, is in a funky place. I did not expect them to be down in Los Hijos.
Hating on the Los Hijos looting? What do you mean, bro?
Yeah, well, yeah, actually I am, yeah. But it's worked out for them.
I'll continue.
Oh, it's worked out for them. The circle's here, quid's in, good stuff.
Yeah, so what's the big issue, James?
Nothing. Here they are. Look at them. Happy as anything.
I mean, yeah, it's a play, I suppose. The issue is, I mean, again, that's one of those where they would have wanted to go out towards the edges, right? But when we have these plane paths that kind of cut diagonally across, Impala, Porto Paraíso, El Pozo, Monte Nuevo just ain't really within reach. So if after all, they probably had to dig down deep on the alternative loot spots list and then go all the way down with 3 on Los Hijos.
Yeah, and now we're taking a look at Solo here, who they took an early path towards Monte Nuevo and then dipped on down, but then got kind of wounded early in a previous game. So they could take that same path and maybe rectify some of those mistakes, considering that the circle is very good for it. So I'm expecting a bit better from Solo in this game, in this Miramar, compared to the previous.
Having now casted one tournament where we had never seen emergency pickups before, and emergency pickups almost being all over the place, I am making the balance of how many we're seeing of them now a lot more. We saw during the like in this particular circle, I would in the previous tournament, I would go out and say at least half the server is going to be flying into this one. But now, I mean, knowing that for starters that there ain't that many available, but also just that teams don't rely on them that heavily anymore, I think it creates a good balance of where if you get one, that's amazing, maybe. But even if you don't, I mean, you can still make a play. Before it was kind of one of those where we're just going to loot in the blue until we find one because we're going to get one regardless. Where now, I mean, they kind of mix of sometimes you just don't get one. I think it's a lot better.
Yeah, I will admit, if it was 16 teams all emergency dropping at the same time during the game, I'd have been like, what's going on here, guys? Maybe we'll turn this back a little bit. But it is a decent amount right now. And also, I mean, we saw Howl just go up and then go down straight away. I mean, it gives you, even late game, technically, as long as you're not scared of being shot at, an option to make a slight relocate if you think there's too many teams ahead of you in a small space, but also you could in theory use it for scouting.
The thing is, even if you do get shot in the air, you just fall down in the compound and get rest again.
Yeah.
So I mean, as long as you're not super high up, of course. But yeah, I mean, I like the varied use of it. Not just let's just hope that there's something free in the middle and YOLO into it. We've seen it where some people use that and some use gliders. We've seen it where some people use that and 2 other players use vehicles. We've seen it for that. I mean, kind of UAV scout sort of situation. But also now since Spiro hit the one ridge line he really wouldn't have wanted to.
Yes, indeed.
I thought they were going to get pulled up on, but no.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully there's a lot of supporting fire and supporting angles, so they're okay. As now they're going to be just moving on back here. If you can hear a horn in the background of my microphone, it's because the fire station has a horn going right now. So, but if you can't, great.
Yeah, love fire stations.
Yes.
Yeah, don't know where to go with that, but
saving lives.
Yeah, sure do. Mexi, not looking to save any lives other than the ones of his teammates, as he wants a bit of revenge. And after all, they're spotting them early on, allowing one to go through. Then still, because Mexi will find you. Now shots fired. I think a little before Mexi was maybe ready for that, because it felt like he kind of had to get back on the angle. But luckily for After All, he gets to live with the scare.
The salty run back as these two teams go head to head. Let's see if they can actually take each other out here. And Ascend had their pick of the litter in terms of where they wanted to go for this kind of circle. They were here already. So they've got overlook on some of these teams just moving about at the moment. And Zephyr is moving all the way past them. They want none of this. I can understand why. They have no good angles for themselves at the moment.
Where did Rex get level 3 gear? I didn't see a crate land on them. Did he have a flare gun?
I don't know. I didn't see either.
I'm not sure either. I was just like, wait a minute. In any case, kudos. Good on you. Sat in first place, sat circle center, now with level 3 gear as well, but also with smoke wall up and down your direction. Not sure exactly where they're planning on landing, scouting their way down towards the south side as Chris opts to put the Mini into full auto mode.
I love it. Do that.
He has not bound his Mini to the scroll wheel, guys. He just taps that fast.
Big shots coming in against Metabay as well, as they really want a location, and they're going to have to settle for this one. Still, Ascend has a spot on them.
Inside the circle, they can get down to the island quickly when it goes there. So, I mean, not the worst place to be.
Not too bad, not too bad. Solo and Howl are going to face off against one another here in just south of Chuma. So we'll be slow going for the moment. Neither team really has a huge incentive to start making big moves just yet.
You know what I've come to think of? Sorry to cut you off. You know what I've come to think of? That I feel like it's a pretty big change of pace in how things were in, let's just say, PGS 1 and prior. I feel like a lot more teams go center a lot faster. We still have 2 minutes to go until Circle 2 pops. And I know that, of course, with this being, Chuma and teams oftentimes fighting in and around here, there's just a whole lot more center pushing earlier. And I think part of it is due to the emergency pickup. Like, there's such a big chance of you getting kind of overlapped by other teams if you don't go earlier than earlier, because the edge is just not a place to be right now. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. It makes sense. But also, when you look at a circle like this, right? We've seen it a bit more prolific, I suppose. But a circle like this, let's speak about this one for a moment, is if you're not center and you have to play in from edges and you have to go up and down and up and down and up and down these cliff ranges constantly, God, it's a pain, isn't it?
Yeah.
Heavy centering for a circle like this, I get it totally. But yeah, emergency pickup probably not exacerbates that problem, but just kind of emphasizes the need to be trying to get. Yeah.
Completely agree. I thought about it over the last couple of games, and also during part of the rotation. Obviously, the use of emergency pickups was a little over excessive in that tournament. Also, it was the first time it was being put to use in a tournament. So, oh no, Famous love, Molodog, doing the Famous dirty. It does have a pretty big kick to it, so I guess it makes sense. And Howl are currently setting up this in the middle of the circle. Why are they doing that? So that they can jump up, fly straight up in the air, and then if the circle goes away, they can follow it. If it doesn't, they just go straight back into Chuma again.
Yeah, give it. It'd be good. Yeah, the FAMAS is an interesting one. It's not for everyone. And especially when there's so many good choices of guns right now and just standard loot table. We're seeing a lot of, AUG and MK12 loadouts, right? Like, it's one of the go-tos for a lot of people. Still, people are relying on the M4s. The Ace-32 packs a punch. The Beryl still packs a punch to a degree. Like, there's so many good choices. And whoa, centering.
Are 2 of them taking it and 1? Lasso's like, it's a game of chicken. Who holds on to it for the longest? Then like, nope, I'm not gonna go. And just sends one flying into the air. But again, a little bit of scouting being done, as Matt is now aware, at least that Soset is set up on the other side.
Yeah, if you haven't had eyes on them, especially for just a little while, this actually gives you a good opportunity to spot out. Even if they shoot at you, it's good information. So,
exactly.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, the only way that goes against them is if they have 2 people flying, they come back down, but they both get knocked. That might allow for a push to come through. But if the other players are just sat there going, wherever shots are coming from, make sure to apply suppressive fire. That's just you getting free info.
Not bad at all. All right, let's see what Foot can do, as they are, again, we were, You and Martin were alluding to them in the previous death segment, not exactly in the spot that they want to be in, but this is a team that still has the punch factor, the bang factor. They can easily come out and just all of a sudden win a game, and then that's the ball rolling for them, and then they're well up the tables. And being on 23 points is really not that far behind where the cutoff is. In fact, it's only 4 points. So
Yeah.
yeah, there's still a lot of room for some of the big names down towards the bottom.
Sure are. Vixold, a team that we saw be just on the cusp. I mean, they almost made PGS 1. But fell just short. They haven't really got off to the strongest start. It's not been terrible for them either. They're also sat there in the high 20s. Point now just inside here with 28. But with how impressive of a performance they had both in PEC Spring and also during the beginning of the rotation tournament, it's been a quiet start for them in comparison.
Definitely so. Yeah, but move away now, realizing that Ascend is trying to bear down on their position here. Medabe is going to have to stick around. He was scared of that nade popping on his car. Now they're really going to pop on his cars if he's not careful.
Nate's coming in on the vehicle there like Polish hails in a hailstorm.
Okay, all right. Well, that was just a low blow. Nobody knows what this is about. Why?
Well, you do, and that's the most important part, James.
Yeah, okay. For the audience, my car got hit by really big hailstones, and I had to sort it out. And then I built a garage, and now it doesn't happen anymore. I keep getting hail warnings, and I just keep... as soon as, on your phone, you get the text message, the hail warning. Anyway, I go outside...
Let's talk more about hail, James.
No, I go outside, I look up into the air, and laugh at the weather, as they can't hurt my car anymore.
And then they heard you, and you get sad.
No, I'm fine.
In any case. Face, well, they dodged the hailstorm of bullets coming through from Solo as they get their way up the hillside. I'm not sure if, I mean, obviously they're just going to sit and wait this one out, because with how much unplayable there is on at least the eastern side of this circle, if this next one swings east, you pretty much know where Phase 4 is going to take you as well. So they're going to wait this one out, scout as much as they can from the high ground position they've just claimed, and then make that decision based on what they see now.
Ta-da.
Which is this one. It's going to come towards them, a bit further west probably.
All right, let's have the Woo get a big game, eh? They've got themselves 12 points right now. As you said, big names on this team. Let's see a big convert, the big moves. But the problem for them might exist in that Ascend is right next to them. FaZe is also driving in from north of them. So maybe the big crunch down might hit the Woo soon. So they're going to have to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, where Woo are currently sat is an amazing position if you have space to maneuver, to kind of take park shots at teams at a distance. But for them right now having FaZe nearby, just having heard DA wrap through the other direction, it becomes dangerous. It actually would have been perfect for them had FaZe and DA started fighting. They would have been able to third party. But now with Na'Vi coming in as well, Woo, the way they're split currently, if one casualty comes through, I feel like that's a card house starting to, a house of cards starting to fall apart.
Potentially, yeah. They have got to be very cautious about how they play this right now, or somehow get the sneakiest regroups to be fine and allow themselves to get the pickups as fast as possible. Speaking of a big pickup, are they going to join the fray? Where are they going? Because this is quite central right now.
Where can they go? Is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the map and this is suboptimal. No matter how they... Did you just say pew pew?
No, I just heard a pew pew. I don't know where it came from. I feel like Martin pressed a button on Discord or something.
I'm not sure. In any case,
like
he got us good, so kudos to you. Nate comes through as EB takes 174 damage. Not a whole lot he can do from that position. Hit by a former teammate in James. Nate got himself, lops one over. And I don't think FaZe is going to stop this push anytime soon. Keanu, though, seen, heard, taken down.
That was quick. Yeah, the Woo. Our biggest fears are realized here for them. It was a great spot, but too good. All these teams realize the crunch down on this spot and to be able to seize it away from them. I mean, look at this dip. Unless you have somebody in mega nade range and knows exactly how to be able to hit that, it is such a good spot. Likewise, Twisted Minds has found themselves a little bit of a divot, so can play this for the moment, but they're going to have to deal with foot.
Yeah, and they're going to have to play everything from here on foot. So, not easy if this one shifts hard to either direction. But of course, again, Phase 4 coming through. We are shifting away from both the hillside that Bubble is sat on up above and some of the land down towards the southeast side too. I would expect this one to go in the direction of Ascent, but we'll see with the unplayables getting shifted away from in just about 20 seconds time.
What a shot. Just the slightest
Denied.
pixel coming across there, and Michael's like, nope. And Exalt is also like, nope. Their car is having a bit of a rough time. Schofield hits Fate straight away. Moldok is not long for this world. That's a shift. Oof.
It sure is. Goes even further towards the side than I was anticipating. But, well, it gets to the majority of the players. Kind of brained it out pretty well, as they are now, for the most part, set very well in this one. Up towards the north, gets a little more difficult, a little more dicey to try and maneuver. Exalt send it early, and they're just going to die, really. There's nowhere for them to go in this open field.
Yeah, there's too many eyes, too many prying eyes to be able to do anything with this. What a shot straight away. Bish, bash, bosh. Schofield's got some mean shots coming out from this game. Meanwhile, Michael is not the best driver apparently as well. And Clib is going to be taken down soon, despite the nice headshot that Omilovo had taken from Michael prior. He still has good overlook on them.
Yeah, I would have kind of anticipated that he would have not backed off, but wrapped around further, knowing that his entire team was inside the city. But the fact that he's allowed to look kind of in the other direction than where his teammates are means that they had the city in full control, which they did. So good on them. BBL in the meantime now trying to wrap further down on the southern side. They do have a split smoke wall ahead of them, which is now trying to regroup. Issue is with them being positioned in the middle of it. It's going to make things really hard, especially with the sit in the top two. But Kazu able to find the first one. Rostenmar down, but Smash instantly there to respond.
Not too bad a start for this fight as Kazu. Ooh, that nade. Oh, catching just a little bit. Here comes the second one. Gonna have to relocate off the back of it. 39. Smash is lethal with these things, but not lethal enough. Kazu somehow gets on out of there. They have bailed well, considering that I thought they were going to go down.
While going, who are you? As he tries to get back down towards his teammates. Issue being that they're also outside the circle, and they're going to have to fight their way through this one. And now, to make matters even worse, Question Mark is pushing up the same hillside too. So a difficult area to kind of try and traverse through. And I think Michael is now realizing that, wait, we are completely pinned down here between multiple teams.
Yeah, Sen's going to look for cleanup on this, aren't they? I mean, this is just a proper mop-up situation afterwards. As we have a bit of a big fight going on over here as well. Howl and Solo going blow for blow. A nade pops over with the flash to try and blind them in the position that they're in, because they are really, really hurting right now. Another nade from Schofield. He's going to have to somehow salvage all of this, while Sussad is on an off angle and could quite easily lay in the last few shots against the position that they're in. Just heal up fully. Try and pop on over. Schofield's looking for the res. It's bold, and Sussad instantly shuts it down.
Yep, but who gets to stay alive here? It's going to be Howl. Plenty of points coming through. At least one res should be possible. I'm not seeing FaZe fully commit to the push on them right now, so they might be able to get 2 players up. That will be huge for Howl here.
Schofield straight away. We were talking about his good shots earlier, and he doesn't disappoint in the return, as we now have them trying to push in, but FaZe is going to be a big barrier for them off the end of it. BBL's done. I mean, there was whoever was going to come out of that fight on the west side was always going to be held out by Ascent, so it was a futile endeavor.
Exactly. Not a whole lot to do. Now for DA, similar area to where they won the previous Erangel a little bit earlier today. Or Miramar, sorry, I should say. As they now have a fight on their hands. They got Alia down, but they need to find Uber, who is right next to them in that smoke.
Very close. Gotta be careful. Uber's been terrifying today as well. Lies down. I think he's leaving himself a bit vulnerable here. Shots against him. Yeah, I mean, whoever found him. Atralius as well in the distance. And eventually, actually, they're being picked off by Exalt from distance as well here. It's only Artix who's just trying to cause some problems, but Digital Athletics will finish them off. Artix is still being annoying. What a pest.
From inside a shack in what's about to be the blue. That is the worst place in the world to get shot from, but down he goes as DA takes more casualties, and after all, they're able to rack up some points here too and trying to fend off against Jebba, but look what's up there to steal at least one away.
Trying to find it. It is a bit chaotic down towards the south here. I don't know how a lot of these teams are going to be able to make the transitions after these fights have actually concluded. As Beanie down here, hitting Lou. Twisted Minds is north of them, though, in the circle, so they have time on their side, and that's going to prompt Afteralt here to make a slight move forwards, who technically have to move to the circle and deal with Foot at exactly the same time. Not the easiest of things to do. And then they're going to have Twisted Minds and Entropic looking their way. So I don't know how you solve this puzzle.
Yeah.
If you had an emergency drop. No, I
don't think there's a place for you to fly in this one. Not quite sure. There you go. That's why you use deployable shields, because that's going to grant you cover in a position like Corexis, where before there was none.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. There will be people eventually looking at him from a high ground once... Again, the fights have concluded there. There are so many conflicts occurring on the edges here that once they do, again, that crunch down. I'm still surprised the Woo's alive, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they've been able to sit tight in the center for a while, have fights unfold around them without having to fully commit to any of them. And now, Twisted Minds trying to stay put in this one too. Luke does fall. Had the P90 in hand. Beast of a weapon up close. But not much to do with it if you're just going to get naded anyway.
Laying down the smoke wall here between them. A nice move up here from Afterall, and a nice dealing with the problem that was Twisted Minds. I was asking what was the solution going to be. The solution, though, almost Spiro gets the 2 knocks. Can we get the pickups going quickly here for them? They were doing so well, and then Spiro just pops out of nowhere.
Yeah, good thing for them is there's not really anyone in a position to punish them, so they should be able to get the reses up. Despite it looking very dangerous just before. Marco does get found by Beamy, as for Esports able to rack up one more, but instantly they're going to have to fall back as well. As you can see, the angles here up towards that hillside so incredibly open and so hard for them to really make use of.
Yeah, it's like a trough that comes all the way down from that hill, which... Yeah, I mean, taking out Beamy as well here as he's trying to heal things up. Actually, a very big split here by Lyran as well as Hearth to try and just control whatever they can and maybe slowly sneak on in against it when it comes to the circle. Vex is getting very close to Lazar here, and Ruin goes for the nade. That's a 55, but he already takes out... It was James, actually, from the distance. Excuse me.
Yep, able to find one with a bit of an off angle from the side. Once again, James being the kind of the flex player. Sometimes he'll do it on the aggressive, but sometimes he'll also do it when they're playing a little more conservative and trying to find that off angle that the opposition just ain't really there to expect. And well, this time round, swings up, finds Ruin, able to jump back into hiding.
Yeah, he's coming in. Chris in a split situation from his team. This is a good push-up by a question mark, although Killia Kai straight away with the angle is able to keep trading against it. P90 in hand. Danimondo going to push up against Foot here. Oh, brilliant shots coming in from this, but it's not going to be enough. DA will clean him up from the distance, and actually everything goes down there in the trough.
Yeah, the entire East just falls apart as we eliminate team after team, and now it's just DA left alive to try and make the final run up this hillside, up in the direction of Ascent, who had control, I should say, over the compound, but question mark, with the downfall of Chris, has been able to make landfall.
I think FaZe is laughing, mate. I think they're going to end up in first place here if they continue on with this high ground, if they can keep controlling it and move forwards. This is a brilliant opportunity for them to get a win on a board if things keep going their way. With 4 still alive, some high ground to work with, but question mark and Ascend now in deadlock with one another. Nades coming through. Smokes between them here will diffuse eventually and then open up some of those lines of sight, but like just patiently waiting out these angles just in case question mark was to push forwards or if those nades were to bounce in a little bit of a rough way.
Yeah, they gotta get this over and done with as quickly
as
they
for sure.
possibly can with the circle. I mean, unless if it hard shifts west here, they They need to get out of this area, and they need to take the fight before the likes of Entropic peeks on over from the side. It does swing west, and actually, you know what? Keeps the the warehouse in play. We'll see now. Killikai up high. Whether question mark is going to be ready for that one.
Yeah, sneaky angle. You've always got to be aware of it, though. With these kinds of warehouses, not only can you get on that extra level, you can also get even higher than that for these. So the verticality of these warehouses is scary.
We'll see now. I don't think question mark's in a hurry. I mean, they've got inside the circle. This is where you just grind placement point or two, if you can. Because obviously, having come in from the west side here, they don't know exactly what's happening on the east. So sit tight, wait this one out. You know you have to take the fight to ascend eventually anyway. So why not see a few more teams get eliminated, a few more players getting flushed, and then take the fight. No reason to force it now to go 6th if you could wait a minute and then get 4th.
And poor Quizzy can't do anything about Nixie going down. FaZe is in full strength up on this high ground. Eventually they're going to have to move, of course, a little bit further towards the middle, and that could cause them some problems with Entropic still looking all right. They got all 4 alive in closer towards the mid with Nail Up cleaning up Brexco now. Question mark and Ascend. They're causing each other extreme problems with the delays that are caused on that west side, as you were mentioning. And eventually, I think it will weed both teams out.
It should. Depending, of course, on where this next one takes us. With Unplayable, which is where we are right here, being right in the middle of it, it's going to be practically impossible to predict where it's going to swing. I would imagine that it goes north, but we can't really guarantee that because I don't think there's a way the 8th circle can go where it doesn't include some unplayable terrain. So right now, it's going to be quiet. At least for a little while longer. As James, yeah, he's well aware that everyone is down here.
Yeah.
Or at least someone is down here.
Flash, little underhand nade. Oh, God, a sawn off. Just, okay, well, thankfully for Ruin, Nail Up saves the day. If he'd have come over across there with a sawn off, I'd have been a happy boy.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen sawn off used too much today. Of course, there hasn't been too much close quarter fighting here in the Miramar games. But
exactly
maybe we will. Circle, somewhat west, and we still have the warehouse in play. So let's just let them chill for a little while longer.
No, force them out. Also, force Quizzy out as well. Jeez, they were both peeking this for ages, and it was like, wait, no movement? What's going on over here? Nailup's still holding this angle against FaZe, who would love to get rid of... Oh, he sees the gun. Oh, my God. Oh, my... Oh.
There you go.
That first shot, he sees the gun, and he's like, okay, well, I guess my bullet will slightly make this curve. And then, jeez, Nailup, nice.
Able to swing that one around as he finds one. And crucial that they get to stay put in that position down below, because right now Nailup and Ivers isn't inside, or they aren't inside the circle. So they know they can't wrap north due to the terrain. There's a big hill. So they have to wrap around. But with Nailup just having shot, FaZe now knows that not only do they have that entire plateau under control, but there's players coming from down there.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty difficult for them to group up there.
You're correct, he didn't give up the angle as well, so Quizzy's going to go down quickly. As Bestalosh, this is exactly what I was talking about when it comes to these warehouses. The fact that you can get up on the roof as well, never mind that second story. So it is problematic. Trying to aim up like this is hard, and Killiakai is exploiting that. Jumps on down here. Don't know about that one, but I guess, again, time was against them.
Well, had to get down eventually. Dante, though, is there to deal with the both of them. Solid play coming through, and now with one knock going over the top, make that 2 knocks actually onto FaZe Clan. Entropic might just be able to make a play here. One is up top, and now, with Mexi wrapping around, Nail Up. The right timing of this one, I'm not sure, but the mollies come through and find the double.
What a molly! On towards a former team as well, Mexi. Oh my, getting huge damage here against FaZe. Gustav, though, able to get Nail Up. Gustav going to be cooking one of the nades as well. Trying to hit on forwards. Mexi going to be peeking across, but that's going to be it. And question mark gets...
No! He got him with a nade!
Yes! Question mark gets the win off the utility, killing everybody!
Entropic
What?
Entropic killed Gustav with the nade, and Gustav killed Entropic. Oh no,
No!
they killed him with the molly, and he killed them with the nade. Mutual destruction. secures whichever team survived and won the warehouse fight
No.
to win. That's amazing.
No way. I can't believe it. What did we just witness? The perfect nade versus nade. And question marks somehow. Dante just made the most hero play in that warehouse. With the way Ascend was trying to use that warehouse. Never count yourself out in PUBG. When things like that can happen. Oh my god, what did we just witness?
Given that he was a solo player left alive and they were then 3 teams up, that was effectively somewhere along the lines of a 12-point claim for him and the team right there. That's absolutely huge.
I expected both of you to still have your hands up, the usual Calaris, Toby.
We didn't go instantly.
Yeah, that's
to
true.
us.
Yeah, even
It's
back
always
to
us.
you guys. You both have been, mind blowing. Yeah, what a fantastic way to end the game. That is not something you see very often, guys. That is honestly something that is 1 out of 1,000. It's super, super rare. Question mark with 3 wins today based on that with 4 kills. But then again, the Dante clutch Calaris was huge. It was good to see Ascend fell short there.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Ascend kind of taking the second story, taking the roof and things like that. Eventually, Kiliakai was going to be able to kind of hold them to rights almost. But I was surprised by how quickly he dropped off to try and kind of get some finishes there. Maybe he didn't realize that Dante was taking up that angle. And yeah, being able to shut that down, ultra important, considering that they had no clue how the fight was going to unfold on the other side of the battleground. What a moment. That was amazing.
It was. And to continue the chess talk here, both Entropic and Faceland in this case here, Toby, they kept each other in a check where it could have ended up with a mutual destruction, but we didn't expect it to be full mutual destruction. Maybe just 1 or 2 guys survived from one of the teams, but it was just like the high ground nail up hold and then the other push. And yeah, super unfortunate for both these teams, but they still got a lot of kills and a lot of points out of this one.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think both teams can go away from this game being somewhat satisfied with it, but a fun way for them to take out each other. There's no doubt about it.
Martin, can you imagine what question mark's thinking in that moment? They're just like,
they're all also just holding like the hands up to the head. What happened? They're like, what's going on? I can't believe that. I felt like Ascent had the high ground in such a situation that they would just kill them super easily. But I think it was Kiliakai that fell off the high ground roof. And
I'm not sure if it happened, but I think he might have been shot at by one of the face players.
I think so too, yeah.
Before they wrapped down and he had to jump off
side.
because of it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, when he had to go clear to the 2 guys in the corner, he was exposed to Faceland on the side there. So I think he just had to get down, and he lost so much HP. He was like, I don't know, 20 HP or 25 HP in the end. And then Mike tried to come in and try to clutch it, but still, yeah, it was a rough time. And it kind of comes down to when you have to leave a city or a compound and there's multiple teams in there, it's either the last team standing that's going to survive, but it's not going to be very often a case where, it's the last team that just suddenly wins all of a sudden. They're just trying to get out there, trying to kind of third party. But yeah, what a fun way to end things here, James. Thoughts on today so far?
A question mark all over. I mean, look at that. Triple win in 6 games. I mean, they may have, of course, Ascend and FaZe have looked absolutely phenomenal during all of this, but question mark really kind of put a stamp on today and said, look, guys, we are not going anywhere. You might have kind of forgotten about us for a little while, but we are back with a vengeance. What a day for them.
Yeah, fantastic day and performance with them. Question mark so far, obviously. Thoughts on today here, Toby?
I mean, I wanted to see question mark. I said in the beginning of the show to come off to a good start. Did I expect them to get 3 wins? No, nowhere near so phenomenal from them. For Ascend as well, huge games that they were able to pull up. But even in games where things looked to go against them, they still managed to turn around and make points in situations where previously they would probably have fallen without maybe, 1 or 2 points. So a great turnaround for them as well. And then again, Twisted Minds not really finding their stride today, but expecting that to happen tomorrow.
They tried today with another parachute emergency pickup here, James, but yeah, it just wasn't their day.
Yeah, seemed so. I mean, as you always say, Martin, a day 2 team. So I think they'll rear their heads again. But I mean, even the circles, they're always kind of quite far away from things like Power Grid and stuff like that. So yeah, as Toby says, not really their day.
All right, the overall total leaderboard after we're halfway done here. We're obviously going to play again tomorrow. It's a best of 12. But Faceland here, Toby 65, 60 seed, 62, super close. A little bit of a gap down to Entropic, and then a huge gap down to Navi. It's extremely close there from the 5th and all the way down to the 9th place even.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind that at all, because right now what matters is top 8, and that is where it's close. So 12th place up through 7th right now is just 10 points, and I hope that we get it to keep it that close, if not even closer, come the end of tomorrow's game, so we get a exciting finish to the bracket.
Yeah, exactly. And if we can just take a little bit of statistic out of this one here, Kale, it's going to be somewhere between 60 to 70 points. You should be safe, and it's very likely to end in that like middle 60 parts here for the cutoff point for top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, and what's cool is a lot of the teams that are not in the top 8 are still kind of capable of that. If you look at, after all, technically converted a win, so they could quite easily make that happen again tomorrow. You've got teams like Foot as well as Twisted Minds down there who can have those pop-off days. So there is definitely a lot of potential for shake-up for that top 8.
Yeah, and it's a very classic fashion. It's going to come down to the last game tomorrow, isn't it, Toby?
Yeah, it should. I mean, if every other bracket of every other tournament we've ever casted is anything to go by, yeah, it's going to come down to the final game.
All right, Claris, final words on what you've seen today and what your expectation going forward. We're not going to have the pleasure of you. We're going to have the pleasure of another Ginger, also from the UK, that's also having a knowledge on PUBG.
That's right. My body double actually is going to be filling in for me tomorrow. Yes, if you guys don't say time to Tego tomorrow, I'm going to be sorely disappointed because I am going to be watching. But what a day for Question Mark. Happy to see it. But what a day for FaZe as well, man. Like, looking at how they've been playing out game after game after game, I think it's been really, really fun to watch. And had that last game not gone slightly awry, it could have been a win on their side. So...
yeah, for sure. And considering they're 300 points behind right now, they need this PGC points coming in from here. Final thoughts for today here, Toby, before we close it?
I mean, you kind of just went into it. The fact that FaZe is in first place without any wins today over a team that won 3 out of 6 games, I mean, goes to show how insanely consistent they've played. They started off today as well in 15th with 1 kill. So the fact they've turned it around like that in the 5 remaining is huge. The step up that I wanted to see from FaZe for sure.
All right, that was day number 1 here for PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers, guys. We are back tomorrow. Same time, same place. So see you tomorrow, and make sure you tune in.